Chapter 301. What happened after the Federation's escape fleet arrived in this galaxy? Qi Yiming racked his brains, unable to understand how they could encounter a Super P7 virus here. What had happened to humanity? If a Super P7 virus truly existed, then Qi Yiming and billions of humans coming all this way here would be nothing short of a suicide mission. Without time to retrieve relevant laboratory data, Qi Yiming immediately had the reconnaissance captain contact Fang Min and Wang Shuhua, demanding they raise their combat readiness level. Everyone must remain in their rooms, and not leave without permission. All commuting activities were temporarily suspended. Those already en route were to dock at the nearest port, but transports, regardless of their contents, were not allowed to leave. He then assigned Yi Lu and He Jinju to assist the Academy in monitoring the environment of each colony ship and warship, and to report any anomalies immediately. After completing these arrangements, Qi Yiming began searching the laboratory hall for a data terminal, attempting to retrieve documents and materials related to the Super P7 virus. Thankfully, this information was publicly available, and Qi Yiming easily found much relevant information. As for the origin of the Super P7 virus, scientists from the former Human Federation never found its source. All they knew was that it happened suddenly. First, people scattered across the surface of Blue Planet suddenly developed red eyes. Then, within 2 weeks, all those showing symptoms died from multiple organ failure. However, there were some survivors, who managed to survive thanks to their own immune systems. This situation immediately attracted the attention of the Federation Academy of Sciences at the time, but the locations of the cases appeared highly random, which puzzled some scientists at the Academy. Although the former Human Federation immediately implemented strict quarantine measures, deaths outside the quarantine zone continued to increase, and at an accelerating rate. The federal government was forced to order everyone to wear extravehicular spacesuits 24/7, until the matter was fully investigated. This order only slightly eased the situation. In fact, the humans of the former Federation had a chance of survival. If only the surface population had been kept in extravehicular spacesuits for 2 weeks to a month, those infected would have been discovered, and those who were not infected would have been transported back to the colony spacecraft in orbit around Blue Planet. However, the authorities did not act accordingly. By then, the former Human Federation had already established several colonies on the surface of Blue Planet, and had begun to establish a new social order. It can be said that humanity was developing very well, and many people had already regarded Blue Planet as their second home. To survive, frontline workers had to work hard, despite the risk of infection. The situation eventually devolved into the situation where those in power hid in the safety and comfort of the colony spacecraft, while ordinary people risked their lives to work on the front lines. Of course, there were voices within the Academy of Sciences opposing this strategy, but they were ultimately suppressed by the authorities. Then, the rhetoric of coexisting with the virus became widespread, leading ordinary people to believe that coexisting with the virus was the best option for now. Within the next 6 months, the Academy of Sciences quickly identified the virus that caused the disease, and developed a targeted vaccine. Of course, the federal government wasn't so desperate as to withhold the vaccine from the public. Just like that, it seemed a sudden biological crisis had been resolved. But everyone at the Academy of Sciences knew that the virus had already shown signs of mutation before the vaccine was distributed. Sure enough, 2 weeks after everyone was vaccinated, new deaths occurred again, though this time the virus's mortality rate seemed lower than the first time it invaded. Then a large number of influential figures rose up and declared, "This is the process of coexistence between viruses and humans. It will be a long process, but the mortality rate will be lower with each outbreak. In fact, at this stage of the virus's development, humans are fully capable of suppressing it, but it will come at a considerable cost. First, the existing colonies would have to be abandoned for a period of time, at the very least undergoing rigorous disinfection before they could be reopened. But when humans arrived on Blue Planet, they announced the lifting of martial law and the restoration of the joint meeting system, requiring the approval of a majority of the participants in all decisions. The lifting of martial law meant the gradual restoration of social order, which would allow for commercial activity. And the project of establishing colonies was essentially a commercial undertaking involving the interests of all parties. The purpose of those advocating coexistence with the virus and continued colonization is clear. A previously common virus then spreads widely among the population, mutating rapidly. Sometimes a variant has a very low mortality rate for humans, but other times an exceptionally deadly variant suddenly emerges. However, due to the lack of strict quarantine measures, some people continue to carry various variants of the virus, to the point where even the Academy couldn't pinpoint just how many variants of the virus existed in human society. Varied viruses were found wherever humans moved. Over time, The prolonged passive response finally caused the virus to undergo a qualitative change, mutating from a P4 level virus to a super P7 level. However, due to human inertia, initial attention was ignored. People simply discussed, "We heard the virus mutated again. I wonder if the mortality rate is lower or higher this time." But discussions aside, everyone went about their daily lives. By the time the Academy discovered the super P7 virus, nearly everyone had already been infected. Then came widespread death. Even if every household in the Federation had a biotherapy device, it wouldn't have been possible to reverse the devastation wrought by the virus. The colony ships stationed in space hadn't detected any signs of the virus intrusion, so the authorities decided to abandon their plans to colonize Blue Planet and select a new location. Then the evacuation of those on the surface began. In such chaotic situations, some people are always able to slip through the cracks and evade detection, especially those with both wealth and power. Not surprisingly, the virus spread to the colony ship. By the time the crew discovered the virus, the entire colonial fleet had already begun accelerating its departure from the system. After 6 months of agonizing suffering, only a few hundred humans remained on Blue Planet. Remember, Blue Planet had nearly 1 billion people working on the surface at the time. Without the support of the colonial fleet, what could these few hundred people do on Blue Planet? But Chi Yiming, looking at Blue Planet's current population of over 3 billion, couldn't help but admire the few hundred survivors. The records only cover the day before the former Federation colonial fleet's departure, and it appears that the laboratory staff left with the fleet. Chapter 302. With the assistance of Hijinju and the others, the new Federation's research proceeded swiftly. In less than 2 days, they thoroughly inspected the interiors of all colony ships and warships, finding no trace of the supervirus mentioned in the documentation. Even on Blue Star, no trace of the supervirus had been found. This greatly relieved Chi Yiming. During this time, Chi Yiming had the Academy remotely control the management permissions of the laboratory's intelligent computer, granting him advanced access to the data. With the virus threat gone, Chi Yiming no longer focused on this matter, merely urging the Academy's microbiology laboratory to remain vigilant. Then he began to review other laboratory materials. This laboratory's research was not of a high standard, and its work was similar to that of the new Federation Academy, simply analyzing the scientific findings left behind by the former Federation Academy. But one thing piqued Chi Yiming's interest: composite energy shield technology. This technology was the laboratory's only relatively cutting-edge research achievement, and the entire theoretical verification process had reached its final stages. Chi Yiming quickly transmitted the information back to the Academy of Sciences, instructing Zhou Kai, the new dean, who had replaced her Xiaojia and was responsible for overall research planning, to arrange for personnel to further refine the theory behind this technology. Chi Yiming's obsession was with the former Human Federation's War Star. According to the laboratory's remaining records, the former Human Federation's evacuation was rushed, and the War Star was not taken with them. However, the location of the War Star was a military secret, and the laboratory's database contained no relevant information. Finally, Chi Yiming left the laboratory disappointed and returned to the Red Dragon. After returning to the Red Dragon, Chi Yiming gazed at the blue planet beneath him and observed a 3-minute silence for the humans who had perished due to the foolish decisions of those in higher positions. Then he stared blankly at the Azure Planet. Where would the former Federation military deploy the War Planet? The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Fortunately, Chi Yiming finally returned to the surface of Blue Planet via transport craft and found something else to distract himself. Standing on the bustling streets of a coastal city on Blue Planet, watching the people coming and going, Chi Yiming felt a sense of surrealism. Are these the descendants of the hundreds of survivors of the former Human Federation? He suddenly became interested in the history of the people of Blue Planet. He found the nearest library and went inside. Chi Yiming actually had little interest in the official history of human development on Blue Planet. Humanity, after all, has simply grown amidst constant internal strife. In humanity's former birthplace, the database records the development of humanity from ancient civilization to subsequent interstellar civilizations. Each period of growth, amidst the flames of war, gave rise to groundbreaking technologies, thus leading human society forward. Presumably, the history of human development on Blue Planet wouldn't change much. So, Chi Yiming only read books containing bizarre legends. For example, many books recounted a legend that a super civilization once existed on Blue Planet, but for unknown reasons, it left the planet, and the ruins of their cities sank to the seafloor due to crustal shifts. Another example, Blue Planet originally had no satellites. It was only once struck by a supermassive asteroid that created a massive gap in its surface. The parts that were knocked out eventually became Blue Planet satellites. As for the fact that humanity on Blue Planet has progressed from ancient times to the present, 1-foot-deep interstellar era in just a few thousand years, it's because every few hundred years, a genius-level individual emerges. This person, a near-omnipotent genius, can advance humanity's overall technology by hundreds or even thousands of years in just a few decades. Chi Yiming speculated that there must be hibernation pods somewhere on Blue Planet. The survivors entered these pods, and every once in a while, one awakened and reintegrated into human society, driving the development of human technology. Chi Yiming, engrossed in reading the unofficial history, suddenly stopped flipping through the pages and quickly returned to the page describing Blue Planet satellites, studying them again carefully. When Chi Yiming first saw this record, he felt something was amiss. He just couldn't figure out what it was. But when he saw someone using a hibernation pod as a time traveler, he suddenly understood something. Time. According to the records in his possession, 1,000 years ago, Blue Planet was struck by a massive asteroid, and the fragments ejected from it became its satellites. But could Blue Planet repair itself in 1,000 years from the damage caused by the planetary impact? The answer is no. Then whoever recorded this legend was either making it up or had some other motive. The people of Blue Planet today might not be able to guess what that motive was, but Chi Yiming could. Chi Yiming hurried out of the library. Outside, it was already dark. Blue Planet satellite, reflecting the star's light, had become a milky white glow. Under the strange looks of those around him, Chi Yiming looked up at the satellite overhead and grinned idiotically. Who is so wicked as to disguise a war planet like this and then parade it before everyone? The more Chi Yiming observed the satellite overhead, the more convinced he was that his suspicions were correct. So he immediately contacted the Red Dragon to arrange for a transport boat to come pick her up. Soon, a transport boat began to grow larger in Chi Yiming's view. The crowd, who had just been watching Chi Yiming, was immediately drawn to the approaching transport boat, wondering which important figure had actually sent these aliens on a spacecraft to pick them up. But when they saw the fool they had just pointed aboard the transport boat in a few steps, everyone was stunned. The young man who had been closest to Chi Yiming slapped himself hard upon seeing him board the transport, cursing himself nonstop. I'm such an idiot. I actually thought someone so charming was an idiot. I missed a chance to rise to the top. Two women standing not far from the young man, dressed in what would be considered fashionable by Blue Star natives, also changed their expressions of disgust and stared at Chi Yiming's back with fascination. One girl whispered to her companion, I knew that guy was something special. He ran out of the library, staring up at the sky, motionless. He must be someone with substance, and you're still calling him an idiot. The other girl retorted, who was it that stopped me from approaching that guy? Instantly, the two best friends became enemies, accusing each other in the street. Chi Yiming paid no attention to any of this, he was only focused on proving his own beliefs. The War Star. That was the ultimate weapon he'd been dreaming of. With it so close to his grasp, how could he not be excited? Chapter 303. The former Federation war planet was transformed from an asteroid approximately 3,000 kilometers in diameter. It took the then federal government 300 years to complete the planet's transformation. It was the pinnacle of human military power at the time, but unfortunately, it was never demonstrated on the battlefield. After receiving this hidden message from the Blue Star Library, Chi Yiming rushed to his target location without stopping. Chi Yiming remembered that the war planet had many entrances, but after circling the satellites several times in his small transport craft, he still couldn't find a single one. I wonder what kind of camouflage the federal government used on the war planet to hide the entrance so well. Chi Yiming muttered to himself as he gradually lowered the transport craft, hoping to get closer to see if he could find anything new. But until Chi Yiming landed the transport craft on the satellite surface, he found nothing unusual. This made him doubt his own assumptions. Could I have been wrong? This Blue Planet satellite isn't a war planet in disguise. The transport craft landed in the center of a vast basin. Chi Yiming donned his EVA suit and effortlessly leaped from the cockpit, slowly landing on the satellite's surface. His feet kicked up dust that floated in the air for a long time. After landing, Chi Yiming crouched down and felt for the dust on the ground, but still found nothing. So much hope, so much disappointment. Chi Yiming stood up and dusted his gloves. He stood there for a long moment before turning around, activating his EVA suit's flight control system and flying back toward the transport craft. The transport took off again, this time intending to land on the far side of the satellite. He still had some hope. A few minutes later, the transport crossed the satellite's twilight zone and entered the far side. All around was pitch black, and Chi Yiming could only rely on the transport's terrain detection radar to observe the surface. After flying slowly for nearly 10 minutes, Chi Yiming finally found a relatively flat spot to land the transport. He exited the cabin and turned on his headlights, though by this point, Chi Yiming had already given up all hope. After a casual stroll around the transport, Chi Yiming returned to the transport with his head drooping, and started the engines for the return trip. Just as Chi Yiming started the engines, he caught a glimpse of a faint light flashing across the other side of the transport, which had been blocked from view by the transport. About 500 meters away, a faint light flashed. Chi Yiming thought he was seeing things, and he vigorously wiped his airtight helmet, which he hadn't taken off yet, with his extravehicular spacesuit, which was covered in dust from the satellite's surface. A few minutes later, the faint light flickered again. This time, Chi Yiming could see clearly, and was certain it wasn't just his own dazzle. He quickly left the transport and flew towards the light. The light wasn't always on, so finding its exact location in the pitch blackness took some effort. When Chi Yiming finally stood at his target location, he felt a sense of elation. I was about to give up, but who knew I'd find the entrance this way? Chi Yiming squatted down, and with his hands, he quickly brushed away the dust that obscured the light, revealing its true form. The screen before Chi Yiming was all too familiar. A yellow warning light flashed on a palm-sized display screen. Below it sat a body scanner and a data port. Chi Yiming lightly touched the flashing yellow warning light with his finger, and the next moment, a green scanning beam shot out from the scanner, scanning Chi Yiming from head to toe. Since Chi Yiming was wearing an extravehicular spacesuit, the scanning beam eventually stopped at his airtight helmet, and then a synthesized electronic voice rang out from his extravehicular spacesuit's communicator. Please open the airtight helmet's visor. Chi Yiming did as instructed. After the visor opened, the scanning beam quickly narrowed to the size of his eye sockets, then swept horizontally across Chi Yiming's eyes. The biometric iris signature matches. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Chi Yiming. Chi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed the crucial step, requesting access to the war planet's docking port. But Chi Yiming's application hadn't received a response for a long time, which made him worry that something was amiss within the war planet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained silent for so long. Chi Yiming submitted his application again. This time, he received a response, but his request wasn't approved. Instead, he was told to wait. I'm the only one applying for access to the docking port, so why are you making me wait? Chi Yiming knew there was only one possible reason for this situation. Too many ships had applied to enter the war planet in such a short period of time, forcing a queue. But looking around, there was no one else besides Chi Yiming and his transport craft. How could there be a queue? Could it be another shipboard AI rebellion? Chi Yiming thought more and more, feeling something was amiss. He immediately pulled a data transmission cable from his spacesuit and connected it to the data port he had just discovered. Then, through the communication equipment inside his spacesuit, he contacted the Red Dragon shipboard AI, which had been stationed above the satellite, and asked her to use the data stream to try to crack the access control system. To Chi Yiming's horror, the Red Dragon's AI not only failed to crack the access control system, but also nearly allowed the Warstar's AI to seize control of the Red Dragon. If the Warstar's AI hadn't proactively stopped the attack at the last moment, the Red Dragon might no longer belong to Chi Yiming. Chi Yiming was stunned. He knew the level of the Warstar's AI. The Warstar was so large, and its internal systems were so complex that it had more than one AI. However, the AI responsible for managing the internal security system was comparable in level to the Red Dragon's onboard AI, and in some respects was even slightly inferior. After all, it was merely an AI responsible for internal security, and its performance wasn't particularly strong. But now, the situation was a bit strange. Chi Yiming was almost certain that at least one of the AIs on the war planet had developed self-awareness. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such powerful corrosive capabilities. Just as Chi Yiming was pondering his next move, an unfamiliar female voice rang out over his spacesuit's communicator. Hello, Lieutenant Commander Chi Yiming. I'm Lei. Hearing these words, Chi Yiming's hair stood on end. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. One of the war planet's AIs had indeed developed self-awareness. Judging from the sound of their conversation, this self-awareness seemed to have developed a unique personality. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used a female voice to communicate externally. Chapter 304. The war planet's AI has awakened to self-awareness, spelling disaster. With the power Chi Yiming currently possesses, it's impossible to recapture the war planet from the AI. Without the war planet, let alone counterattack the Zerg, even surviving the Zerg's encirclement is a luxury. Do I have to follow the path of the former Human Federation, evacuate this system with the current humanity, and continue wandering in the vast depths of space? For a few seconds, Chi Yiming's mind raced, Dozens of options emerged, but he rejected them all. Finally, Chi Yiming realized with dismay that humanity's only path to survival was to recapture the war planet. Chi Yiming suddenly felt that his path to revenge was incredibly difficult. Why did he encounter so many obstacles? Stood there for a few seconds, then Chi Yiming made up his mind and turned to fly to the nearby transport ship. Along the way, they quickly contacted the Red Dragon over the war planet. Adjutant, issue a level 1 combat alert. All warships, close to the Red Dragon. The adjutant, who had temporarily assumed command of the Red Dragon, was still dazed. He was aware of the recent corruption of the Red Dragon's intelligence system, and he hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Why had a level 1 combat alert suddenly been issued? However, he instinctively followed Chi Yiming's order. The previously quiet galaxy became bustling with activity after Chi Yiming sounded the level 1 combat alert. The human standing on the surface of Blue Planet suddenly noticed a black dot appearing around the Blue Planet satellite. This black dot was rapidly growing, and as news of its presence spread, it quickly caused a violent commotion on the surface of Blue Planet. Those with telescopes raised theirs and began observing the suddenly appearing black dot. When they saw that the black spots were composed of heavily armed interstellar warships, everyone panicked. They thought these fellow aliens were preparing to attack them, making the already chaotic social order even more difficult to control. The top leaders of the Blue Star United Government contacted Chi Yiming in panic. But Chi Yiming simply told the head of the United Government, "It has nothing to do with you. Live your lives in peace." And then hung up. At this point, Chi Yiming had no time to care about the humans on Blue Star. He first had to find a way to survive the control of the intelligence system that had taken control of the war planet. The fleet's assembly process was extremely smooth, and the intelligence system on the war planet seemed to have no intention of hindering the human fleet's assembly. This made Chi Yiming even more panicked. Is this so confident? Are they planning to wipe out the human fleet in one fell swoop? Wang Shuhua, He Zhenju, and Yi Lu, who had been arranging defenses, immediately reunited with the Red Dragon when they received the first-level combat alert from the Red Dragon. What happened? Wang Shuhua asked nervously. Is the Zerg coming again? It's not a Zerg. Then why are you sounding the battle alert? The intelligent computer in the war planet has developed self-awareness. I might have awakened it when I tried to enter the war planet just now. Chi Yiming briefly explained what had happened. The communication channel instantly fell silent. How should we fight? He Zhenju broke the silence after a few seconds. But before Chi Yiming could plan the next battle, an unfamiliar female voice suddenly interrupted their communicators. Lieutenant Commander Chi Yiming, why aren't you responding to me? Chi Yiming was familiar with the voice, but the others were hearing it for the first time. They all thought Chi Yiming had found another awakened being. Just as they were about to question him further, they saw that Chi Yiming seemed somewhat dazed, completely mired in self-doubt. Chi Yiming was truly baffled. It stands to reason that a self-aware intelligent machine couldn't have such a strong desire to communicate. He was thankful that the War Star hadn't immediately attacked the Red Dragon. But now, the intelligent machine seemed to be having a minor malfunction, and seemed to be talking too much. Lieutenant Commander Chi Yiming? This time, the woman's voice seemed a little anxious. Chi Yiming thought, what does this mean? Is she threatening to make me an exploitative husband? Or perhaps wiping out the human fleet? The thought sent a chill down his spine. What kind of personality had this intelligent computer evolved? But Chi Yiming thought carefully. If agreeing to become a husband-in-law would allow this intelligent computer to develop self-awareness and help humanity, then it wasn't impossible. Thinking about it, he still had to communicate. After all, even if war broke out, Chi Yiming's fleet hadn't yet been assembled. He could just play along and buy time for the fleet to assemble. So Chi Yiming tried to respond. I'm Chi Yiming. What do you want to say? Thank goodness, I thought you were leaving. This sentence left Chi Yiming stunned again. He kept thinking, how far has this intelligent computer evolved? Why is it speaking so vividly? Noticing Chi Yiming was silent again, the female voice spoke anxiously again, don't ignore me. After all these years, I finally found a living human. Chi Yiming finally lost his composure and shouted into the communicator, who the hell are you? If you want to destroy us, just do it directly. Stop scaring us like that. Silence fell over the communicator again. Chi Yiming stared intently, his heart pounding. A few seconds later, a silvery laugh echoed through the communicator. Just as Chi Yiming was nearly driven insane by the whispers, he heard the female voice slowly say, you misunderstood. I don't know about intelligent life. I'm a human scientist specializing in digitized consciousness. My name is Zhang Lei. Don't lie to me. Although I'm not well educated, I understand what digitized consciousness means. The Human Federation's previous technological capabilities simply couldn't achieve such a thing. Qi Yiming was stunned for a moment, then immediately retorted. Ah. There's a bit of luck involved in explaining this. It takes some time for my fleet to assemble. You better use that time to explain yourself. Qi Yiming, still believing the other party was deceiving him, began to try to buy time so that his fleet could be more fully prepared. If you don't believe me, go to the central control room on the war planet and see for yourself. The short exchange of words had Qi Yiming losing his composure several times, repeatedly causing him to internally ask the three ultimate philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? But as Zhang Lei's voice fell, a portal slowly opened in a crater on the far side of the war planet, and a beam of pale blue light shone from the entrance. He Zhenju, who had been quietly listening to the conversation on the channel, suddenly said, "Are you Professor Zhang Lei from the Institute of Neuroscience of the Federal Academy of Sciences?" Qi Yiming was once again stunned. Why did someone with connection suddenly appear? Chapter 305. I didn't expect someone to remember me? Zhang Lei's voice was a little excited. Oh, a female friend of mine, Sun Yang, is your colleague. He Zhenju said this with a serious expression on her face. Sun Yang? Isn't Sun Yang a man? Did you remember the wrong person? Zhang Lei immediately realized that He Zhenju was testing her. Hey, it seems you still don't believe me. What you're saying is so unbelievable, we actually want to believe it. Qi Yiming took over. Have you been to the Federation research station on the first planet in this galaxy? Zhang Lei seemed undeterred, trying to convince Qi Yiming of her words. Yes, what does that have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? Zhang Lei's voice was a little excited. It's a big deal, okay? It turned out that Zhang Lei was her digitized self during the Super P7 virus outbreak. As He Zhenju had said, Zhang Lei was a researcher at the Institute of Neuroscience at the Federal Academy of Sciences. During the former Federation's escape, Zhang Lei's research institute achieved breakthroughs in neural intelligence and has been attempting to replace the intelligence systems of numerous war planets with a single neural intelligence system. As the 31st director, Zhang Lei has lived on the war planets since joining the Neuron Research Institute. Unfortunately, the transformation of the war planet's intelligence systems wasn't completed until the former Human Federation fleet arrived at their destination. Thankfully, under Zhang Lei's leadership, the transformation went smoothly. After the Federation fleet arrived, they completed the final work in just over a year. Unfortunately, the neural brain failed to meet its original design requirements until the outbreak of the Super P7 virus, its computing power even falling short of that of an ordinary shipboard AI. This troubled Zhang Lei, but she couldn't find the reason. Seeking a way to increase the neural brain's computing power, Zhang Lei had the bizarre idea that it needed a self-aware electronic life form at its core. However, federal law prohibited the existence of electronic life, so she began researching how to digitize human consciousness and upload it to the neural brain. Zhang Lei was not only bold and decisive, but also exceptionally capable. In just 6 months, she completed the basic theoretical research on digitizing human consciousness, and then entered the experimental verification process. However, theory is still theory, and success was still a long way off. In fact, Zhang Lei had already found a method for extracting consciousness. However, the experiment was stuck at the stage of digitizing consciousness. When tested on animals, all the subjects died painfully, unable to withstand the loss of consciousness. Therefore, every time Zhang Lei completed an experiment, the consciousness data she obtained was a bunch of incomprehensible gibberish. Zhang Lei knew that if she wanted to complete the experiment, she had to find a medium to mitigate the immeasurable damage caused to the subject during the extraction process. Otherwise, she would never be able to complete the consciousness digitization step. Thus, the experiment was suspended until the outbreak of the Super P7 virus. Although Zhang Lei had been living on the war planet, she could not escape the disaster. She was unfortunately infected 6 months after the outbreak. Zhang Lei, terminally ill, knew that digitizing her consciousness might be the last resort. So Zhang Lei decided to take a gamble. Finally, Zhang Lei, already suffering from multiple organ failure, was carried into the life support chamber. After she signed a consent form, the experiment began. The experiment proceeded quickly. The moment the temporary extraction was activated, Zhang Lei's vital signs completely vanished. Zhang Lei's colleagues, after obtaining a stream of garbled data, incinerated her body. But just when everyone thought they had failed, Zhang Lei's consciousness already existed in the modified neural brain at the Battlestar Center. However, at that time, the intense pull during the consciousness extraction had caused Zhang Lei to lose herself. Even after the Super P7 virus penetrated human defenses, Zhang Lei was unable to regain consciousness. Zhang Lei herself felt as if she had been dreaming for an eternity. When she awoke, she found herself transformed into the Federation Battlestar's neural control brain, with computing power tens of millions of times greater than that of ordinary brains. A brave man's self-sacrifice resulted in an inexplicable success. After the initial euphoria, Zhang Lei, having regained control of her emotions, maximized the computing power of her carrier's neural brain, attempting to reconstruct the entire experimental process. Unfortunately, until Qi Yiming and his team discovered Zhang Lei's presence, she was unable to reconstruct the experimental process. This was difficult for Zhang Lei to accept. If it weren't for this project that had bound her to this project for so many years, she might have gone mad without anyone to communicate with. After listening to Zhang Lei's self-narration, Qi Yiming was already about half convinced. But he still refused to easily enter the war planet. However, Zhang Lei no longer cared about this. She was satisfied to have someone like her communicate with her again, and she no longer expected anything more. But Qi Yiming was troubled. Without entering the war planet, he couldn't understand its current situation. Without a clear understanding, he would be in a state of panic when the war planet was needed. Finally, after Zhang Lei's repeated assurances, Qi Yiming cautiously entered the war planet. Even Qi Yiming, a member of the Strategic Strike Fleet, wasn't allowed inside the war planet. Coincidentally, Qi Yiming was one of those who weren't qualified. Upon entering the war planet, Qi Yiming's first impression was its vastness. The interior was truly enormous. Qi Yiming had been sitting on the transport inside the war planet for over an hour, but he still hadn't reached the war planet's main control area, as Zhang Lei had mentioned. The war planet itself was an asteroid over 3,000 kilometers in diameter, hollowed out and artificially divided into 9 sections. The left section had 4 sections: the energy section, the fire control section, the detection section, and the engineering section. The right section also had 4 sections: the support section, the berthing section, the weapons section, and the energy shield section. At the center of the 8 zones lies the core control area of the entire war planet. The sizes of each zone vary depending on its function, and the size of its equipment. At this point, Qi Yiming could no longer find the words to describe his feelings, and could only shout "Oh my God!" as he walked. But this only reflected the situation inside the war planet. The surface weapons and equipment were currently unseen due to the former Human Federation's disguise. But he figured it wouldn't be too disappointing. Qi Yiming was certain there must be at least 1,000 super main guns, like the Tachyon Light Lance, and then there were missile launch pods, perhaps hundreds of thousands at the very least. However, it wasn't until the war planet activated and joined the battle against the Zerg that Qi Yiming realized how wrong he had been. If the war planet were only equipped with weapons, like the Tachyon Light Lance, it would be more cost-effective to build more warships. Chapter 306. The transport craft inside the war planet flew at full speed for nearly 2 hours before Qi Yiming reached the war planet's core control area. The old AI here had been replaced by a neural AI, and Zhang Lei's consciousness was stored in this neural AI. Watching Qi Yiming, wearing magnetic boots, steadily standing on the floor of the core control room, Zhang Lei excitedly exclaimed, "After so many years, I finally see a living human again." Qi Yiming gave an awkward smile. "Can you tell me about the current situation on the war planet? I heard that the war planet is currently missing a core component, and it's not functioning properly yet." Zhang Lei hummed and continued, "Although I replaced the war planet's core control brain, I don't know the specifics because the other systems haven't come online yet. Is the core control area functioning properly? Aside from controlling the war planet's navigation, no other functions are working. Have you tried accessing the control systems in other areas? I tried a few times when I was bored, but I didn't get any feedback. I want to check out another area." "No problem, I arrange a shuttle to take you there." Qi Yiming spent 2 days exploring all 8 areas, and finally discovered the reason why Zhang Lei wasn't getting a system response when trying to activate them. 8 areas lacked a core control system, but that's a problem that's easy to understand. Each modular warship served as a control system for several zones, so Qi Yiming wasn't worried about the operation of these 8 zones. Instead, he was most concerned about the core control center of the war planet. Although the former Federation had replaced the original AI with a neural network AI, Zhang Lei had clearly informed Qi Yiming that the core area was not under her control. After touring the other areas, Qi Yiming returned to the core area and stood at the spot Zhang Lei had pointed out, observing carefully. The area Zhang Lei mentioned wasn't large, only about 1 square meter. On the surface, it looked like a plain floor, but Zhang Lei explained that beneath it lay a small cabin, the contents of which remained unknown. Can you raise this cabin? Qi Yiming observed the surroundings for a while, but found nothing special. So, he asked Zhang Lei if she could open the entrance to the small cabin hidden below. I don't have the authority, Zhang Lei said, feeling somewhat disappointed. How is that possible? Qi Yiming asked in surprise. You, a human whose consciousness has been digitized, don't even have ultimate authority. I don't know why. Perhaps I'm dependent on the neural network for survival, so I can't change its underlying logic. Therefore, many things require authorization from external operators before proceeding. Qi Yiming nodded, half understanding. But I don't have the authority either. What should I do? Your authority is easy. We can exploit loopholes in federal law. How? As soon as he said that, he remembered how he had obtained those modules. He then tentatively asked, are you saying the rules for transferring authority on a war planet are the same as those for transferring authority on a regular warship? Pretty much the same. It's just a little more involved than on a modular warship. A little more involved? Well, just stand there and cooperate with me. Under Zhang Lei's direction, Qi Yiming labored for over half an hour, sometimes performing iris verification, sometimes performing DNA comparisons. He used nearly every possible means to prove Qi Yiming was a pure human before finally completing the transfer of the highest authority on the warp planet. With supreme authority, Qi Yiming could finally order Zhang Lei to raise the small cabin hidden on the lower level. The small cabin contained nothing extra, just a platform half the height of a person, upon which a circular recess approximately 50 centimeters in diameter was located. Qi Yiming's heart sank at the sight, and he mentally complained furiously to the Zentradi. Why didn't they give such a small core component to humans in advance? Now, where am I supposed to find it? After a moment of furious rants, Qi Yiming regained his composure and asked, Zhang Lei, are there any other unusual features within the warp planet? Zhang Lei was silent for a long moment before continuing. I wonder if the large circular recess in the lower level of the core control area counts. Another circular recess? Qi Yiming said, his voice almost numb. Take me to see it. Before Qi Yiming could finish, a green light strip appeared on the ground in front of him. Qi Yiming followed it to the circular recess Zhang Lei had mentioned. The circular recess was surrounded by 4 pillars over 2 meters tall, located at the 4 corners of the platform supporting it. Qi Yiming stared at the circular groove, feeling a sense of familiarity. It took him a while to remember that there was a similarly sized circular groove aboard the Federation's light super flagship. It was just that it now housed the warp drive the Zentradi had gifted him. Could it be that the warp drive is meant to be used here? Qi Yiming muttered to himself. Zhang Lei looked at Qi Yiming, who stood motionless in front of the groove, and asked anxiously, what did you remember? Qi Yiming nodded. I think I have a clue. Contact the Red Dragon. Soon, the Red Dragon's communication was connected. Captain? What are your instructions? Qi Yiming looked at his lieutenant, who had temporarily taken over command, and said, have the engineering team remove the warp drive from the Federation light and transport it to the war planet's core control room. Half a day later, a small cargo ship, escorted by numerous warships, entered the war planet's interior. Qi Yiming's lieutenants nervously guarded the warp drive along the way, fearing it might malfunction. Once they arrived, with the assistance of engineering robots, they carefully placed the large, round object into the circular recess of the war planet's core control room. Strangely, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. Just when Qi Yiming thought he had guessed wrong, Zhang Lei apologized. I'm sorry, I'm not used to my role yet, and forgot to proceed to the next step. Qi Yiming was speechless. Fortunately, this wasn't on the battlefield. If it had been, Zhang Lei's moment of distraction could have led to the failure of the battle. As Zhang Lei entered the next step of the program, the pillars originally standing at the 4 corners of the platform suddenly shot out dozens of data transmission cables toward the circular warp engine in the center. The first ones accurately penetrated several sockets on the circular engine. The next second, the previously dim energy tanks on the warp engine surface suddenly lit up with a red glow, illuminating the entire cabin. Then Zhang Lei was heard saying to Qi Yiming, the system indicates that 8 functional areas are missing control cores. They need to be installed before we can proceed to the next step. What's the next step? I only received one location message, but it's encrypted. The system keeps saying that all regional control systems need to be online to complete the decryption. Chapter 307. Qi Yiming didn't think much of it, simply feeling that this decryption method was a bit too cumbersome. But considering the potential for unexpected confidential information, the decryption process was incredibly cautious. The question now was whether the War Star's assembly program could be activated. He tentatively asked Zhang Lei, Can you control the War Star to activate the assembly program? Are you underestimating me? John Lay bristled. I told you countless times that this neural network has replaced the War Star's former control system, and I'm now one with it. Do you think I can control the War Star? What about the energy issue? The War Star currently has only basic navigation capabilities. Energy isn't a concern for now. Once we reach our star system and have sufficient energy, we prioritize replenishing the War Star's energy block storage. Then forget about that. Let's begin the assembly program. With Chi Yiming's authorization, the War Star's central control system activated the assembly program. The Red Dragon, already not far from the War Star, quickly disintegrated itself the moment the assembly program was activated, like a soldier receiving orders from its supreme commander. Then, each of the disassembled modular warships flew toward the area they needed to enter. Once all the modular warships had opened a passageway into each region of the battle planet, the probe quickly entered the battle planet's detection zone along the newly created passageway, while the Wise entered the fire control zone. The other modular warships also entered their respective functional areas. The super flagship, the Light of the Federation, opened a passageway along the battle planet's central axis, large enough to accommodate its massive hull, and then embedded itself within the planet. It only slightly exposed its bow, presumably to facilitate firing during combat. As for the Light of Destruction and the Hammer, they flew along this corridor to the armament area. The Azure also followed the shield-type warships into the energy shield area of the war planet early on. Chi Yiming stood in the war planet's core control area, listening to Zhang Lei's real-time report on the war planet's assembly progress. Energy Zone Online, System Self-Test begins. Support Zone Online, System Self-Test begins. Engineering Zone Online, System Self-Test begins. The entire assembly process lasted over 2 hours until Zhang Lei said to Chi Yiming, all system self-tests completed. Core control system self-test complete. Chi Yiming had waited far too long for this day. Although it was only the various regional systems online, and the war planet wasn't ready for combat yet, it was enough to keep him excited for a while. But just as Chi Yiming was about to ask Zhang Lei if the encrypted file could now be decrypted, a warning light inside the war planet suddenly lit up. Zhang Lei, what happened? I don't know, Zhang Lei said, somewhat bewildered. I was just trying to see if I could decrypt the encrypted file, and as soon as I touched the data stream inside the war planet, it became like this. As soon as Zhang Lei finished speaking, the navigation console in the war planet control center suddenly projected a star map that looked utterly unfamiliar to Chi Yiming. Then Zhang Lei nervously said to Chi Yiming, the war planet automatically activated its warp drive. Impossible. There aren't any ether crystals inside the war planet, so how could it possibly activate its warp drive? And who else could control the war planet except me, the one with the highest control authority? Hurry, find a way. I can't stop the program from running. There's only 15 minutes left to recharge the warp engine. You replaced the main control program, and now you're telling me you can't control the warp engine's charging process? Chi Yiming suddenly felt deceived, tricked by Zhang Lei. Tell me, what's your motive? Why did you activate the warp engine? Zhang Lei felt deeply aggrieved. This couldn't have been her doing, or else she wouldn't have been so nervous. But the whole thing was too bizarre. As the main control computer of the war planet, she couldn't control the warp engine's operation. No one would believe her if she told them. She could only speak in a pale voice to Chi Yiming. I really don't know what happened. The moment the warp engine started, the entire program chain was like someone locked it, and I couldn't even touch the data flow of the relevant program. The situation happened so suddenly that Chi Yiming didn't believe Zhang Lei's explanation. He desperately ran to the warp engine compartment. But the compartment door was locked tightly, and Chi Yiming could only see what was going on inside through the observation window. The circular warp engine was spinning frantically, a scene never before witnessed during the warp jump of the Federation light. Around the madly spinning warp engine, a faint red mist swirled. The closer the red mist approached the warp engine, the more solidified it became. Eventually, the red mist transformed into tiny crystals that were drawn into the madly spinning warp engine. Chi Yiming knew those crystals were probably ether crystals, but they were somewhat different from the ether crystals they had found previously. At last, they had found the source of the ether crystals needed to activate the warp drive. But this was completely useless in stopping the situation. Chi Yiming now despaired that he seemed truly unable to organize the warp on the war planet. But even if he wanted to leave the war planet now, it was impossible. The nearest exit from his current location would take nearly an hour by transport at top speed. Desperate, Chi Yiming could only slump against the cabin wall, awaiting his fate. At this time, Wang Shuhua and the others had also noticed the anomaly on the war planet and contacted Qi Yiming via their personal communication terminals. What happened? My warship just detected extremely intense energy activity on the war planet. Did you successfully activate it? Qi Yiming shook his head with a dull look in his eyes. Seeing Qi Yiming's lost expression projected onto the communication terminal, He Zhenju panicked. What exactly happened? Qi Yiming took a deep breath. Notify the humans on Blue Star to prepare for evacuation. The War Star has activated the warp sequence, and Blue Star will soon lose its satellite. It stopped. What do you mean by sitting there? Yi Lu also connected to the communication. It can't be stopped. According to Zhang Lei herself, the War Star bypassed her control and activated the warp engine on its own. The entire process is irreversible. Qi Yiming glanced down at his watch. The War Star will complete the warp recharge in 5 minutes. Are you saying that Zhang Lei lied to us? Qi Yiming smiled wryly and shook his head. Now's not the time for that. Contact the Blue Star United Government immediately and have them prepare for evacuation. And go rescue as many people as you can. What are you going to do? He Zhenju asked with concern. Qi Yiming pointed to the warp engine compartment behind him. This engine seems to be able to absorb the ether crystals in the universe now, so I will figure out the situation as soon as possible. Before he could finish his words, Qi Yiming felt a sudden distortion, and the next second he arrived in a star field that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Chapter 308. After feeling a sudden spatial distortion, Qi Yiming realized that the War Star had left the Blue Star's galaxy and appeared in an unfamiliar star region. Dejected, Qi Yiming returned to the War Star's core control area. Zhang Lei, who had fallen silent due to the misunderstanding, spoke again, her voice echoing throughout the core control area. Qi Yiming, I really didn't lie to you. I don't know what happened. Qi Yiming remained silent, walking to the central control console in the core control area. A fully perspective stereoscopic image of the War Star floated above the console. Extending from each area of the stereoscopic image was a straight line, ending in a floating holographic display showing the corresponding area's operating status. Qi Yiming didn't care to read any of this. His biggest concern now was where the War Star had ended up after completing the space warp. He had already prepared for the worst-case scenario, that the War Star, under Zhang Lei's control, had warped directly to the Zerg Overlord's lair. If that were the case, Qi Yiming felt there was no need to rescue humanity. They should just lie there and wait for death. Qi Yiming searched the console for a long time, but couldn't find the menu to call up the star map. Zhang Lei then said to Qi Yiming again, "Trust me, I really don't know what's going on." Qi Yiming paused, then said in a voice of deep resignation, "Please take out the star map, and then transmit the external image to the core control area." Zhang Lei finally realized that Qi Yiming wouldn't believe anything she said unless he found the reason why the War Star suddenly activated its warp engine. Only then could she clear her name. So Zhang Lei immediately stopped her unfounded explanation and, as Qi Yiming requested, retrieved the star map and the external world. What disheartened Qi Yiming was how quickly Zhang Lei retrieved the star map. Less than a second after he asked her to, the floating, fully perspective projection of the War Star vanished, replaced by the star map of the area he wanted to study. From this, Qi Yiming could infer that the War Star had been here before. Otherwise, obtaining a star map of a new area would have taken considerable time. Qi Yiming said sarcastically, "You're saying you don't know what's going on, but you even prepared the star map in advance." Zhang Lei was completely speechless, thinking, the star map already exists in the system, isn't it? But despite her anger, Zhang Lei stopped explaining and simply completed Qi Yiming's instructions. She believed that one day, Qi Yiming would pay the price for misunderstanding her. Qi Yiming, teasing Zhang Lei, then focused on studying the star map before him. Judging from the star map, they had indeed arrived in an unfamiliar star region, at least not the former Human Federation territory occupied by the Zerg. He had already memorized the star map of the former Federation territory, a requirement for junior officers graduating from the Battleship Commander program. But after comparing it himself, the star map before him completely mismatched the former Federation territory map, meaning the war planet had not warped into the Zerg Overlord's lair. That was odd. If it wasn't the Zerg Overlord's hand, then who was it? As Qi Yiming pondered this, his gaze involuntarily shifted to another holographic screen displaying the war planet's exterior. To Qi Yiming's surprise, there was a wormhole not far from the War Star, and no signs of swarm activity were detected around the planet. Qi Yiming was wondering how the War Star had warped to this place when Zhang Lei reminded him again. The War Star is heading for a wormhole not far away, and will pass through it in about 5 minutes. At this point, Chi Yiming no longer expected Zhang Lei to be of any help. Since he couldn't recharge the warp drive, Zhang Lei would probably give the same answer to his request to stop the war star. She couldn't stop it. At this point, Chi Yiming calmed down, and he had figured something out. Whatever the purpose of the person behind this, the fact that they didn't blow up the war star immediately meant that it was either useful to them, or they had some hidden secret. So, when the war star actually entered the wormhole, Chi Yiming was much calmer than Zhang Lei. He knew that if the war star dared to fly towards the wormhole, it must be able to carry such a large mass of matter. Sure enough, another wave of spatial distortion hit him. When Chi Yiming opened his eyes again, and took in the exterior of the war planet, he was completely stunned. He had been to the place where the war planet had arrived through the wormhole. Not only had he been there before, but he had also encountered the Zentradi here. This is where the Zentradi live. Chi Yiming burst into laughter. Now thinking back, he had been quite foolish. Of course, he had been startled by the sudden activation of the warp drive. He had actually forgotten that the warp drive was a gift from the Zentradi, and that the technology to build the warp planet was also passed down to humanity by the Zentradi. Given the Zentradi's technological level, if they were to perform any subtle maneuvers that bypassed the main control computer, humans would likely be completely undetectable. The Zentradi possessed the warp planet's core components, having definitely kept them as a backup before sending them out, just in case. Who could have known that the Zentradi would actually sacrifice themselves to rescue Chi Yiming? It must have been during that time that they tampered with the warp engine. What a mystery. Can't you just say it directly? You have to make it so thrilling. I was so scared I thought I was going to die here today. Chi Yiming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chi Yiming knew that since the war planet had followed the Zentradi's lead and arrived here, it must have been for the core component that hadn't yet been delivered to humans. But Chi Yiming waited for several days inside the war planet, seeing no sign of movement. After passing through the wormhole, the war planet had fallen into a deep slumber. Is it possible that finding the core component will be left to us? Chi Yiming stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar image on the holographic screen. The screen was empty, with only the massive black hole at the center of the universe visible. This damn place, with no planets and no matter, where am I supposed to find that core component? Chi Yiming felt a sense of helplessness after deciding he would have to do the rest himself. Although he had been to this star region before, he hadn't paid any attention to his surroundings at the time. He was simply contemplating how to talk to the Zentradi he met back then, hoping to get some benefits from them. But now, he was being asked to search for something completely devoid of any psychological connection in this star region. Chi Yiming felt he would have to search until his death. Chapter 309. Chi Yiming searched for core components at the Zenithian base, while Wang Shuhua and his team were completely frantic. The sudden disappearance of the Blue Star satellite caused immense panic among the Blue Star people. Large numbers of Blue Star people suffered mental breakdowns, and the Blue Star United Government cried out to Wang Shuhua for help. Wang Shuhua and his team, having already received Chi Yiming's rescue order, launched a rescue operation for the Blue Star people the moment the war star warped away. Because the large habitable space station in Blue Star's high orbit had just begun construction, and was far from habitable, a large number of Blue Star refugees were transported by transport boats to 3 giant colony ships for resettlement. However, over 1 billion coastal residents still perished in the tsunami. Due to the gravitational pull of the lost satellite, vast amounts of seawater poured inland, transforming the once flat plains into a swamp within days. The incident was so sudden that even with Wang Shuhua and his team's all-out rescue efforts, fewer than 1 billion of Blue Stars, nearly 7 billion people, would ultimately escape the disaster. The sudden disappearance of the war planet also took away Chi Yiming, the leader of the new Federation. So, not only the Blue Star people were affected, the sudden disappearance of the war planet also caused considerable unrest within the fleet. Fortunately, Fong Min's strong suppression prevented the internal disturbance from escalating into a larger disturbance. Martial law was declared within each colony ship. Just as everyone was focused on rescuing the Blue Star people, the defense fleet in orbit around the 9th planet in the local system suddenly issued a high-level alert to the fleet headquarters in the core of the system. The Zerg was approaching. A frost instantly settled on the faces of all the core members of Chi Yiming's team, each repeating in their minds, "Humanity is doomed." The Zerg swarm that appeared this time underwent a different transformation from the one Chi Yiming had sniped last time. The biomass armor on the individual Zerg creatures had taken on a metallic sheen. The Leviathan, behind the Zerg, had also transformed its massive hull from its original pure biomass armor to an outer layer of armor mixed with a half-metal layer. If humans could see the Leviathan's internal structure, they would find even greater changes. Originally, the Leviathan used peristaltic pipes to transport biomass, But now all its biological hoses have been replaced with rigid pipes. Each section of the pipes is marked by a massive bionon. These biosacs constantly expand and contract, accelerating the transport of biomass within them, and enabling the Leviathan to incubate Zerg individuals even more rapidly. Then, a metal gun barrel over 15 meters in diameter appeared at the Leviathan's bow. It was easy to understand that the Leviathan had evolved its own main gun. While its power was unknown, it was likely quite capable. Several outposts on the outermost edge of the human defenses had already fallen under the Zerg's fierce assault, holding out for less than 10 minutes. Wang Shuhua was completely paralyzed. If Qi Yiming had been around, he might have summoned some fighting spirit, but now not only had he lost it, but even humanity's greatest support, the Red Dragon, had suddenly warped away along with the War Star. Let alone fighting now, Wang Shuhua doubted whether the human fleet could mount a decent resistance in its current state. Just when Wang Shuhua was at his wit's end, Xiao Shan stepped forward. After all, Xiao Shan had single-handedly built a vast empire, so he still had the necessary composure. Immediately order all colony ships to relocate toward Blue Star, and all fleets to withdraw their defenses. Wang Shuhua hesitated, but Hizhenju and Yi Lu firmly sided with Xiao Shan. Hizhenju said, Xiao Shan is right. The Zerg swarm has significantly improved in both quantity and quality compared to the last time. If we disperse our limited forces, we only be defeated faster. But if we withdraw our defenses, we lose even our last hope of escape. Wang Shuhua said, somewhat unwillingly. Run? We can't. Hizhenju was furious. Why had Wang Shuhua, usually so composed, lost his composure at this moment? From the bridge of her ship, Hizhenju glanced at the battlefield map and said to Wang Shuhua, look at the situation now. The Zerg swarm is clearly well prepared. Without the Red Dragon's long-range delivery capabilities, we can't escape. Wang Shuhua sighed. He was indeed panicking. He had followed Qi Yiming for so many years, and while he had once stood alone, the enemies back then were relatively weaker. This was the first time he faced a Zerg swarm alone without Qi Yiming, and his performance was admittedly somewhat disappointing. However, after Hizhenju's reminder, he also realized the change in his heart. He regrouped himself and immediately, following Xiao Shan's advice, ordered all colony ships to move towards Blue Planet. He then ordered the escort fleet to contract their defenses. With Blue Planet as the center, nearly 3 million warships formed a massive spherical defense array. This time, the Zerg didn't surge forward as usual. Instead, the Leviathan warships, previously hidden in the rear, formed an orderly spindle formation, bearing dense swarms of Zerg individuals, and pressing towards the human fleet. The Zerg swarm once again defied human perceptions. Many had previously argued that the Zerg were merely a group of mindless creatures, capable only of killing and destruction. But when Xiao Shan saw the Zerg's Leviathan fleet, deployed in this spindle formation, repeatedly assaulting the human fleet's defenses, he knew humans had been mistaken. Not only did the Zerg contain intelligent individuals, but their intelligence was no less than that of humans. Just look at the human defense fleet that had just narrowly escaped death. The Zerg's primary attack was originally directed away from the star, its attack intensity and determination clear, and it nearly breached the human fleet's defenses several times. Just as Wang Shuhua resolved to mobilize the strategic reserve to bridge the gap, another Zerg fleet, relying on the star's cover, launched a surprise attack on the human fleet from another direction. Had the captains not risked their lives to plug the breach, the Zerg swarm would likely have broken through the defenses and brutally strangled the human fleet. But even if they managed to stop the Zerg attack this time, Xiao Shan knew the human fleet wouldn't hold out for much longer. Now they could only hope for a miracle, for Qi Yiming to warp back with the battle star. With the battle star, the human fleet might still be able to fight. But in his Entradi territory, Qi Yiming was cursing as he drove the exploration vessel aimlessly around, hoping to stumble upon a crucial component of the battle star. Chapter 310. Qi Yiming's search for the key component made little progress, but the Zerg's attack on the human fleet achieved considerable success. Although Wang Shuhua followed Xiao Shan's advice and stretched the defenses to their limits, giving the human fleet a slight numerical advantage over the Zerg in local battles, this slight advantage was negated by the Zerg's individual agility and the Leviathan's powerful self-healing abilities. The end result was that the human defenses were under constant attack, constantly begging for help from fleet command. The fleet's defenses appeared precarious from the outset. It wasn't that the individual combat effectiveness of the human warships had declined, but rather that they lacked the effective support of the Red Dragon. In previous battles, each captain, under the command of the Wise, had a clearly defined objective, and their combat objectives were clear. But now, Without the wisest battlefield coordination, relying solely on the general orders issued by headquarters, many captains felt somewhat at a loss. If Qi Yiming were here at this moment, he would have regretted relying too heavily on the wise in the previous battle, neglecting the individual growth of the fleet's captains. Luckily, the Zerg commander also seemed a novice. Despite his impressive feints in the early stages of the attack, his response to unexpected battlefield situations was riddled with flaws. Wang Shuhua seized the opportunity and launched several brilliant counterattacks, sinking over 700 Leviathan warships. But the Zerg commander's growth was also astonishing. After the initial chaos of the battlefield, the Zerg's small-scale operations gradually became organized, suddenly making Wang Shuhua feel more prepared. The Zerg swarm exploited their individual maneuverability to the utmost, frequently maneuvering the human defense fleet back and forth along the defensive line. If Wang Shuhua mishandled the situation and the Zerg swarm created a gap, a swarm of Zerg would take advantage and slip into the defensive circle. At this point, humanity had little choice but to fight to the death. A large number of captains commanded their warships to block the attack, then shouted, "Glory to the Federation, illuminate the stars," and detonated their power reactors. He Jinju looked at the sacrificed warships with tears in her eyes. She seemed to recall the scene in her previous life, when she had served with the former Federation fleet in the battle against the Zerg. The situation then mirrored the present. Countless captains, desperate, chose to perish alongside the Zerg. After the human fleet desperately held off another Zerg attack, a brief silence descended on the battlefield. Wang Shuhua now gazed upon the dwindling fleet. In just half a day, the number of human warships had dwindled from over 3 million to less than 1 million, and most were still operating with damage. Everyone knew that when the Zerg attacked again, the human fleet would be annihilated. The fleet's communication channel suddenly fell silent. No one spoke, and even the occasional hum of electricity vanished. Everyone silently awaited the commander's final command. Strangely, the Zerg's preparations for this attack were taking considerably longer. Wang Shuhua moved the battlefield monitor closer, eager to understand what the Zerg were doing. To Wang Shuhua's despair, the Zerg's Leviathan seemed to have evolved once again. In the previous attack, the main guns evolved on the Leviathan's bow proved less than effective, a major reason why the Zerg, despite their numerical superiority, had been unable to successfully penetrate the human fleet's defenses. Despite the dark main guns on the Leviathan's bow, the particle stream it fired was not much more powerful than the experimental fleet Qi Yiming and his companions had encountered. But what did Wang Shuhua see now? At this moment, a portion of the Zerg Leviathan was encased in a massive, slightly transparent biomass shell. Through the shell, one could see the Leviathan within rapidly decomposing itself, dissolving large amounts of biomass into the enveloping biological solution. The entire process was both swift and incredibly brutal. Wang Shuhua even thought he could hear the Leviathan's screams as it disintegrated. After the encased Leviathan warship completely dissolved, the transparent shell suddenly began to rhythmically wriggle. From its inner walls, numerous biomass hoses extended, quickly connecting to a thread-like larva no more than half a meter long, floating in the biological solution. Then, a large amount of biomass and some purple liquid were injected into the larva through the hose. As if receiving some command, the larva curled up in the solution, and then expelled a large amount of white material from its mouth. This material quickly enveloped the larva, forming a new egg. Supplied with biomass, the egg grew at a visible rate, and as it grew, the white material enveloping it became transparent. The larva, which had just been enveloped, had now transformed into a juvenile Leviathan battleship. Normally, a juvenile Leviathan warship would take at least 6 months to grow to maturity with sufficient energy, but this time, the Zerg seemed to have used some kind of catalyst, causing the Leviathan to grow at an extremely rapid rate. In just half an hour, the juvenile Leviathan warship had become a mature one. The Leviathan warship, about to emerge from its cocoon, underwent even greater changes. The biomass armor that had previously enveloped it had been replaced with inky black metal armor. A main gun also appeared on the bow, but the muzzle was significantly longer, and the barrel thicker than that of other Leviathan warships that had not yet evolved. Watching the Zerg swarm begin its large-scale evolution on the battlefield, Wang Shuhua longed to pounce and rip the insects apart. However, the human fleet was already on the brink, needing only a push. Soon, the first fully evolved Leviathan warship emerged from its cocoon. The Leviathan's tentacles stretched out to capture the vast amount of unused biomass and liquid, as well as the outer shell surrounding it, and pulled it back into its body. As the first Leviathan emerged, a second one emerged from its cocoon. Half an hour later, all the encased Leviathans had completed their evolution. After an hour of silence, the battlefield erupted into a clamorous frenzy. Wang Shuhua knew the Zerg were preparing to attack, and humanity's fate seemed to have reached its end. Wang Shuhua, He Zhenju, Yi Lu, Qiao Shan, and the others all glanced at the spot where the war star had vanished. The miracle they had secretly hoped for never materialized. Wang Shuhua closed his eyes in despair, then opened them again. He pressed the fleet communication button and uttered only 2 words: "Fight to the death." As soon as he finished speaking, the fleet communication channel echoed with a chorus of "Fight to the death." Fong Min and Wang Sun, now standing in the Hope's energy control room, were prepared. If the last human warship was sunk, they would activate the energy bombs they had already placed. They preferred to see their bodies reduced to dust in the flames of the explosion rather than become food for the Zerg. Chapter 311. The Zerg's attack finally began. The morale, buoyed by Wang Shuhua's cry of "Fight to the death," collapsed after just 1 round of attack. The fully evolved Leviathan warships fired with a single volley of powerful, high-energy particles that pierced the outer armor of the frontline human warships. The human captains, who had originally hoped to drag a few more Leviathans down with them before their deaths, were completely despairing. In fact, in normal combat, the human fleet always had the advantage in long-range artillery fire. The Zerg's Leviathan warships were forced to charge forward, closing the engagement distance so that their evolved main guns could inflict more damage. However, their evolved main guns were ineffective. When they finally managed to get close to the human warships, they were either sunk by the human warships' concentrated fire or shattered by the explosive mosquitoes they launched. Add to that the massive siege of the human fleet by numerous mutalisks and corrupted mutalisks. Honestly, if Qi Yiming were the Zerg commander, he would never have allowed his Leviathan to evolve such a useless main gun. Wouldn't he have preferred to stay back and release the individual Zerg to fight? However, this time, the Leviathan, having completed its second evolution, completely surpassed the human fleet in both range and intensity. The dense siege of individual Zerg, coupled with the bombardment of high-energy particle streams, completely destroyed the already desperate human fleet's fighting spirit. Many warships simply gave up, firing a few token shots at the oncoming Zerg before simply detonating their power reactors. At this point, Wang Shuhua had completely relinquished control of the fleet and commanded his own ship to begin his final performance. Although the outcome was already predetermined, Wang Shuhua still refused to see himself die in such a disgrace. Qiao Shan, Yi Lu, and He Zhenju were also making their final struggles. Everyone wore a look of resentment on their faces. They had finally escaped here, having thought it would be a fresh start, but they hadn't expected it to be nothing more than a dream from which they would eventually wake up. He Zhenju's emotional tornado was the most pronounced. Having already hated the Zerg to the core, she watched humanity, after thousands of years of flight, finally be wiped out from the universe by the Zerg. The combined resentment of past and present lives drove her completely mad. He Zhenju commanded her warship, unconcerned with the Zerg's encirclement, and plunged headfirst into the swarm, attempting to vent all her suppressed hatred through self-destruction. Qiao Shan, Yi Lu, and Wang Shuhua watched He Zhenju's ship, trailing a long tail of flames, hurtle towards the Zerg. They each abandoned their last vestiges of hope for life, ordered their respective navigators to maximize the output of their power reactors, and followed He Zhenju into the Zerg. Fong Min and Wang Sun already had their hands on the detonator, ready to press it without hesitation if He Zhenju and the others were killed. Just as everyone awaited the final moment, a violent spatial distortion suddenly occurred near the blue planet in the center of the battlefield. Then Wang Sun saw the scene from his first encounter with the Zentradi spacecraft. This time, however, a red dot first appeared at the center of the distorted space, then expanded in both directions, and finally transformed from a line into a vast surface. As the red surface ceased to change, a war planet with a diameter of over 3,000 kilometers emerged from the newly formed red plane. Immediately, all humans felt a numbness sweep through their bodies, which vanished in an instant. But what surprised everyone was that the Zerg attacking the human fleet, both individual Zerg and Leviathan warships, erupted in purple flames, as if something within them had ignited. Then, He Zhenju was astonished to discover that the Leviathan's outer armor, previously impenetrable, had been easily pierced by her own cannons. The Leviathan, which should have been rapidly mobilizing its biomass to repair its armor, seemed to have lost its powerful healing ability, and the pierced area ignited with a more intense flame than the rest. As time passed, all the Zerg surrounding the human fleet, regardless of size or strength, erupted in purple flames, their armor's defenses also declining to a critically low level. Some smaller Zerg individuals barely survived the purple flames for less than 10 seconds before being reduced to piles of ash, floating silently across the battlefield. And that wasn't the end of it. 30 seconds after completing the warp, the Battlestar deployed a pale blue energy shield. The shield's radius rapidly expanded until it enveloped all human warships. At the same time, as the energy shield passed through the Zerg swarm, ablaze with purple flames, its high-frequency vibrations shattered the individual Zergs it struck, completely relieving the human fleet of the Zerg siege. At this point, the camouflage covering the Battlestar had worn off, revealing the densely packed gun barrels of its massive frame. Qi Yiming stood in the core control area, observing the sparse escort fleet on the battlefield, his eyes completely furious. All antimatter disintegration cannons are charged, and the micro-black hole rounds are loading. The war planet is charging at full speed, ramming the Zerg. A few seconds later, hundreds of thousands of black hole-shaped gun barrels appeared on the war planet's surface. After the Ys received the target assigned by the Ys, these main guns, controlled by the probe in the fire control area, locked onto their respective targets. The information panel in front of Qi Yiming displayed the charge status of the antimatter disintegration cannons and micro-black hole rounds from top to bottom. 30 seconds later, the antimatter disintegration cannons were fully charged. Qi Yiming gently tapped the holographic button behind the status bar, which turned from red to green. Soon after, Wang Shuhua and the others saw hundreds of thousands of main guns on the war planet fire simultaneously. Then, hundreds of thousands of projectiles, resembling ancient artillery shells, flew out of the barrels and headed towards their respective targets. When these shells struck their targets, their outer shells rapidly dissolved, and the antimatter trapped within them instantly exploded upon contact with the outside world. These shells contained only a single milligram of antimatter, yet they inflicted immense damage within a radius exceeding 10 kilometers. The Zerg, already vulnerable to the mysterious flames, were instantly reduced to dust and scattered across the battlefield by the violent explosion. In a single round of attacks, the once invincible Zerg were annihilated by tens of millions. Wang Shuhua thought the war planet's attack had concluded, but unexpectedly, just as the antimatter disintegration cannons completed their attack, over 30 missile launch ports quietly opened on the war planet's surface. The next second, over 30 missiles, each armed with a micro-black hole warhead, blasted out of the launch ports, heading for the Leviathan swarm behind the Zerg. The Leviathans here were unaffected by the mysterious flames, but when the war planet's missiles activated their micro-jump engines and appeared around them, the previously neatly arranged Leviathan fleet fell into disarray. But the attacking missiles paid no mind to this. Upon reaching their destination, they unleashed the micro-black holes, encased in their warheads without hesitation. Instantly, hundreds, even thousands, of Leviathan warships were sucked into the microscopic black hole. Although the microscopic black hole's mass was so small that it could only last 10 seconds, its power was significantly greater than that of an antimatter fragmentation bomb. In just over 10 seconds, 30 microscopic black holes destroyed nearly 10,000 Leviathan warships. Chapter 312. The human fleet, struggling on the brink of death for half a day, was completely stunned by the sudden arrival of the War Star. They had never expected the War Star's attack power to be so formidable. A single War Star single-handedly suppressed a major Zerg swarm. A major Zerg swarm comprised over 1 million Leviathan warships, and the number of individual Zerg accompanying them numbered in the trillions. While the dense Zerg swarm wouldn't completely fill an entire system, it could easily fill half a system. But the Zerg swarm, which had just been so powerful before the human fleet, was now rendered powerless by the War Star. Enshrouded in purple flames, the Zerg swarm became even more vulnerable, and even a ramming attack by a human captain commanding their warships could crush it to pieces. 30 seconds later, the War Star launched a second round of attacks. This time, the antimatter disintegration cannons landed at even greater concentrations, and the combined energy released by the antimatter completely wiped out the Zerg swarm closest to the human fleet. At the same time, missiles equipped with micro-black holes were launched again, striking the Leviathan warships on the periphery. This time, the Zerg swarm was clearly prepared, but still unable to withstand the powerful gravitational pull of the micro-black holes. After a dozen seconds, the micro-black holes vanished, taking with them at least 10,000 Leviathan warships. The number of Zerg individuals destroyed simultaneously was countless. Only then did Wang Shuhua and the others recover from their shock, each shedding tears of joy. Many captains cried out as they attacked the few remaining Zerg individuals and Leviathan warships within the defensive circle. But the Zerg, despite suffering heavy losses, seemed unwavering in their resolve to exterminate humanity. Several Zerg and Leviathans continued to tighten their encirclement, risking erosion by the purple flames. Under Qi Yiming's command, the War Stars unleashed a continuous barrage of fire at the encircling Zerg, attacking at a rate of 30-second intervals. Qi Yiming frowned, as he gazed at the holographic battlefield situation map on the console before him. The Zerg were simply too numerous. Even the War Star's relentless attacks couldn't stop the Zerg from sinking human warships one by one. By this point, the number of warships in the human escort fleet had dropped to less than 500,000. Qi Yiming knew that if this continued, even if they won this battle, they wouldn't be able to stop the next Zerg attack. To maximize the preservation of human combat power, Qi Yiming had no choice but to take the risk. Wang Shuhua, gather the fleet. Qi Yiming immediately contacted Wang Shuhua, Commander-in-Chief of the escort fleet. Disengage all active warships from contact with the Zerg swarm to maximize combat effectiveness. Hearing Qi Yiming's voice, Wang Shuhua seemed to find his backbone and quickly gathered the fleet and flew towards the war planet. At the same time, thousands of portals opened in the war planet's support zone, and a dense swarm of drones flew out, rapidly flying towards the friendly ships. These drones were filled with nano-repair robots, which could be used as battlefield rescuers in wartime. Once the human warships gathered around the war planet, Qi Yiming ordered Zhang Lei to retract the extremely energy-intensive gene disintegration and combustion barrier. This barrier is a targeted attack weapon designed to target the underlying genetic code of living organisms. Regardless of which species they wish to attack, as long as they can obtain the enemy's genes and decipher their underlying sequence, they can then target a high-frequency oscillating particle based on their genetic characteristics, breaking down the enemy's body from the very beginning. This is the purple flame that Wang Shuhua and his companions saw igniting the Zerg's body. This weapon has two attack modes. The first, the area of effect attack Qi Yiming is currently using, consumes enormous energy but inflicts continuous damage to all enemies within its radius, disrupting their genetic structure from the ground up, ultimately weakening and ultimately eliminating them. Qi Yiming activated the second attack mode after gathering his fleet. The swarm, previously ablaze with purple flames, suddenly returned to normal. Coupled with the swarm's inherent resilience, it regained its ferocious nature within a dozen seconds, swarming frantically towards the war planet. Watching the swarm charging towards the war planet, Qi Yiming simply smiled faintly. The more the better. Qi Yiming then ordered Zhang Lei, who was controlling the war planet, activate the war planet's high-frequency particle oscillation belt. Reduce the shield range and increase its strength. Activating. The human fleet remaining near the war planet finally had a moment to breathe under its protection. The captains, awaiting drone repairs, gazed at the massive war machines before them. Those with sharp eyes could already see a crack slowly opening at the battle planet's equator, revealing a metal ring roughly 3 kilometers wide that encircled the planet's equator. The entire process lasted nearly 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, nearly half the Zerg launched an attack, surrounding the human fleet in the center of the battlefield. Thankfully, the battle planet had reduced the range of its shield, protecting all human warships and colony ships. The energy shield, now reduced in scope, had almost solidified. The impact of individual Zerg units on the energy shield sent ripples through it, but they were unable to penetrate it. 5 minutes later, Zhang Lei's voice echoed from the Battlestar's core control room. High-frequency particle shock belt ready. High-frequency particle generator charging, switching attack mode to scanning mode. Conversion complete, 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining until recharging completes. The Zerg commander, seemingly sensing a profound threat, desperately ordered all Zerg to charge forward, attempting to breach the materialized energy shield through brute force. Unfortunately, under Zhang Lei's command, the lightning was frantically transferring nearly half its energy to the shield area, increasing its strength and recovery rate. At this point, the Battlestar's deployed energy shield had reached 70 million degrees, but under the dense Zerg attack, it could only hold out for a little over 6 minutes. But 6 minutes was plenty. Qi Yiming's eyes were bloodshot, and he glared with deep hatred at the lone super Leviathan battleship in the Zerg swarm. Qi Yiming knew that a high-ranking Zerg commander was undoubtedly aboard that battleship. Want to wipe us out in one battle? That depends on whether you have such a strong tooth. The high-frequency particle generator quickly completed its charge. Qi Yiming gave the launch command without hesitation. From the metal ring at the equator of the war planet, a sector-shaped blade, perpendicular to the metal ring, shot out every 60 degrees. 6 orange-yellow sectors in total, each covering a range of 7 light minutes, but only barely covering the majority of the insect swarm. Then, like fan blades, the 6 sectors began to rotate at a speed of 2 degrees per second. The covered insect swarms were swept away by the orange-yellow sectors. 1 minute after the sectors began rotating, the war planet's shield was breached. After 2 minutes of rotation, the 6 sectors, formed by the high-frequency particle oscillation waves, completed a 360-degree sweep of the entire area before disappearing. Chapter 313. Jia Shan and the others watched the War Star's performance in stunned silence, but even after waiting for 10 seconds, nothing seemed to be happening. Qi Yiming, however, stood calmly in the War Star's core control area, watching the countdown projection before him. 5, 4, 3. The countdown ended, and the bodies of the Zerg individuals attacking the War Star's surface began to disintegrate. Next, the massive hull of the Leviathan, which was continuously releasing explosive mosquitoes and sporadically firing nearby, also began to crumble. Then, purple flames ignited once again from the crumbling Zerg bodies. The biomass disintegrating from the Zerg's bodies quickly burned to ashes. Only the Super Leviathan battleship escaped disintegration, but its condition was no better. 30 seconds after the orange-yellow fan-shaped surface swept across it, all the tentacles on the Super Leviathan quietly detached from the hull. The attack range was 7 light minutes. All Zerg swarms within that range, including the Leviathan battleship, saw their biomass completely disintegrate and burn. With a single attack, all Zerg and Leviathan battleships within the 7 light minute range were destroyed by the battle star. The remaining Zerg swarm numbered less than 1/10 of its original size. The severely damaged Super Leviathan, like a frightened wild horse, quickly broke away from the battle star, and the remaining Zerg swarms dared not approach it again. Qi Yiming had long forgotten about pursuing the Super Leviathan. He had expected the high-frequency particle oscillation wave attack mode to be extremely powerful, but he had never imagined it to be this powerful. A single attack wiped out all enemies within range. But when he saw the weapon's cooldown and consumption, he felt a wave of relief. A single attack had consumed 70% of the energy blocks in the Battlestar's energy reserves. The rings at the planet's equator were currently at a temperature of 3,320 degrees Celsius, requiring a cooldown time of over 30 hours. With this energy consumption and cooldown time, it could only be used once per battle. But Qi Yiming thought about it, and decided that this situation wasn't unacceptable. With the Battlestar under his complete control, extremely dangerous situations like today's shouldn't occur again in future wars with the Zerg. Qi Yiming was shocked by the intensity of the attack, let alone the others. He Jinju was the first to recover from her shock, impatiently asking Qi Yiming, "Oh my god. I. As soon as she opened her mouth, He Jinju was at a loss for words. Qi Yiming quickly said, "Don't ask me. I just learned how powerful this thing is, and I need time to process it." Yi Lu, Wang Shuhua, Wang Sen, and others immediately attempted to contact Qi Yiming on the fleet channel, but were all dismissed by Qi Yiming with the same phrase. "I'd love to give you a reasonable explanation, too. But I had no idea this thing was so powerful. I only vaguely understand its attack mechanism. If it weren't for the simple command to fire, we'd probably be dead by now," Qi Yiming thought to himself. As everyone expressed their shock to Qi Yiming, the remaining Zerg quietly withdrew from the battlefield. It was unclear whether they were returning to gather reinforcements or going into complete hibernation. The battle began suddenly and ended just as suddenly. After the Zerg departed, Qi Yiming gazed at the battlefield, littered with warship wreckage, speechless for a long moment. Thankfully, humanity was the victor of this battle, affording them the opportunity to clean up the battlefield. A large number of escape pods were rescued from the wreckage. This Zerg attack had inflicted immeasurable damage on humanity. After the battle, the convoy fleet, which originally boasted over 3 million warships, was reduced to just over 500,000. Dozens of deadly spaceships were sunk, and none of the humans aboard were spared. After arranging personnel to clean up the battlefield, Wang Shuhua and the others gathered at the core control area of the war planet, each of them looking around like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. He Jinju, standing beside Qi Yiming, whispered, "What exactly happened? Why did the war planet suddenly warp away? And how did you get back?" Qi Yiming smiled helplessly, then explained the entire story to He Jinju. He recounted to He Jinju every detail of how he had found the core components of the war planet. When the Zerg began to besiege the human fleet, Qi Yiming was commanding the probe, aimlessly searching for targets around the war planet. The entire process was relatively straightforward. After circling the war planet several times, the probe discovered a planet floating in the void 1.3 light-years away. This planet didn't orbit any star. It wasn't until Qi Yiming found the Zentrades storage location on its surface that he realized it was actually orbiting the black hole at the center of the universe. The core component missing from the battle star was the high-frequency particle shockwave generator used in the previous battle. This device seemed specifically designed to target the Zerg. However, after understanding its underlying operating logic, Qi Yiming realized that this weapon could target not only the Zerg but also any life form in the universe. As long as he could obtain the genes of the desired organism and crack the underlying genetic sequence, He could kill the enemy he desired just as he would the Zerg. Incidentally, Chi Yiming also obtained a general outline of the Neuron Battleship design from its storage location. With the Battlestar, humanity could secure a firm foothold in its current galaxy. After thoroughly studying the general outline of the Neuron Battleship design, Chi Yiming knew that humanity would then possess the ability to completely defeat the Zerg. The Neuron Battleship, as the name suggests, is like Shan Lei, attaching one's consciousness to the neuron intelligent brain, enabling one person to control a warship. However, unlike Shan Lei, the Neuron Battleship possesses a key technology, neuron interconnection. With this technology, humans wouldn't have to digitize their consciousness and upload it to a neural network like Shan Lei did. Instead, they could connect themselves to warships through neural connections. In this scenario, a single person could command a warship as effortlessly as a human would wield their bare hands in combat. By then, as long as human productivity could keep up, every human could possess a warship. While they wouldn't be able to overwhelm the Zerg in numbers, at least everyone could be mobilized. If a full-scale battle with the Zerg truly came to a head, Chi Yiming believed that even if they couldn't defeat the Zerg, they could still achieve a stalemate. He Jinju's expression, which had been slightly downcast due to the heavy casualties, immediately brightened after hearing Chi Yiming's explanation. She seemed to have envisioned the day when humanity would return to its home planet. Chapter 314. Looking at the wreckage-strewn battlefield, the initial excitement he felt upon acquiring the War Star quickly vanished. It also made him realize that humanity couldn't rest easy after acquiring the War Star. Therefore, the fleeing fleet would have to remain vigilant for the short term, and if they detected any signs of trouble, they would have to flee immediately. As for the Zerg swarm that had just retreated, Chi Yiming, upon regaining consciousness, immediately dispatched several fast reconnaissance ships to follow. He needed to find out if the besieging Zerg force had any additional reinforcements. Thankfully, over half a month later, the dispatched fast reconnaissance ships returned safely, bringing Chi Yiming good news. The Zerg swarm had indeed retreated, and the fast reconnaissance ships hadn't detected any further Zerg forces advancing. If nothing unexpected happened, this repulse of the Zerg swarm would buy Chi Yiming's humanity at least 200 to 300 years of respite. Chi Yiming's heart finally settled. With this 200 to 300 year buffer, Chi Yiming and his men no longer needed to flee and could settle down in the Blue Star system. With 200 to 300 years, Chi Yiming could completely transform the Blue Star system into an impenetrable system. With the Battlestar in place, Chi Yiming was confident he could repel even another Zerg swarm. Chi Yiming couldn't help but sigh at this thought. If the Human Federation had successfully activated the Battlestar years ago, humanity wouldn't have been so desperately forced to abandon its home planet and flee. A few days later, Chi Yiming led the group aboard the Hope in a grand funeral for the fallen. Except for those on combat duty, nearly everyone in the human race participated in the ceremony. Chi Yiming didn't speak at the funeral, but as with previous funerals, he was the last of the spectators to leave. Besides expressing deep sorrow, Chi Yiming could only care for the families of the victims, ensuring they could live a stable and comfortable life as soon as possible. After a fierce battle, humanity not only lost a large portion of its combat power, but also nearly 8 billion people, all skilled warriors. Chi Yiming was actually much more heartbroken than others appeared. It was just that he had experienced so much life and death that he knew how to transform grief and hatred into motivation. Looking at the spindle formation formed by countless coffins, used only when charging enemy lines, Chi Yiming couldn't help but clench his fists. After the funeral, Chi Yiming immediately ordered a new round of conscription. Although the Zerg had retreated temporarily, no one knew when the next attack would occur. Although various feedback indicated that the Zerg would not return in the near future, it was always better to prepare early than to cram at the last minute. Wang Shuhua looked at Chi Yiming with embarrassment. Almost every family has lost a loved one. Isn't it a bad time to recruit soldiers? Chi Yiming shook his head. You're wrong. Now is the time to be resilient. Wang Shuhua looked at Chi Yiming in confusion. Didn't you notice that almost no one cried at today's funeral? Even if there were tears, they were only tears, not the sound of crying. Wang Shuhua frowned, recalling the scene. The situation was indeed as Chi Yiming had described. What does this have to do with recruiting soldiers? Those who lost their loved ones are grieving, but even more so, they are filled with hatred for the Zerg. If you recruit soldiers at this time, your recruitment office will definitely be packed with people. Wang Shuhua nodded thoughtfully. I arrange it right away. But we don't have that many warships right now. Let's train the men first. We sort out the warship issue later. Chi Yiming then looked at Qiao Shan, who had remained silent. Have you visited your sister? Qiao Shan nodded. Qiao Xian had just been awakened before the Zerg attack. I was by her side then. Thank you. Qi Yiming said solemnly to Qiao Shan. Thank you for what? You risked your life to bring back the shield-type modular warships. Qiao Shan smiled and said, those warships are mine. I'm just loaning them to you temporarily. You have to return them to me after the battle. My dream of becoming emperor isn't over yet. Qi Yiming smiled as well. Of course. Qiao Shan sighed after a long moment. Let's talk about our next plan. Qi Yiming's thoughts were still a bit disorganized after the funeral, but he had been thinking about this issue for the past few days. Since Qiao Shan had asked, he just blurted it out for everyone's discussion. For humanity right now, the most important thing is to restore productivity. Only with sufficient production capacity can fresh blood be quickly supplied to the escort fleet. Qi Yiming organized his thoughts and poured out his ideas from the past few days. First, the development of the Nirvana Galaxy. The Nirvana Galaxy is the galaxy where humanity currently resides. For convenience, Qi Yiming had decided on the name of the local system at a small meeting 2 days ago. In addition to the Blue Star, the Nirvana Galaxy also has 8 planets of varying sizes. Among them are a gas planet and 2 Earth-like planets, with extremely rich mineral species and reserves. The remaining planets, while not rich in mineral deposits, are all relatively suitable for colonization. This made Qi Yiming sigh with admiration at the foresight of the former Human Federation's leaders. They had indeed chosen an extremely perfect place for humanity's revival. It was a pity that the former Human Federation encountered some avoidable circumstances, allowing Qi Yiming to reap a huge advantage. With the support of these 2 mineral-rich planets, humanity can temporarily avoid exploring surrounding star systems in its future development, and can focus solely on developing in the Nirvana Galaxy. This saved Qi Yiming considerable time for subsequent plans. It's a pity we couldn't take the engineer with us when we left the Awakener Galaxy. Otherwise, we could have quickly assembled a large fleet again. Qi Yiming tapped the table rhythmically with his fingers bent. Without the engineer, there's nothing to do. We can first dock the engineering spacecraft in synchronous orbit around one of the 2 resource-rich planets, and rush to build 1 or 2 warship production lines, Fong Min said to Qi Yiming, perking up himself. The old man was now over 380 years old, and although he had retired to the sidelines, Qi Yiming still invited him to attend this meeting. Of course, Wang Sun also attended the meeting. As for the salted fish duo, they were still immersed in their virtual world. Qi Yiming didn't bother with the salted fish duo, and nodded in approval of Fong Min's opinion. But Sun Chao, the 27th president of the Academy of Sciences, who was sitting nearby, had a different opinion. He stood up and said to Qi Yiming, we just received a research report on the neural connection device from Zhang Lei. According to the Academy of Sciences project team's estimate, we can produce a prototype in at most 6 months. So fast? Qi Yiming was a little surprised. Qi Yiming had originally thought that even with the blueprints, with the current level of human technology, it would take at least 10 to 8 years to fully master the technology in the blueprint and then produce a prototype. He hadn't expected the Academy of Sciences to be so fast. Chapter 315. Qi Yiming looked at Sun Chao earnestly, hoping he could explain the current situation at the Academy. Sun Chao looked at Qi Yiming with pride and said, the Academy has achieved many results over the years, especially in the analysis of its scientific heritage, which is now in its final stages. As Sun Chao had said, the Academy had been busy ever since humanity embarked on its escape. Almost all of the Academy's researchers had given up their right to rest and, under the leadership of their respective discipline leaders, were fully engaged in analyzing the technologies within the scientific heritage and transforming them into industrial products. In particular, in the construction of large warships, full 3D printing of the hull is now possible. For example, building a battleship would previously have taken 6 months. With full 3D printing, this time could be reduced to just half a month. This means that a battleship that originally took a year to enter service could now be completed in just 3 months from start to finish. If this construction method were applied to the construction of flagship warships, the time could be reduced by approximately 40%. This wasn't the most exciting thing for Qi Yiming. The biggest joy for him was that 3D printing technology could eliminate the need for building a massive dock. This meant that now, to build a warship or large spacecraft, one only needed to construct a framework in space to accommodate the printing equipment. The size of the framework could be adjusted to suit the size of the vessel. More importantly, this construction method offered immense flexibility. As long as one had the necessary printing equipment and sufficient materials, warships could be manufactured anywhere. In fact, when Sun Chao first explained this technology, Qi Yiming was still a little confused. After all, they already used 3D printing technology in previous warship construction processes. Why was this technological innovation such a quantum leap? Even with the same 3D printing process. Sun Chao smiled and continued, the previous printing process was slow because it only produced the warship's hull, not the internal wiring and power pipelines. This 3D printing technology is called full 3D printing because, as the name suggests, all these factors are taken into account during the printing process, forming a holistic solution. You mean, after the hull is completed, engineers only need to install the internal equipment according to the blueprints? Yes, we don't even need to lay down the outer armor. The internal components are printed during the printing process. The outer armor layer will also be completed at the same time. Qi Yiming nodded. It seems your academy has accomplished a lot over the past few hundred years. Tell me more about it when you have time. Sun Chao looked at Qi Yiming with pride. Of course. We still have many technologies waiting to be realized. I believe you see more of these technologies being applied to various industries in the coming period. What do you think of the design drawings for the neural warship? The overall design of the warship is quite standard. The most critical aspect is the internal wiring used to transmit neural signals. We originally thought it would utilize wireless transmission, but after studying the drawings, we discovered that the entire ship is covered in neural signal transmission lines. Is the construction difficult? The difficulty is secondary. The main problem is that we can't mass-produce the materials used to make this transmission line. We can only produce a few in the lab, consuming a considerable amount of time and money. Is the 6 months you mentioned due to this issue? Sun Chao shook his head. These are minor issues. If we can build it in the lab, mass production is just a matter of time. We're currently stuck on connecting the device to the human brain. Qi Yiming was a little confused. He had assumed that neural connection would be like playing a game of Trick You, requiring only an external helmet. But Sun Chao's explanation didn't seem quite that simple. Sun Chao explained to Qi Yiming that while an external helmet could be used for signal transmission, the signal strength and sensitivity would not meet the warship's design requirements. To meet the blueprint requirements, the warship's operator would have to undergo human body modification. Essentially, 3 or 4 neural interfaces would be installed in the back of the head and spine. These interfaces would connect to the nerve centers in the brain and spine, ensuring that the output neural signals would meet the blueprint's design requirements. The Academy of Sciences considered lowering the requirements in the blueprint, but calculations suggest that lowering the requirements would significantly reduce the warship's controllability and reliability. If deployed on the battlefield, the pilot would likely fail to fire, or miss the optimal moment to do so. Will this type of modification harm the human body? Sun Chao shook his head. It involves human modification experiments, which is a huge undertaking. We just submitted an application to the administrative department a few days ago, and it's currently going through the formalities. Qi Yiming frowned and thought for a moment. No need to go through the formalities. I approved it. Go back and gather volunteers for the experiment right now. But, Sun Chao hesitated. There's no but. Our very survival in this universe is at stake right now, so ethical considerations are irrelevant. Survival is our top priority. Sun Chao looked at Qi Yiming with embarrassment. What? Still have questions? We already conducted some animal experiments with this type of transformation, and the mortality rate is 40%. As for human experiments, Qi Yiming understood Sun Chao's implication. Everyone has only one life, and finding suitable volunteers knowing the high mortality rate is no easy task. Let me do it. Just as Qi Yiming was racking his brains to figure out how to solve this problem, Fong Min stood up. Qi Yiming instinctively wanted to refuse, but Fong Min spoke up first, saying, "It's only fitting for me, a dying old man, to conduct this experiment. I die sooner or later anyway, and I love to make a contribution to humanity before I die. But the mortality rate is too high." Qi Yiming stared at Fong Min apologetically. It's precisely because of this high mortality rate that someone like me, with one foot in the grave, is being asked to do this. Since we're in this position, while enjoying the benefits of power, we also have to shoulder the responsibilities that come with it. If we want to convince others to volunteer, shouldn't one of us at least set an example? Qi Yiming was about to say something else when Fong Min interrupted him again. Mr. Qi, don't say anything more. My life is my life, but aren't the lives of ordinary people's lives too? We can't let those of us in high positions take all the good things, and then hide behind when we're about to die. That's unacceptable. Finally, Qi Yiming couldn't persuade Fong Min to agree, so he urged Sun Chao not to attempt human trials unless he was absolutely certain. What else can Sun Chao say? In addition to ensuring that the preliminary preparations are done to perfection, he will do his utmost to ensure that Fong Min can complete the transformation alive. Chapter 316. The development planning meeting lasted nearly 2 days. Thousands of projects were decided upon, each one determining the future direction of humanity. Shi Yiming and everyone else were extremely cautious. Fortunately, the leadership team wasn't composed of old academics. Just as Wang Sun and Fang Min had anticipated, the young leadership wasn't lacking in a healthy dose of risk-taking. So, even though many of the projects entailed certain risks, they were pushed forward thanks to Shi Yiming and the others' insistence. After the meeting, Fang Min followed Sun Chao directly to the Academy of Sciences to conduct preliminary preparations for human body modification. Shi Yiming demanded that he be notified before the experiment began. Only with his approval could the experiment proceed to the substantive stage. Wang Sun also wanted to participate in the experiment, but many of the projects decided upon at the meeting required his assistance. After all, Wang Sun's designated successor was still too young, and many tasks were somewhat limited, requiring the intervention of an old man like him. Wang Sun's successor was chosen from among the many descendants of the Wang family. His name was Wang Wei. He was in his 40s, a bit young compared to the average human age of 290, but he left a very good impression on Shi Yiming. He appeared very calm and composed, even better than the impression Wang Sun had made on Shi Yiming. When Fang Min and Wang Sun were asked to choose their own successors, Shi Yiming had already assumed that they would each select a younger generation from their respective families, so he had no objection to Wang Sun's choice. Although all the tasks had been assigned, that didn't mean Shi Yiming could relax. This was especially true with the escort fleet. The battle with the Zerg had completely crippled the escort fleet, leaving it short of both men and warships. However, with the Neuron warships expected to enter production in 6 months, Shi Yiming was torn between building conventional warships or going all the way with the Neuron warships. After discussing with Wang Shuhua and others, he decided to first build a batch of conventional warships to strengthen the force, and then, based on Fang Min's body modification results, decide whether to deploy the Neuron warships. With the help of the Academy of Sciences, they first assembled over 20 sets of fully 3D printed modules, mounted them on industrial ships, and headed directly to the 5th planet, the closest to Blue Star. There, they mined and manufactured warships directly in synchronous orbit around this resource-rich planet. It was only then that Shi Yiming learned that the Academy had made some modifications to the warship blueprints. This was particularly true with regard to improvements to the ship's weaponry. In previous battles with the Zerg, frontline personnel had repeatedly reported that the ship's close and weapon systems were ineffective against individual Zerg units. Although the close and weapon system appears to fire high-energy laser beams and maintains a continuous attack, the Flying Dragon's speed is far too fast for the close and weapon system to track it continuously. Even if the close and weapon system could maintain the laser beam for a long time, it would be useless if it couldn't hit the target. So, the weapons experts at the Academy of Sciences simply replaced all the warship's beam close and weapon systems with 105mm electromagnetic rapid-fire close and weapon systems. This close and weapon system doesn't aim for precision strikes, but rather for area damage. When attacking, the shells are sprayed out like water, forming a huge fan of fire. According to tactical simulations, this improvement can effectively curb the momentum of Flying Dragons attacking warships at close range. Of course, there are other considerations for this modification. Compared to energy cannons, electromagnetic cannons consume significantly less energy during firing, and this saved energy will be used to power the newly installed miniature energy shield generators. Yes, the Academy has already completed the miniaturization of the energy shield generators. The conversion of all high-energy consuming close and weapon systems to low-energy electromagnetic weapons is also intended to free up energy to power the energy shield generators. Although the shield generated by the miniaturized energy shield generators can only envelop the warships in which they are installed, it is still a significant improvement. At the very least, it provides each warship with an additional layer of protection, improving their battlefield survivability. Of course, the main weaponry has also been updated, with the original burst laser cannons retired and replaced with high-energy particle cannons. As for the warship power source, Shi Yiming gave it considerable thought before requesting the Academy to revise the design drawings. Previously, all warships had to use energy blocks, a design designed to constrain fleet commanders. However, after 2 long voyages, Shi Yiming deeply detested this energy system. He requested that the Academy modify the warship's energy supply system so that they no longer needed to be energy self-sustaining during combat, but that they must be energy self-sustaining during routine navigation and ensure the daily needs of the crew. This was also in preparation for future long-distance expeditions. Shi Yiming knew that if all combat ships could not achieve energy self-sustaining during routine navigation, his planned expeditions would be a castle in the air. The Academy then moved the antimatter power reactor aboard the battleship and converted the warehouse, that previously stored energy blocks into an energy storage room. During battle, the energy used by various weapon systems, in addition to the energy provided by the power reactor, comes primarily from this energy storage room. When the energy in the energy storage room runs out, the battleship either withdraws from the battlefield or is sunk by the enemy. If the withdrawal is successful, the antimatter power reactor will slowly recharge the energy storage room until it is full. Of course, Chi Yiming will also construct a number of logistics ships. These logistics ships will each have a large energy storage room and a production line of nano-repair robots within them. During fleet operations, they will be responsible for replenishing energy and repairing the armor of Allied ships on the battlefield. This necessitated the development of a new fleet system. According to the Academy's recommendations, a medium-sized logistics ship could, under extreme conditions, support 15 Allied ships in high-intensity combat. Chi Yiming first developed a pilot fleet organization table. A squadron consists of 17 warships, 1 battleship, 2 battlecruisers, 3 cruisers, 4 destroyers, 5 frigates, and 2 logistics ships. 5 squadrons form a squadron, and 5 squadrons form a brigade. Chi Yiming hasn't yet finalized the configuration above the brigade. Once the fleet is fully formed, he considers a specific command structure to facilitate fleet commanders' deployment. Next, Chi Yiming is most concerned about the flagship's combat power. Originally, the former Human Federation had flagship blueprints stored on the war planet. However, due to Chi Yiming's energy self-sufficiency requirements and equipment upgrades, these flagship designs have become somewhat outdated. So, the Academy's Warship Design Institute simply started from scratch and redesigned the flagship. When the designers presented the blueprints to Chi Yiming, he was stunned by their wild and imaginative ideas. Chapter 317. Chi Yiming watched the new battleship enter service from an industrial ship in synchronous orbit around the 5th planet for over 2 weeks. During this time, more than a dozen small frigates were picked up by the escort fleet. The initial trials had been positive. Of course, some minor repairs and internal structural optimizations were inevitable, which was all within Chi Yiming's expectations. That day, he was watching the first battleship leave the dock. Wang Shuhua and his men were already waiting nearby to receive the ship. The new battleship was an acute-angled triangle, approximately 30 kilometers long and 50 kilometers wide. 4 high-energy particle main guns were positioned forward and backward along its axis, and approximately 20 close and weapon systems were deployed on either side of the hull. 4 missile launchers were evenly spaced throughout the middle of the ship. Of course, 2 landing and takeoff ramps for aerospace aircraft were also located midship. Wang Shuhua drooled as he watched the battleship gradually leave the dock. Just as Chi Yiming was about to lead the long-awaited group aboard, his adjutant hurried over and said, "Something's been discovered in the mines below. I think you should go down and take a look yourself." "Oh! What? A research station left behind by the former Federation?" Chi Yiming looked at his adjutant curiously. The adjutant shook his head and said, "It probably isn't. It looks like the remains of some non-human civilization." "Remains?" "Yes. I notified the Academy of Sciences, and have them send someone over as soon as possible." Chi Yiming nodded and turned to Wang Shuhua, saying, "Have your men retrieve the warship first. Remember to have them provide timely feedback to the Academy on its operational status." He then followed his adjutant onto a small transport craft and flew towards the surface of the 5th planet. En route, Chi Yiming briefly inquired about the discovery of the ruins. It was simply that the engineering team encountered a landslide during mining operations. Fortunately, there were no casualties, only the loss of several pieces of heavy machinery. Then, while following the landslide to examine the geological strata, the exploration team discovered the entrance to the ruins. Did anyone touch the building at the entrance? Chi Yiming suddenly remembered the Super P7 virus and immediately asked his adjutant. All those who approached the entrance have been isolated and quarantined. Preliminary disinfection and alien organism inspections have been conducted, and no abnormalities have been found. Hearing his adjutant's words, Chi Yiming breathed a sigh of relief. He specifically instructed his adjutant, "Tell the person in charge to be vigilant. In addition to carrying out the highest level of disinfection, extend the quarantine period for these individuals to 2 weeks." As the two spoke, the transport craft approached the incident site. At the request of the accompanying scientific officer, Chi Yiming and the others donned their extravehicular spacesuits. After the transport landed safely, the group, protected by dozens of armed personnel in exoskeleton armor, arrived at the entrance to the ruins. The entrance was a triangular stone door, approximately 15 meters tall. Made of the rock common on the surface of Planet 5, it was engraved with strange negative signs and a mural resembling a star map. The accompanying scientific officer examined the door and found that its three sides formed a perfect equilateral triangle. To the officer's surprise, even after adjusting his measuring instrument to tens of thousands of decimal places, the values for the three sides of the door frame remained identical. With current human industrial technology, accuracy can only reach 100 decimal places at best. Reaching tens of thousands is impossible. Qi Yiming circled the entrance several times, trying to find a way to open the door, but to no avail. An hour later, Sun Chao arrived at the scene with a team of over 100 people. Without Qi Yiming's instructions, the team sprang into action. The accompanying scientific officer handed over some of his own preliminary data to Sun Chao's team, which also caused quite a stir. For a single door to possess such high precision, one can only imagine how awe-inspiring the contents of this ruin must be. Qi Yiming stood silently by, watching the academy staff at work for over half an hour. Then he walked over to Sun Chao and whispered, "How's it going? Can this door be opened? We haven't found any identification equipment nearby. I think it'd be difficult to open it normally. What about violent demolition? We could spend a year or two studying just the contents of this door, and you're actually thinking of violent demolition? Don't be so rigid. Scan the contents and study them later. What I'm most concerned about right now is what's inside." Sun Chao was also itching to get inside. He wanted to know what was inside this ruin even more than Qi Yiming did. So, at Qi Yiming's instigation, he scanned all the murals at the entrance and then began the violent demolition. Based on analysis of the stone door's material, Sun Chao knew it was made of rocks common on the surface of Planet 5, so he was confident in his demolition efforts. But no one expected that after the staff set up the high-energy laser cutter and slashed at the stone door for over 10 minutes, not a single mark remained on it. This astonished the usually arrogant Sun Chao. The analysis instrument clearly showed ordinary rock, yet the high-energy laser hadn't caused any damage. Qi Yiming looked at Sun Chao with suspicion, as if to say, "Are you kidding me? You've gone to all this trouble with this massive ether laser cutter, and you can't even open a stone door made of ordinary rock?" Sun Chao glanced at Qi Yiming awkwardly, then had the operator increase the output power of the cutting equipment. After more than 10 minutes, there was still not a single mark left on the stone door. It was truly foolish for anyone not to realize something was amiss at this point. After removing the cutting equipment, Qi Yiming and Sun Chao approached the entrance and, through the gloves of their spacesuits, felt along the stone door's surface, trying to find any distinctive features. Unfortunately, aside from the unexpected smoothness, neither of them gained any particularly useful information. Sun Chao sighed, "It seems we can only begin our investigation with the symbols and murals on the door." Qi Yiming said, "Have the engineering team dig around to see if there are any other entrances." The two men simultaneously pursued two different plans. The engineering team re-entered the site, and the heavy machinery began excavation. Qi Yiming wasn't afraid of collapsing the ruins. A door was so sturdy, he doubted a few heavy excavation machines could dig through it. If they could, Qi Yiming would be more than happy to do so. Sun Chao, on the other hand, set up a small makeshift laboratory on site. After uploading the scans to the central intelligent computer, he led his team to carefully study the mural scanned from the stone wall. Chapter 318. The mural at the entrance was not complex. Sun Chao speculated that the strange symbols on the door were likely the writing of a certain civilization, and the irregularly shaped dots connected by thin lines next to the symbols were likely a star map. The star map most likely pointed to a star map of a certain civilization's home planet. Qi Yiming wasn't sure whether the former Human Federation had discovered similar ruins, but he suspected that the former Human Federation must have seen similar ruins, but his clearance level was too low to be privy to knowledge. However, this time, Qi Yiming's guess was wrong. The former Human Federation had indeed not seen such ruins. So, Sun Chao's hope of uploading the data to the Central Intelligence Computer, hoping to gain some insights from the former Human Federation's vast database, was in vain. The Central Intelligence Computer found no information related to the scanned data. In contrast, Qi Yiming's method yielded some results. The engineering team continued digging along both sides of the stone door and found another entrance of the same size. The stone door of the entrance was still engraved with the same murals and alien writing. However, the murals believed to represent star maps had undergone dramatic changes. Qi Yiming and his colleagues had no idea what these changes meant, let alone where the star map actually pointed. Finally, the Academy researchers resorted to the most rudimentary method, using survey telescopes to search the sky for galaxies similar to the star map. This was a massive undertaking and extremely challenging to predict. With luck, they might find it in a few hours. With less luck, Qi Yiming might never see the result. With brute force unavailable and no relevant information in the database, Qi Yiming had no choice but to resort to this most foolproof option. Of course, they tried several different methods on the scene, including plasma cutters, superpowered gamma ray blades, phase cutters, and so on. They tried every trick the Academy could think of, but unfortunately, they couldn't even make a single scratch on the 3 doors. In the end, Qi Yiming even had someone bring in a more powerful plasma bomb, which, aside from creating a crater 100 meters wide and over 5 kilometers in diameter, had no effect on the structure at the entrance. After struggling at the entrance for over half a month, Qi Yiming finally lost his patience. Seeing that the doors couldn't be opened quickly, and unable to devote all his attention to this matter, Qi Yiming approached Sun Chao, gave him a few instructions, and prepared to leave. But as soon as Qi Yiming stepped onto the transport craft, Sun Chao rushed over and forcibly dragged Qi Yiming back to the scene. What happened? Qi Yiming finally managed to free himself from Sun Chao's grip and asked sternly. Found it. Found it. Found what? We found the location of the star map on the mural. So quickly? Qi Yiming looked surprised. He hadn't held out much hope for such a haphazard affair. It hadn't even been a month, and yet Sun Chao and his team had found it. So those doors can be opened now? Sun Chao froze. His face, once full of excitement, drooped. We haven't found a way to open them yet. Well, let's talk about the star map first. Qi Yiming, not wanting to discourage Sun Chao, changed the subject and asked about the map. At the mention of the star map, Sun Chao's mood improved slightly, and he began to explain it to Qi Yiming eloquently. According to human understanding, the star map found on the first door is a map of the target star field as seen from the surface of the 5th planet when it is at perihelion, while the map on the other door is a map of the target star field as seen from the surface of the planet when it is at aphelion. As for the target star field, it is a map of an unknown star field 1.43 million light-years away from the galaxy containing the blue planet. The discovery was quite accidental. A researcher, relaxing after a long day, discovered it while looking up at the stars while a research vessel of the Academy of Sciences was passing the aphelion of the 5th planet. But what does this have to do with opening these 2 doors? Qi Yiming, after listening to Sun Chao's lengthy explanation, finally focused his question on the 2 doors. As Sun Chao explained this to Qi Yiming, his thoughts gradually became clearer. As he pondered, he said to Qi Yiming, I wonder if the 5th planet undergoes any special changes when it approaches perihelion and aphelion? Qi Yiming frowned and pondered for a moment, finally realizing that Sun Chao had a point. So he asked, where is the 5th planet currently in its orbit? Sun Chao took out his personal computer terminal, glanced at it, and then said to Qi Yiming, the 5th planet will pass aphelion on the 10th of next month. So Qi Yiming settled down on the surface of the 5th planet again, waiting for it to pass aphelion. More than 10 days later, the group stood in front of the door they had discovered the second time, quietly waiting for the 5th planet to pass aphelion. As Sun Chao had suspected, when the 5th planet passed aphelion, a flash of white light streaked across the stone door. The light flashed briefly, and then the star map on the door illuminated. What should we do next? Qi Yiming asked, looking at the equally bewildered Sun Chao. Sun Chao stood there in a daze for a long moment, then walked alone towards the stone gate. When he approached within a certain range, the star map on the stone gate suddenly emitted a scanning beam. As the beam passed over Sun Chao, the originally bright white star map suddenly turned red. Clearly, Sun Chao had failed the ruin's identification system. This left everyone at a loss. Humans didn't even know the appearance of the civilized creatures who built this ruin, so how could they possibly pass the identification system here? Sun Chao returned to Qi Yiming with disappointment on his face, shaking his head and saying, I guess I never be able to open this gate again. But who would have thought that Qi Yiming, for some reason, walked towards the spot where Sun Chao had just been scanned. Qi Yiming stood still, and the star map on the stone gate also emitted a scanning beam, sweeping over him as he stood still. The crowd, who had initially given up hope, suddenly noticed that the star map, gleaming white, turned green after scanning Qi Yiming. Then, the triangular stone door split into 3 and slowly retracted into its 2 side frames. At that moment, Qi Yiming felt like 1,000 alpacas were running wildly through his mind. The others looked at Qi Yiming with wary eyes, as if they had discovered a terrifying secret. Qi Yiming, who they had always considered a leader, was actually an alien. Qi Yiming looked at the crowd behind him with an innocent expression, the scene extremely awkward. Then, the Marines who had been providing security on the scene raised their weapons, hesitantly aiming at Qi Yiming, who stood at the entrance to the ruins. Qi Yiming knew that if he didn't offer a reasonable explanation, he would likely die miserably. Chapter 319. Facing the black muzzle of a gun, even Chi Yiming, accustomed to large-scale events, felt a little uneasy. He trembled. If I say I have no idea what's going on, you won't believe me, right? Everyone shook their heads. It was clear that if Chi Yiming didn't provide a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't make it through today. Slowly, Chi Yiming calmed down and tried to recall the strange things that had happened to him. Suddenly, he remembered what happened the first time he arrived at the Zentradi settlement through the wormhole. The Zentradi contact had told him that he had a nanoscale microbial chip in his body. This chip had been present in him since he was very young, but he hadn't known it at the time. Through this thought, Chi Yiming seemed to have some clarity. Chi Yiming calmed himself and said to Sun Chao, who was not far away, I don't know if this incident is absolutely related to this ruin, but my guess is that it's not wrong. Chi Yiming then recounted his experiences to the group. Of course, empty promises were unlikely to convince anyone, so he asked Sun Chao to draw a little blood from him for testing. Sun Chao didn't hesitate, cautiously approaching Chi Yiming with the equipment in hand. While testing Chi Yiming's blood, he also conducted a more detailed DNA comparison. The results were somewhat surprising. The DNA confirmed that Chi Yiming was indeed human. Also, some non-human elements were found in his body, but Sun Chao couldn't explain what these extra elements were, or why they hadn't caused any harm to Chi Yiming. However, to verify Chi Yiming's claims, Sun Chao could only place the substance extracted from Chi Yiming's blood in a petri dish and hand it to the ether robot, who then had the robot carry the dish to the entrance of the ruins. If it had just closed automatically due to a prolonged period of inactivity, the star map on the stone door would still glow with tiny white dots of light. No one had initially held out much hope, but who would have thought that after a scanning beam from the star map shot across the robot, the stone door actually responded. This time, however, the door didn't open, and the white light at the star map turned yellow. Sun Chao speculated that the identification system might have sensed that the person being scanned was a robot without any consciousness. How about injecting your blood into someone else? You're the boss now, you have the final say. Chi Yiming shrugged, standing still, not daring to move. He truly didn't dare, fearing someone might get too nervous and shoot him. Finally, Sun Chao found a volunteer and injected him with 100 cubic centimeters of Chi Yiming's blood. Sure enough, as the volunteer stood in front of the stone gate for the scan, the ruin's door opened. Seeing this, everyone relaxed a little. Just now, many people were on the verge of collapse. They couldn't imagine what they would do if their long-held leader was an alien. They would probably go crazy after killing Chi Yiming. Afterwards, Sun Chao conducted a series of tests on the volunteer. Strangely, the concentration of the microbial chip in the volunteer's body was rapidly decreasing over time. It seems this microbial chip possesses some form of identification capability, and it can only survive within Chi Yiming's body. After finally explaining this clearly, everyone began the next step of their exploration plan. Chi Yiming randomly selected a few Marines and led Sun Chao to form a scientific expedition team of less than 10 people. Carrying their equipment, they slowly entered the ruins. Once inside, everyone saw a huge platform floating in the air, with a long, continuous platform in front of them. Anti-gravity system? Sun Chao spoke softly, as if afraid of awakening any of the creatures within the ruins. Isn't that surprising? We also have this technology. That's not the point. The point is, what energy source powers this system? This ruin has been here for at least thousands of years, right? Sun Chao casually took out his portable carbon-14 analyzer and tapped it on the steps below. The next second, his personal terminal displayed the value of 150,000 years. Thinking his eyes were blurry, Sun Chao rubbed them vigorously, then ran the test again, with the same result. Chi Yiming, observing Sun Chao's exaggerated expression, asked curiously, how is it? Less than 1,000 years? Then this thing can't really be called a relic. Sun Chao shook his head and said, the stone steps we're standing on are at least 150,000 years old. Chi Yiming was about to step onto the next step, when he heard Sun Chao's conclusion and froze in his tracks. He didn't know whether to put his raised foot down or retract it. 150,000 years? Chi Yiming looked at Sun Chao in surprise. Is there something wrong with your instrument? Impossible. I calibrated all the tests just before setting off. There's no way there's a mistake. 15,000 years ago, humans didn't even know what they were doing, yet the civilization that built this ruin had already mastered anti-gravity technology. Wait, Chi Yiming felt a little misplaced in his surprise. The anti-gravity system wasn't a terrifying technology. The terrifying thing was how exactly this ruin was powered. With this thought, Chi Yiming ignored the 150,000-year-old antique steps beneath his feet, and quickly ascended the stone steps to the floating platform. The platform was bare, save for a half-man-high stone pillar in the center, covered by a transparent cover. Sun Chao, who had followed Qi Yiming up, panted and surveyed the surroundings, muttering to himself, "This is too extravagant. Building such a large floating platform just to hold something?" Atop the stone pillar, hidden within the transparent cover, sat a square box resembling a data storage device. Qi Yiming circled the stone pillar, trying to find the switch to open the transparent cover, but it was completely smooth, without even a bump. "Have you found the switch?" Sun Chao's eyes lit up. He had a feeling something inside was truly extraordinary. Qi Yiming shook his head. "I don't see anything special around here. Try dripping a drop of blood on it." Qi Yiming rolled his eyes. "Do you think this is a blood oath of recognition? Or are you using me as a human key?" Sun Chao's head shrank, and he muttered softly, "Who told you to have a nanobiokip in your body?" Despite all that, Qi Yiming followed Sun Chao's instructions, and drew a little blood using the medical equipment inside his spacesuit. Then a needle emerged from Qi Yiming's gloved index finger. Tick! 2 drops of bright red blood dripped onto the transparent cover. Chapter 320. The next second, something miraculous happened. Qi Yiming's blood was gradually absorbed by the transparent cover and turned pink. "Is this even possible?" Qi Yiming cried out in surprise. Sun Chao once again looked at Qi Yiming with a puzzled look. After a long pause, he finally said, "Was this temple built specifically for you?" Qi Yiming frowned and stood there, pondering the possibility of this. After a long moment, the pink color on the transparent cover gradually faded, and then, under everyone's gaze, the cover slowly lifted and floated in the air, revealing the contents. Qi Yiming was about to reach out with his hand to take it, but Sun Chao stopped him. "Do you really think this is your home? You can do whatever you want? Are you sure you can reach in and get it out intact?" As Sun Chao spoke, he controlled the robotic arm on his back to slowly reach in and remove the square box, appearing extremely careful throughout. Finally, the box was placed in a sealed transparent container and carried back to the makeshift laboratory by a dedicated robot. Qi Yiming and the others continued to explore the temple. Just as they had seen when they first entered, the entire temple interior consisted solely of the massive floating platform beneath their feet. Qi Yiming had initially wondered if the temple's interior would undergo some significant changes once the transparent cover was removed. Alas, until the robot removed the square box, its interior remained unchanged. It seems this place was truly built solely to house that box. Qi Yiming glanced around, and then at Sun Chao beside him. Sun Chao said, "This massive floating platform alone will keep our research institute busy for a while. It's just anti-gravity technology." Since Qi Yiming was the head of the new federation, Sun Chao decided to hold back, but he still gave Qi Yiming an idiotic look. "With a platform this large, our current level of technology can't produce such a strong anti-gravity effect. Is the difference that big a problem?" Sun Chao frowned and thought for a moment. "It's hard to say right now. We have to wait until we find the anti-gravity facility here to know for sure." Qi Yiming couldn't help with scientific research, so his question was simply out of curiosity. His biggest concern right now was the identity of the box that had just been taken. What exactly is that box? On the surface, it looks like a data storage device, but we have to disassemble it in the lab to find out. In fact, even as the two of them were exploring the ruins, the laboratory staff had already begun researching the square box. The square box was placed in a vacuum chamber, while researchers operated various detection equipment from outside to conduct preliminary material analysis. To their surprise, the box was made of a very different alloy, with only a small amount of an unknown component found within. However, the researchers speculated that this component might be the primary reason the box has survived so well for tens of thousands of years. It is likely due to the presence of this unknown component that the researchers were unable to detect its internal structure no matter what method they used, leaving them feeling extremely daunted. Without visibility into the internal structure, further research on the box was impossible. If they attempted to forcefully break the box open, their internal structure might be damaged. While the research wouldn't be lost, crucial information would undoubtedly be missed. Zhang Lei, a researcher involved in the research, watched the entire process via the fleet's internal network. Seeing no one else around, she thought of Qi Yiming's blood, which had repeatedly performed miracles. Zhang Lei's voice then rang through Qi Yiming's communicator. "Qi Yiming, lend us your blood." Qi Yiming's head was swollen with rage, and he couldn't stop complaining, "They're really treating me like a human key. They're using my blood whenever they can't open something?" Soon, a test tube containing Qi Yiming's blood was placed before several researchers. Everyone carefully placed the test tube containing the blood into a syringe, then inserted the syringe into the space containing the square box through a square transfer port. Then a drop of bright red blood dripped onto the square box. As expected, the square box reacted. Qi Yiming was stunned upon learning what had happened. He recalled Sun Chao's words. Was this ruin built specifically for you? The box was opened, revealing a round, button-shaped object, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, emitting a pale blue glow. What the hell is this? A weathered-looking researcher whispered, observing the button-shaped object hovering silently within the enclosed space. Another researcher was about to speak when the button-shaped object, which had been glowing blue, suddenly flashed red. Oh my god! It's a bomb! In a panic, everyone was searching for cover, but Zhang Lei, observing the entire experiment through a camera, noticed something unusual. When the box was opened, she felt something strange. The button-shaped object was trying to pull her thoughts out of her neural brain. Perhaps because there wasn't direct contact, she only felt a faint tug, but as the button's glow turned from blue to red, the pull intensified. At the same time, another stone door, which had been closed until then, suddenly opened, startling the staff nearby. Zhang Lei, of course, could see all this through the cameras installed around the ruins. She immediately contacted Qi Yiming, who was still in the other ruins. Mr. Qi, the other door is open too. At first, Qi Yiming didn't react, but as Zhang Lei explained, he understood that the two doors led to different locations. They quickly left the ruins they had just explored and headed for another one. After entering, they found a large platform floating inside, just like the previous one. But on this platform sat something that looked like a medical pod. Qi Yiming and Sun Chao cautiously approached to observe. The interior of the medical pod was filled with white mist, making it impossible to discern its contents. But the display on the side of the pod revealed the body of an adult. Next to the corpse icon was a line of strange symbols, likely some explanatory text. Zhang Lei also saw everything clearly through the camera on Qi Yiming's spacesuit outside the cabin, and she was equally puzzled. Two ruins this large, and for no apparent reason, these two objects. What was the purpose of this ancient civilization? Chapter 321. It was clear that the button in the lab was connected to the body lying in the medical pod before them. Sun Chao and Qi Yiming didn't bother to explore the ruins anymore. They joined the others in carrying the pod back to the temporary laboratory set up by the academy outside. But when everyone placed the button and the pod together with hopeful eyes, nothing remarkable happened. The button continued to flash red at a constant frequency, and the pod was still filled with white mist. The research work had come to a halt again. Zhang Lei took the opportunity, while everyone was lost in thought, to share her current feelings with Sun Chao and Qi Yiming. Ever since the square box was opened, the tug at her mental data had persisted, showing no sign of abating. Sun Chao couldn't say for sure what had happened to Zhang Lei. After all, digital life was a thing of another dimension to him. After a long silence, Zhang Lei was the first to express her thoughts. I'm requesting to use the data interface to touch that button and see if anything special happens. Data interface? Sun Chao was a little confused. The button clearly didn't seem compatible with any of the data interfaces currently used by humans. Even if they approved her request, what would that even mean? Qi Yiming didn't understand anyway, so he just treated it like a blind cat catching a mouse, hoping to get a fatality. So he said to Zhang Lei, "Are you sure using the data interface to touch the button won't affect you?" In fact, Zhang Lei had already formed some suspicions when she saw the human body identification on the medical cabin's display screen. As the first person in human history to have her mind digitized, Zhang Lei was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunately, she had been granted near-eternal vitality, meaning that as long as the neural brain carrying her thoughts and data remained functioning properly, she could live forever. Unfortunately, her eternal life could only exist within the neural brain. Her mind was like a prison, forever unable to escape. Although she could observe the outside world through ubiquitous cameras, all Zhang Lei saw was a stream of colorless data. This was extremely cruel for a human. When Zhang Lei saw the two items Qi Yiming and his team had discovered, she felt for the first time that she had hoped for rebirth. Zhang Lei probably knew that manipulating the data interface and touching the button could lead to uncontrollable events. The worst-case scenario would be that her consciousness would be shattered by a powerful data stream, completely annihilating this universe. But the allure of rebirth was too great for her, so Zhang Lei decided to lie. It shouldn't be a problem. If there's any anomaly, I can instantly disconnect the data connection to the button. Are you sure? Qi Yiming, somewhat uneasy, repeatedly confirmed Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, initially hesitant, became remarkably resolute. Qi Yiming glanced at Sun Chao beside him, as if seeking his opinion. Sun Chao shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. I'm completely clueless right now, too. But since Zhang Lei has some ideas, it's okay to let her try. Research requires bold guesses coupled with careful verification. We can assist her while she's working with the buttons. If we find anything amiss, we can immediately shut off the building's power. That way, even if Zhang Lei can't shut off the data flow herself, without power, where will the data flow go? After listening to Sun Chao's explanation, Qi Yiming ultimately agreed to Zhang Lei's request. Half an hour later, everyone stood outside the isolation chamber, breathlessly watching as a data interface, controlled by Zhang Lei, was slowly advanced toward the button by a robotic arm. Zhang Lei was actually more nervous than anyone else, but the speculation of her rebirth kept tempting her to continue the experiment. Qi Yiming and the others stood outside the isolation chamber, watching the data interface gently attach to the button. The moment the interface touched the button, the laboratory's lighting flickered. Qi Yiming then called Zhang Lei on the communicator, but received no response. The Warstar's central control room was in complete chaos. Instantly, all operating equipment ceased functioning. The Central Intelligent Computer's electronic voice announced over the broadcast, "Central Intelligent Computer loading." Then, the computer fell silent. Qi Yiming was quickly informed of the problem with the Warstar's Central Intelligent Computer. But Qi Yiming didn't seem surprised at all when he received this news. Nor should he have been, since he already knew that Zhang Lei, the replacement for the Warstar's Central Intelligence, had recently suffered an accident. While everyone frantically searched for the cause of the problem, Zhang Lei felt something strange. The perception of the outside world, lost due to the digitization of her consciousness, suddenly returned. She could even feel her own heartbeat. Over time, she could feel her limbs and her eyelids, barely moving. However, her vision remained pitch black. Her vision had likely not yet recovered. At this point, Zhang Lei finally realized her gamble had paid off. The two items Qi Yiming and his team had obtained were likely devices capable of transferring a human's digitized consciousness into a new body. The entire process was incredibly rapid, as Zhang Lei had just experienced. She had just manipulated the robotic arm to attach the data interface connecting her consciousness to the button. In a split second, before Zhang Lei even had time to react, her digitized consciousness was transferred into this body. Zhang Lei suspected that this body was lying within the medical pod Qi Yiming and his team had just discovered, and that it seemed to be rapidly constructing a new body based on her DNA, allowing Zhang Lei to take over smoothly. Half an hour later, the chaotic laboratory suddenly quieted down. This was because they saw that the enclosed medical pod seemed to be about to open. The white mist that filled the interior was dissipating at a visible speed. As the mist dissipated, everyone finally had a clear view of the interior. Inside the medical cabin lay a woman, her vital parts obscured by tight clothing. From the way her eyelids shifted due to her twitching, everyone knew she was alive. The next second, the woman opened her eyes and, with immense difficulty, raised her hands to shield her eyes, which were stinging from the sudden bright light. Before she could say anything, the medical cabin quickly filled with a green liquid. The woman inside, after painfully gulping down 2 sips, finally began breathing smoothly again. Qi Yiming and the others watched the entire process in amazement, while Zhang Lei was now overcome with excitement. She hadn't yet fully controlled her newly revived body, but the moment she opened her eyes, she knew her gamble had paid off. She had truly regained a perfect body. Chapter 322. Just as everyone was surprised by the changes in the treatment chamber, Zhang Lei slowly opened her eyes. Her vision gradually cleared from blurry. Seeing Qi Yiming and the others, she subconsciously tried to speak, but aside from opening her mouth, she could not utter a single sound. Qi Yiming now had a clear view of the treatment chamber. Pointing at Zhang Lei inside, he asked Sun Chao, "How could there be a human lying here? And a living one?" Sun Chao was equally bewildered. When questioned by Qi Yiming, he could only shake his head, indicating that he had no idea what was going on. Qi Yiming didn't really want a definitive answer from Sun Chao, simply saying to himself, "I don't know if this human can communicate. I just thought I saw her open her mouth, as if she wanted to speak." Sun Chao nodded, "I saw that too. From the look in her eyes, she looked like she recognized us." "Really? You felt the same way? I thought I was hallucinating." Qi Yiming observed through the transparent barrier for a while longer. He saw that the green liquid in the treatment chamber was rapidly fading. After a few minutes, it turned completely transparent, then slowly lowered, revealing the head of the human in the hibernation chamber. Zhang Lei finally felt able to breathe again, greedily drawing oxygen into her lungs. She hadn't experienced this feeling in centuries. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Zhang Lei finally realized her current situation. Excitedly, she raised her still clumsy hands and patted the transparent wall of the treatment chamber, making sounds that even she herself couldn't distinguish. Qi Yiming observed the female human's behavior in the hibernation chamber. He turned to the staff nearby and said, "Adjust the internal environment of the isolation chamber to a state suitable for human survival." Soon, the environment within the isolation chamber met the minimum requirements for human survival. The medical cabin seemed to have detected the change in the external environment and automatically opened the bulkhead amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd. Zhang Lei stumbled out of the treatment chamber. Behind her, several data transmission cables, glowing pale blue, connected to her brain and spine. As Zhang Lei exerted all her strength to push against the treatment chamber, she slowly floated toward the transparent isolation chamber wall, as several data transmission cables instantly detached from her body. But Qi Yiming, outside the isolation chamber, could still see that after the data transmission cables had detached, there were 6 data ports on the back of Zhang Lei's head and spine. The ports on the spine were slightly smaller and completely embedded in the body. The ports on the back of the head were slightly larger, but did not affect normal head movement. Qi Yiming and the others stood outside the bulkhead, watching Zhang Lei drift toward them, somewhat bewildered as to what this human woman was up to. Zhang Lei stopped in front of the transparent bulkhead and blew on it. A small, misty patch appeared. Zhang Lei raised her right hand and slowly wrote her name on it. "Zhang Lei?" She said she was Zhang Lei? Qi Yiming looked incredulously at Zhang Lei inside the isolation pod, then at Sun Chao, who was equally stunned. Has Zhang Lei's mind been digitized? Sun Chao shook his head, saying impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having a digitized consciousness is already a blessing. How could a digitized consciousness be re-injected into a human body? Qi Yiming pressed the communication button outside the isolation chamber. Are you really Zhang Lei? A sharp-eyed staff member quickly controlled the robotic arm to deliver the communicator inside. Zhang Lei received the communicator, but only whimpering sounds came out. She was so anxious she was almost crying, but she could only nod her head vigorously. How can I believe what you say is true? Qi Yiming said, pointing to the 6 data ports on Zhang Lei's brain and spine. Zhang Lei was stunned. She had never considered this before, and she floated in a daze. Only then did she realize something was wrong with her body. But Qi Yiming also sensed something was wrong. He felt that the current condition of the woman claiming to be Zhang Lei was somewhat similar to the transformed Fang Men described by the Academy of Sciences. Zhang Lei seemed to realize something, and immediately floated back to the transparent wall, blew again, and quickly wrote Fang Men's name on it. At the same time, Qi Yiming called out Fang Men. Zhang Lei nodded excitedly, then pointed to her data port and unscrewed the button-shaped object. The button-shaped object had changed slightly. Originally black, it now had several pale blue data streams flowing across its surface. Qi Yiming grew anxious. This exchange was too painful, but he didn't dare release Zhang Lei hastily. He could only calm down and say, "Go to the treatment chamber first to repair your body. We discuss the details once you can speak." Knowing she might not be able to leave the isolation chamber anytime soon, Zhang Lei returned to the treatment chamber dejectedly. The moment she laid down in the treatment chamber, the previously detached data transmission cables automatically connected to Zhang Lei's body. Then the door of the treatment chamber slowly closed. Qi Yiming watched the human woman claiming to be Zhang Lei return to the treatment chamber without a single protest. He could only see a hint of disappointment on her face, which reassured him. He then gradually calmed himself and began to communicate with Sun Chao, who was standing beside him. How feasible do you think this technology, which digitizes thoughts and then transfers them to another body, is? Sun Chao said, "It's certainly feasible. Aren't the modifications we're performing on Fang Men specifically focused on studying this data? But what? Digitizing thoughts is difficult, but with Zhang Lei's experience, this step might not be difficult. The challenge lies in how to re-inject the digitized consciousness into a new body." Qi Yiming pointed at Zhang Lei, who had just returned to the treatment chamber, and said, "Isn't there a research subject over there? Besides, I think the key to digitizing and de-digitizing human consciousness lies in that button-shaped object." Sun Chao agreed with Qi Yiming's opinion. As a scientific researcher, he had considerable observational skills. When Zhang Lei emerged from the treatment chamber, he had already observed that the button-shaped object they had retrieved from the ruins had vanished long before Zhang Lei regained consciousness. It seems that the only way to crack this secret is to wait for Zhang Lei to completely rush out of the treatment cabin, and then obtain the key points to crack this technology bit by bit from her description. Chapter 323. After Zhang Lei returned to the treatment chamber, Qi Yiming ordered it packed up and loaded onto a transport ship for swift transport to the Research Institute on the Hope. There, more sophisticated equipment and authoritative experts would conduct concentrated research on the items transported. Qi Yiming lost interest in Zhang Lei after she was transported away. After all, apart from the two items already discovered, nothing else in the ruins could capture Qi Yiming's attention. Sun Chao also returned to the Hope aboard the transport ship. He delegated the subsequent research on the ruins to a relatively young researcher. Qi Yiming, after returning to the industrial ship above the fifth planet, absent-mindedly inspected the work for several days. Ultimately, his curiosity succumbed, and after delivering 2 more battleships to the escort fleet, he returned to the Hope in his single-person shuttle. After Zhang Lei was transported back to the Hope, the improvised team of experts from the Research Institute immediately began studying her. In particular, the biomedical experts, who were to carry out Fang Min's body transformation experiment, paused their experiments, which were about to begin, and gathered around Zhang Lei like devout believers, meticulously studying the connection methods of the data interfaces. In the end, they discovered, to their dismay, that the data interfaces seemed to have been naturally attached to Zhang Lei, with no trace of artificial installation. That day, Sun Chao led the expert team in a small meeting to share their findings. Everyone at the meeting wore a bitter expression. It was clear that the research was not proceeding smoothly. This was especially true of the research on the button-shaped object. The researchers involved only knew that this device was essential for consciousness transfer, but how exactly did it work? How did it pull Zhang Lei's digitized consciousness from his neural brain and insert this data into a new body? They also knew clearly that the treatment chamber didn't contain Zhang Lei's DNA information, and it was even more impossible for Zhang Lei to remember such complex information. So, on what basis did the treatment chamber create Zhang Lei's new body? If the target body to which the digitized consciousness was transferred had no connection to the person with the digitized mind, could the transfer still be successful? Qi Yiming participated in the entire small seminar and naturally had many questions. Qi Yiming's biggest concern was, if this technology was successful, would it mean that humanity had achieved the long-cherished immortality? After the meeting, he humbly sought advice from Dean Sun Chao. Recognizing Qi Yiming's position as the leader of the new federation, Sun Chao patiently explained the reasoning. The digitization of human consciousness, and then the transfer of that digitized consciousness to a new body, has, to some extent, achieved the long-cherished immortality of humanity. However, this immortality is a false proposition. It's clear that a new body requires DNA cloning, but even with the most meticulous protection, DNA's double helix structure will gradually disintegrate after repeated cloning until it becomes unusable. At this point, the person's life is considered to have ended. Qi Yiming also inquired about Zhang Lei's situation, as he knew very well that Zhang Lei's DNA information wasn't recorded at all. So how did she get into this new body? This question is crucial and carries with it a significant ethical dimension. If a digitized consciousness could be casually inserted into a new body with no connection to the recipient, that would be a terrifying prospect. A new business would undoubtedly emerge in human society, the buying and selling of DNA information. Some excellent DNA information would be publicly displayed and sold like commodities at cloning centers, ultimately leading to the severe homogenization of human DNA. One day, humanity would be driven to extinction by the extreme homogenization of DNA information. However, Sun Chao told Qi Yiming that Zhang Lei was an extreme case, unworthy of research, and he also believed that the transfer of digitized consciousness would not be possible with just any body. Further research will require waiting for Zhang Lei to emerge from the medical cabin, Sun Chao said slowly, after resolving some of Qi Yiming's doubts. Qi Yiming nodded. Hasn't Zhang Lei seen her new body yet? No one thought to let her look in the mirror at the time. She was so caught up in the excitement of regaining her body that she completely forgot about it. A few days later, Zhang Lei finally left the medical bay. After leaving the medical bay, Zhang Lei excitedly rushed to the front of the group, hugging each one. She hadn't felt this kind of physical touch in hundreds of years. After she calmed down, the researchers brought a mirror and asked her to compare her new body to her previous one. Zhang Lei observed carefully, and from her expression, it was clear that there was nothing unusual about her new body. Furthermore, the scars she previously neglected due to her busy schedule were gone. Her skin was now so tender you could pinch it to extract water. If Sun Chao and the others hadn't clearly known that Zhang Lei's DNA information couldn't be preserved, they would never have believed the healing chamber that helped Zhang Lei reshape her body was so powerful. Relying solely on a digitized consciousness, A perfect body could be cloned for someone undergoing a mind transfer. After talking with Zhang Lei, Qi Yiming knew that cracking this technology wouldn't be a one-day or two-day task, and as the leader of the new federation, he couldn't focus all his energy on it. So, after another day of observing experiments at the academy, Qi Yiming returned to his office to consider the feasibility of the neuron battleship. It was obvious that humans couldn't digitize their minds quickly, and then reintroduce them back into the human body. Without this technology, Qi Yiming's neuron fleet would be a useless, rootless duckweed. Qi Yiming couldn't build a neuron battleship and then digitize a person's mind. Before the process could be reversed, such an approach would be tantamount to murder. After much deliberation, Qi Yiming lowered the priority of building the neuron battleship to the lowest level. He decided not to mention anything about the neuron battleship again until he had fully developed the digitization of his thoughts, and then reversed the process. Without the neuron battleship, this powerful weapon, humanity would be forced to return to its old ways. Increase the automation level of the battleships as much as possible to reduce the number of personnel on board each ship, allowing more people to pilot the continuously produced interstellar battleships. Chapter 324. Since mass production and service of neuron warships is unattainable in the short term, Qi Yiming has completely abandoned this path. If, in the future, human consciousness can be digitized and successfully integrated with neuron warships, Qi Yiming will utilize this combat power as humanity's special combat force. Thus, in the coming decades, population will become the greatest obstacle to human development. Although most industrial facilities have achieved fully automated production, technicians are still required to patrol the production lines. As for the production of some high-tech equipment, even with the current implementation of full 3D printing, it is still impossible to guarantee quality and quantity, and the only option is to revert to the most primitive manual methods. The highest utilization rate of these high-tech equipment is in the production of various types of warships. Qi Yiming's right fingers curled and rhythmically tapped the floating tabletop, muttering to himself, "Population. Population." After nearly 1,000 years of exile, and the extraordinary battle with the Zerg in the Nirvana galaxy, humanity now has less than 10 billion people left, an incredible figure for a civilization capable of navigating thousands of light years. In reality, Qi Yiming longed to emulate the practices of the former Human Federation, employing a large number of artificially bred individuals, and cultivating them artificially, thus creating a large population in a very short period of time. However, this would inadvertently divide humanity into two classes. Qi Yiming was well aware that the initial entry of large numbers of artificially bred humans into the workforce would have a profound impact on human development. However, over time, the notion that natural humans were superior to non-natural humans became prevalent in human society. Many issues cannot be resolved simply by a single decree, especially those deeply rooted in human perceptions of specific matters, which cannot be easily altered simply by the authorities. This situation may gradually ease as the proportion of non-natural persons in the population increases, but this long process will inevitably lead to sharp social conflicts. However, Qi Yiming is clear that the current situation simply does not allow humanity to slowly resolve these sharp social conflicts, so Qi Yiming does not want to resort to this approach. The only way Qi Yiming can think of to promote rapid population growth is to link the number of children each family has with citizen benefits. Specify certain benefits as incentives for childbirth. The most direct approach is to raise citizenship status. Increasing citizenship status means access to more social resources and privileges in certain circumstances. Then, it is necessary to reduce the time cost of raising offspring. In highly civilized societies, people with higher citizenship status are less willing to have children. The most direct reason is the time cost. Because there are so many things to do, most people prefer to realize their own value rather than invest time in raising children. Then the government could take on the responsibility of raising the next generation. In other words, everyone just needs to have children, and the government will be responsible for how they are raised. But this would also raise another issue. How much sense of belonging these children raised by the government actually have? But Qi Yiming couldn't predict this right now. Rather than facing sharp social conflicts, Qi Yiming preferred to face issues that could be resolved with more psychological counseling. Soon, several regulations encouraging childbirth passed government review and were issued. After a period of trial implementation and subsequent minor revisions, the regulations indeed had the effect of promoting fertility. Within 6 months of the policy's implementation, over 30% of families chose to have another child in order to improve their citizenship status. Although this population growth rate was not as fast as that achieved through artificial embryo creation, Qi Yiming believed that as the human population base grew, the number of newborns would increase exponentially over the next 100 years. Perhaps within 150 years, the human population could double. Having temporarily resolved the population growth issue, the next step was to develop the Nirvana galaxy. Originally, Chi Yiming had not intended to establish colonies on the planets of the Nirvana galaxy, as no one could predict when the Zerg would reappear near the galaxy, requiring humanity to be prepared for evacuation at any time. However, with the decree to promote population growth, Chi Yiming was forced to confront the dilemma of a rapidly expanding population and the resulting extreme shrinkage of human living space. In reality, Chi Yiming could have continued to expand the Hope and the other 2 giant colony ships, or even build more to accommodate a larger population. At first, Chi Yiming thought so he approved and began construction on 2 giant colony ships. But as time went on, Chi Yiming discovered some strange problems. In his repeated inspections, he discovered that human society's lack of a sufficient sense of urgency was causing productivity to grow slowly, even declining year by year. At first, Chi Yiming didn't understand the exact cause of the problem. However, a conversation with Yi Lu made him realize the problem. Chi Yiming was worried about the slow growth of human productivity at the time, fearing that humanity wouldn't have the strength to withstand another Zerg attack when the Zerg arrived. So he asked Yi Lu if he had any good countermeasures. Yi Lu's answer surprised Chi Yiming. Chi Yiming clearly remembered Yi Lu's words. "What's there to worry about? We have enough colonization ships and long-range transport from war stars. If we can't defeat them, we just run away." This sentence left a deep impression on Chi Yiming. He hadn't expected Yi Lu, a fleet commander, to have such a pessimistic outlook. Chi Yiming then conducted a wide-ranging social survey, and the final results showed that over 85% of humans shared Yi Lu's sentiments to some extent. Chi Yiming broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this result. If this kind of thinking was widespread in human society, how could we even talk about counterattacking the Zerg? If everyone adopted the mentality of running away if they couldn't defeat them, there would be no need to fight the war. Humanity would sooner or later be annihilated by the Zerg. The direct cause of this thinking is that after fleeing their homeland, humanity has spent nearly 1,000 years sailing. In a sense, humanity has transformed from a settled civilization into a nomadic one. Nomadic civilizations typically use giant spaceships as their homes, flying wherever they go. So the idea of fleeing when they can't win is not uncommon. If there were no Zerg threat, humanity would have no problem continuing this way. But the problem is that the Zerg are encircling humanity. If humanity continues to wander around as a nomadic civilization, it will sooner or later be surrounded and devoured. The only solution to this problem is to allow humanity to regain a sense of belonging to a stable home. With a stable home, humanity will unleash greater potential in the face of the Zerg threat. And Chi Yiming's concern about slow productivity growth will be easily resolved. Chapter 325. Recognizing the severity of the problem, Chi Yiming immediately decided to terraform several Earth-like planets in the Nirvana galaxy, allowing humanity to fully establish itself within the system. Fortunately, humanity had not yet completely abandoned the idea of settlement, so the entire colonization plan encountered little resistance. With Chi Yiming's orders, the entire Nirvana galaxy became a massive construction site. The first issue facing this massive colonization project was energy. Thankfully, the Academy of Sciences had already identified bio-Dyson membrane technology from the technological legacy of the former Human Federation. As for lossless long-distance power transmission, this technology had long been mastered by humanity. After a series of explorations by the engineering department, it was discovered that the third planet in the Nirvana galaxy possessed rare minerals that could catalyze bio-Dyson membranes. Chi Yiming felt that naming the system Nirvana was entirely appropriate. It truly was a blessed land for humanity. Anything humanity desired could be found in the Nirvana galaxy. 6 months later, the first batch of Dyson membranes, covering approximately 70 million square meters, was cultivated. The first-generation Dyson membrane solar energy conversion rate was less than 30%, but its vast surface area provided a preliminary energy source for the initial construction of various human colonies. This energy was transmitted via wireless energy transmission devices installed in various orbits to the orbits of the 6th and 8th planets in the Nirvana galaxy, as well as the Blue Star. Then, it was converted into energy by receiving devices located above each colony, providing power for its own functions. This was only the first phase of the Dyson membrane project. The entire Dyson membrane would be completed in 3 phases. Upon completion, the membrane would form a massive membrane sphere with a radius slightly larger than the orbit of the third planet in Nirvana, completely enveloping the stars in the Nirvana galaxy. Because it's a transparent membrane, it doesn't affect the sun's radiation to the colonies. However, once the Dyson membrane is fully completed, its solar energy conversion rate will reach 70%, fully sufficient to sustain human life in the Nirvana galaxy. While various projects were progressing according to plan, Chi Yiming had already ordered the escort fleet to extend the cordon by over 200 light-years. Across this distance, the escort fleet had deployed a dense network of warp channel detection equipment. If a Zerg swarm entered this warning zone through a warp channel, the human monitoring system would immediately sound an alarm. Given the Zerg's speed, warping over 200 light-years would take at least a month. Chi Yiming could use this time to organize a tight defense and install warp-blocking devices in the direction of the Zerg's flight, completely blocking the Zerg horde from the Nirvana galaxy. After nearly 1,000 years of voyage, humanity, temporarily freed from worries, finally experienced a true rebirth in the Nirvana galaxy. One piece of technology after another moved from the laboratory into people's lives. 6 months after the Dyson membrane was completed, humanity launched the Nirvana Galaxy Rapid Logistics System. To put it simply, the goal was to locate several stable gravitational lines within the Nirvana galaxy and construct a railway system along these lines, similar to the one humans built on their home planet. As the project progressed, the prototype of the logistics system gradually came into view. Huge, strong vacuum pipes were laid along the stable gravitational lines. A strong vacuum is a physical vacuum pipe, where the material density within the pipe is several orders of magnitude lower than that of the external cosmic environment. In this environment, a locomotive equipped with 4 high-thrust antimatter engines would accelerate a cargo hold tens of thousands of kilometers long to the speed of light in just a dozen seconds, swiftly flying to the next station. This rail-like mode of transportation was much more convenient and faster than using cargo ships to transport goods between colonies, further boosting the development of each colony. In the 3rd year after the Nirvana Galaxy Logistics System began construction, the Academy of Sciences achieved another breakthrough in manufacturing technology. A new type of growable synthetic metal was discovered. With sufficient energy, this metal could be grown into any shape conceivable. Full 3D printing technology suddenly became obsolete in warship manufacturing. Giant hull molds were produced one after another. These molds were cast in one go. Without changing the ship's exterior, the newly developed growable alloy was added. Within the constraints of the mold, a battleship's hull could be grown in just 3 days. This dramatically reduced the manufacturing time of a single battleship to approximately 1 month. Unfortunately, as each battleship mold was produced, the enormous energy consumption caused a shortage of the high-conversion Dyson membranes. To avoid disrupting the colony's normal development, Chi Yiming had no choice but to slow down the warship production process. In fact, the idea of slowing down warship production had already been proposed by Wang Shuhua, who oversaw military management. At the current rate of shipbuilding, a large number of warships would have been idle, awaiting the arrival of trained crews. Such rapid development hadn't even occurred to Chi Yiming. This was all thanks to the gradual improvement of the colony's functionality. The human population, returning to the surface and establishing their homes, suddenly realized the immense pressure the Zerg swarm was bringing. This pressure had also been present during the fleet's initial escape, when humanity demonstrated immense potential in both productivity and the combat effectiveness of its escort fleets. Chi Yiming wasn't sure when that negative state of mind first emerged, but fortunately, this self-exploitation, fueled by the immense desire to survive, has become the norm in the human world. Everyone strives to complete their work to the best of their ability, diligently improving their skills, invisibly squeezing out their potential. The result is a massive explosion in human productivity and scientific research capabilities. Megascale projects, from inception to completion, often arrive months ahead of schedule, with some projects even completing 6 months to a year early. The Academy of Sciences was even more impressive, having already accumulated a wealth of theoretical knowledge during their escape. After the external environment stabilized, they had already produced considerable results, but as the researchers also entered into overdrive, numerous breakthroughs were made. A project that had plagued the Academy for years finally had its final report published 6 months after researchers entered into a frenzy of work. The result was the development of growable synthetic metals. 26 years after humanity arrived in the Nirvana galaxy, all colonies had completed preliminary development, and the population was experiencing a period of rapid growth. Since Chi Yiming's policy encouraging childbirth, in just over 20 years, the human population had recovered from less than 10 billion to 15 billion by the time humanity embarked on its escape. At this point, Chi Yiming saw the dawn of humanity's counterattack against the Zerg. Chapter 326. By the time humanity completed its restoration of Blue Star's environment and designated it as the capital of the new Federation, humanity had already been recuperating in the Nirvana galaxy for 31 years. That year, Chi Yiming was 143 years old. Compared to the human lifespan of nearly 300 years, Qi Yiming was considered middle-aged. The human government designated this year as humanity's rebirth, and the first year of the new year calendar. From this year on, humanity once again turned its gaze to the vast sea of stars. In September of the first year of the new year calendar, the new Federation's first large colony ship departed from a large space station in orbit around the fifth planet, carrying 1 million humans to the Proxima Centauri system, 632 light-years from the Nirvana galaxy. There, humanity would establish a bridgehead for the counterattack against the Zerg swarm, as well as a bastion system to defend against Zerg invasions. The reorganized human Third Fleet would also depart alongside this colony fleet. After escorting the colonization fleet to its destination, they would rest for a while before continuing on into deeper space. This fleet's mission objective was clear: to reach the farthest point accessible by the Stargate, then locate and establish a nearby system suitable for human colonization. Then they would await the arrival of the engineering fleet, upon whose arrival the new Federation's second Stargate would begin assembly. Indeed, Qi Yiming had already begun executing his long-mastered counterattack plan. The Nirvana galaxy was 32 million light-years from the ancestor galaxy, the birthplace of the new Federation. This distance was not particularly far for the new Federation, which possessed Stargate technology. But the only problem was how to safely construct the Stargate route all the way there. The maximum distance a pair of Stargates could connect was approximately 1,000 light-years. To extend the Stargates to the progenitor system would require at least 3,200 pairs of Stargates. The most challenging aspect of constructing these Stargates wasn't their construction, but how to ensure the escort and engineering fleets could safely and quickly traverse this distance. For Qi Yiming, however, this distance wasn't a significant issue. The Battlestar had long-range delivery capabilities, and this distance was exactly 1,100 light-years. Therefore, the engineering and escort fleets could be deployed from the Battlestar after a Stargate was constructed. Originally, Qi Yiming had considered using this method for the construction of the first pair of Stargates. However, considering that the new Federation currently controlled only one system and lacked the deep depth to counter the Zerg invasion, the first pair of Stargates could only be used to allow the escort and engineering fleets to fly slowly through. However, the distance connecting the first few pairs of Stargates has been reduced to 300 light-years. This arrangement allows humanity to quickly establish a deep combat environment. With the establishment of colonies connected to the Stargates, humanity's territory has expanded, and its security perimeter has also been broadened. This allows Qi Yiming to safely leave the Nirvana system with his War Star to carry out the Stargate deployment mission. If the Zerg suddenly attacks during this period, Qi Yiming will have time to quickly repatriate the War Star through the newly constructed Stargate transportation lines. At the same time, the immense defensive depth will prevent the Zerg from directly attacking the Nirvana system, which is extremely important to the new Federation. Humanity today is a completely different civilization from when it first arrived in the Nirvana galaxy 30 years ago. Gone are the days of the initial disarray, replaced by vast interstellar fleets. Thanks to the rapidly growing population, Qi Yiming has assembled 7 interstellar fleets over the past 30 years, each comprising 1.5 million warships of various types. The new Federation's first Titan battleship, the Nirvana, is currently under construction and is expected to be completed in the 5th year of the new year. In addition to the 7 interstellar fleets, Qi Yiming also possesses a specialized fleet numbering approximately 300,000 warships. This fleet is the Neuron warship Qi Yiming longed for. 9 years after the discovery of the ruins, the Academy of Sciences, led by Director Sun Chao, intensively researched the button-shaped artifacts recovered from the ruins. Finally, they managed to crack the technology for digitizing human consciousness and transferring it to new bodies, ushering humanity into an era of pseudo-immortality. However, the success rate for digitizing human consciousness remains pitifully low, with the branch achieving a success rate of less than 10%. The operators of the 300,000 Neuron battleships in Qi Yiming's possession were all dying individuals, whose consciousness had been successfully digitized. These individuals were already nearing the end of their lifespans, so, tempted by the promise of a 2-level citizenship upgrade for their descendants, they volunteered to participate in the experiment. Those who succeeded were fortunate, not only receiving new bodies, but also the opportunity for near immortality. This also brought Qi Yiming's previously hermetic Neuron battleship construction project back on schedule. The Neuron battleships were designed and constructed with a simple, crude approach. Because all the equipment in these warships is connected to the operator's body via a neural network embedded within the hull, only one person is needed to operate the entire warship, eliminating the need for a large crew. This freed up space can be used to build more equipment. Therefore, The newly designed Neuron warships not only boast astonishing defensive capabilities, but also boast firepower output that surpasses over 10 times that of ordinary warships of the same tier. After the first Neuron battleship entered service, Chi Yiming conducted an internal fleet exercise. The results astonished Chi Yiming. A single Neuron battleship could repel a squadron of over 10,000 warships of various types without sustaining any damage. This was also the most important reason Chi Yiming felt confident in sending the War Star out of the Nirvana galaxy to assist the engineering fleet in laying the Stargate lines. Chi Yiming believed that with 300,000 Neuron battleships guarding the Nirvana galaxy, they could at least contain the Zerg at the outskirts of the Nirvana galaxy, awaiting reinforcements from the War Star. The new Federation's first Neuron flagship, built based on the Death Light, will enter service in the 5th year of the new year. Fong Min, fortunate enough to have completed the digitization of his consciousness and received a new body, will take over Chi Yiming's duties, piloting his own flagship to protect the Nirvana galaxy until Chi Yiming completes the construction of the Stargate. Fong Min has now become one of the most envied individuals in his circle. To put it bluntly, Fong Min has not only gained pseudo-immortality, but has also become a fearless Superman. This is because the Academy of Sciences has not only initially completed the technology for digitizing humans, but also, through in-depth research on button-like items, has achieved the technology for the instantaneous transfer of digitized human consciousness. This means that if Fong Min, having undergone the digitization transformation, dies on the battlefield, his consciousness will be transferred to a pre-prepared medical cabin via quantum transmission device containing his DNA characteristics. The moment Fong Min's digital consciousness reaches the medical cabin will create a new body for him based on the DNA data stored in advance, and then stuff his consciousness into the new body again. In this way, Fong Min can return to the battlefield after a short rest and drive a new Neuron battleship. Chapter 327. New Calendar Year 10. The new Federation has completed the first phase of colony construction in the 3-star system selected during its first expansion. These 3 directions are where the new Federation believes the Zerg are most likely to appear, so over 90% of the first phase of construction in these 3 colonies is related to local defense. The initial completion of the defense systems in these 3-star systems means that humanity has extended its defenses beyond the Nirvana galaxy, completely eliminating the Zerg threat to the system. At this time, the new Federation Stargate navigation has advanced beyond 3,000 light-years. In fact, without the long-range delivery assistance of War Stars, the construction of Stargate routes is not as slow as expected. Chi Yiming dispatched 3 fleets to lay the Stargates, with the 3 fleets taking turns to work, maintaining a construction speed of 1,000 light-years per year. Now that the defense issues in the Nirvana galaxy have been initially resolved, Chi Yiming can safely leave the system with the War Star. With the help of the War Star, the speed of laying the Stargate routes has increased again for the 3 engineering fleets. What puzzled Chi Yiming, however, was that even though the Zerg forces had suffered heavy losses in the initial battle against the Zerg encirclement army in the Nirvana galaxy, small-scale swarm attacks would have been inevitable. Yet the new Federation's construction plan had been successfully implemented for over 40 years, and Chi Yiming hadn't even seen a single Zerg hair, let alone a small Zerg force. This was quite intriguing. Given the Zerg's initial momentum, which threatened to consume humanity in one fell swoop, how could the Zerg overlord possibly allow humanity to calmly recover its strength? But the reality was that even with Chi Yiming commanding the War Star to help the engineering fleet lay the Stargate route, he had turned the planet's sensors to maximum power, yet he found no signs of Zerg activity. Chi Yiming's condition frustrates Zhang Lei, who is traveling with him. You say, are you a masochist? Zhang Lei teased Chi Yiming during a casual chat. When the Zerg came, you didn't cry and complain, but your expression wasn't much better. Now, even without the Zerg, you still look sullen, as if you're owed something. Chi Yiming gave an awkward smile. It's not that I'm worrying too much, it's just that the situation is so bizarre. Bizarre? Why don't I see anything bizarre about it? Zhang Lei muttered, touching the data port on the back of her head. This thing is really hard to adapt to. The Zerg chased us all the way to the Nirvana galaxy, and massed their forces there to encircle and suppress us. It's obvious they want to wipe out humanity in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the War Star, we would have long since become food for the Zerg. Perhaps the Zerg are frightened. You saw how effectively the War Star suppressed the Zerg swarm back then. Chi Yiming shook his head. I have a feeling the Zerg are hatching a grand conspiracy. That being said, with the long-range support of the War Star, the 3 engineering fleets advanced rapidly, completing a pair of Stargates every 2 weeks. Humanity's sphere of influence also gradually expanded outward, following the Stargate routes. In the 33rd year of the new calendar, The total population of the new Federation had reached a staggering 43.1 billion. But compared to humanity's current territory, which spans 13 million light-years, it still seemed sparse. Fortunately, the construction of numerous automated production lines freed much of the labor force from arduous tasks. More people were committed to the military and scientific research. The new Federation's fleet quickly expanded from 7 to over 20. The total number of warships approached 10 million, while the total number of warships in Chi Yiming's special fleet increased from 300,000 to 430,000. In short, humanity's situation was developing in a direction that made Chi Yiming ecstatic. At 10:23 a.m. on September 9th, year 33 of the new calendar, the 3rd Engineering Fleet suddenly lost contact with the war planet while assembling the 1,802nd pair of stargates. The accompanying escort fleet also lost contact. When the news reached the Nirvana galaxy, it suddenly sent tensions through human society. The once bustling nightlife suddenly quieted. As soon as Chi Yiming learned the news, he raised the new Federation's combat readiness level, cancelled all military leave, and gave all military personnel 3 days to return to their respective posts. He also deployed heavy troops near the Stargate routes to prevent the Zerg from disrupting transportation lines. In several colonized star systems located on the borders of the new Federation's territory, all civilians, except military personnel, began an orderly evacuation under the new federal government's organization. Fully staffed fleets were rapidly deployed along the Stargate routes to the border star systems. These fleets deployed warp-blocking positions along the Stargate routes within 10 minutes of reaching their target locations. Strangely, just as the new Federation had completed all its defensive deployments, the Battlestar commanded by Chi Yiming came under attack from a massive Zerg swarm. While the Zerg swarms besieging the Battlestar remained largely unchanged from previous ones, this attack was far more ferocious than before. Chi Yiming, a man with extensive combat experience against Zerg swarms, felt a chill when he saw the fearless demeanor displayed by the Zerg besieging the battle planet. It wasn't that the Zerg swarms that attacked humans before were cowardly. Individual Zerg members lacked emotions, knowing nothing of death. They attack humans instinctively, driven by the Mother's guidance. Zerg individuals lacked emotions, but the Mothers did. When attacking humans, they subconsciously conserved their strength. The reason was simple. The Mother's position within the Zerg was determined by the power they commanded. The power of the Mother was determined by her Leviathans. Therefore, in previous battles, the seemingly vast Leviathan fleets of the Zerg had not been at the forefront. But this time, the situation was different. The Zerg swarmed forward. Whether it was the Zerg's cannon fodder, elite units, or Leviathan warships, they would launch an unreserved attack upon the battle planet the moment they discovered it. This forced Chi Yiming to deploy a high-frequency particle shockwave field on the war planet, continuously suppressing the Zerg at the DNA level. Until the new Federation's 6th and 9th fleets, supporting the war planet, arrived via the Stargate route to help the war planet maintain its defenses, Chi Yiming even believed the war planet would perish in this battle. When the support fleets arrived, the Zerg forces that had entered the field were quickly eliminated by the human fleet. The two fleets then formed a new defensive line 0.2 light seconds from the boundary of the field, awaiting the Zerg's arrival. What surprised Chi Yiming was that the Zerg, which had just been frantically attacking the war planet, suddenly withdrew from the battlefield like a tide. The commanders of the supporting fleets were also stunned. Most of the commanders of the 6th and 9th fleets had participated in the Nirvana Galaxy Defense War, and knew that the Zerg would not retreat so easily. After a brief period of confusion, the two fleets formed two defensive lines around the war planet, while the Guardian's newly formed engineering fleet continued its mission of laying the Stargate route. Chapter 328. The Zerg's sudden retreat left Chi Yiming with a nagging suspicion that there must be some conspiracy behind the retreat. Therefore, the two fleets supporting the War Star did not depart after the Zerg's withdrawal. Time flew by, and it was February of the 34th year of the new calendar. Chi Yiming, who had initially assumed the Zerg would continue its attack on the War Star, suddenly received news from the new Federation military headquarters. A large number of Zerg had launched attacks from all directions across the Federation. If Chi Yiming had not insisted that all border fleets remain on high alert, and that all combat posts be manned 24 hours a day, the Zerg's attack would have been discovered in the first place, and the Zerg would have been contained within the border system. In contrast, the system housing the War Star remained completely silent. It was clear that the Zerg overlord was playing a decoy, their ultimate target still being the War Star. But what could Chi Yiming do, knowing he's seen through the Zerg overlord's scheme? Intelligence from the military regarding various battlefields indicated that the Zerg swarms facing each defense line were immense, and even deploying the entire Federation fleet might not be enough to stop the Zerg attack. Furthermore, two main fleets of the new Federation were surrounding the war planet. Desperately, Chi Yiming could only abandon his current mission on the war planet and return to new Federation territory via the Stargate route. However, just as Chi Yiming was commanding the war planet through two Stargates, the engineering fleet ahead, tasked with Stargate construction, received an alert. They had also detected a large Zerg swarm approaching the gates under construction. After receiving the report from the engineering fleet, Chi Yiming unhesitatingly ordered them to retreat along the established Stargates. But as Chi Yiming watched the Stargate icons on the star map dim one by one, his heart ached with anxiety. A massive structure like a Stargate was an extremely valuable asset even for the current new Federation. How could Chi Yiming not feel heartbroken when the Zerg destroyed it so easily? In the end, Chi Yiming had no choice but to have the new Federation military urgently dispatch a number of defensive batteries to establish defensive positions 5 Stargates away from the battle star. He would command the battle star to retreat while fighting until the temporary defense line could provide sufficient firepower support, at which point he would command the battle star to advance to the defense line. As for the other two fleets, they would proceed to their respective battle zones as planned to carry out their combat missions. The batteries were readily available. They simply needed to be transported to their destinations by giant transport ships and anchored directly along the defense line, so setting up the temporary defense line didn't take long. Chi Yiming commanded the battle star to engage the Zerg's pursuing forces in a desperate struggle. Even with the high-energy particle oscillation field weakening the Zerg, the swarm's numbers far exceeded Chi Yiming's expectations. The Zerg overlord seemed to have issued a death order. Upon sighting the battle star, even if alone, all Zerg would attack it without hesitation. This forced Chi Yiming to employ the fan-shaped tactics of high-energy particle oscillation several times, instantly clearing the Zerg surrounding her. Only then did she find an opportunity to enter the Stargate and temporarily break away from the Zerg. Although Chi Yiming's situation appeared perilous, it was actually under her control. But what puzzled Chi Yiming was the Zerg's relentless pursuit of the battle star. Given the wisdom of the Zerg overlord, it must have known that relying solely on numbers would make it extremely difficult to sink the battle star, let alone trap it. But even so, the Zerg continued to launch wave after wave of attacks on the battle planet. Why? After once again escaping the Zerg blockade, Chi Yiming took advantage of the moment the battle planet passed through the Stargate to carefully review the Zerg's attacks. Over half a month had passed since the Zerg's initial assault. During this period, the various war zones within the new Federation weren't completely impenetrable, but a Zerg breakthrough in a short period of time was impossible. While the human fleet's fearless fighting was certainly a factor, the Zerg's deliberate or unintentional slackness was also a significant factor. Based on Chi Yiming's understanding of the Zerg, they rarely launched such a massive, flood-like attack. They would inevitably attack at multiple points, achieving absolute dominance at each point, and thus breaking through the human front. But until now, Chi Yiming hadn't discerned where the Zerg overlord planned to breach the human defenses. Instead, they repeatedly did what was undoubtedly a surefire way to break through, sending a horde of Zerg towards the battle planet, a desperate act. I have a feeling the Zerg's surprise attack this time has other ulterior motives. Chi Yiming frowned as he looked at the battlefield map showing all the battle zones. Isn't their target the war planet? It's so obvious. What's the point of getting hung up on it? Zhang Lei, standing nearby, said nonchalantly. Chi Yiming nodded, then shook his head, appearing extremely troubled. Zhang Lei couldn't help but frown as well. Could it be that the Overmind wants to test the war planet's firepower? With the aid of high-energy particle oscillation fields, how could the Zerg possibly test the war planet's firepower? Weren't there several instances where I forced you to use wide-area attacks? I even had to activate my warp drive once to escape the battlefield. I was deliberately exposing myself to inflict as much damage as possible on the Zerg. The Zerg's reckless attacks couldn't possibly be adapted to the Battlestar's attack rhythm, could they? Zhang Lei said nonchalantly. Chi Yiming was struck by lightning when he heard this. He slapped himself hard. I'm so stupid. How could I not have thought of something so important earlier? Zhang Lei was startled by Chi Yiming's sudden action. Are you crazy? Why would you slap yourself? Chi Yiming turned and gave Zhang Lei a big hug. Then, excitedly, he said to her, her face flushing, You're so smart. You helped me so much. Zhang Lei was still a little confused. She didn't understand what Chi Yiming meant. What are you talking about? How did I help you so much? Wait, I need to confirm it before I can tell you. Chi Yiming then quickly retrieved the combat parameters of several previous battles, focusing specifically on the time it took for each individual Zerg member to be killed under the influence of the high-energy particle oscillation field. After filtering through the intelligent computer, The results were quickly presented to Chi Yiming. During the Zerg's first raid on the battle planet, the average time it took for individual Zerg members to be killed after entering the high-energy particle oscillation field was 32 seconds. The average kill time during the second raid was 32.22 seconds. The third increased to 32.73 seconds. As the number of attacks on war stars increased, the time it took for human weapons to kill individual Zerg units also increased. Until the last battle, the kill time for humans against individual Zerg units that had entered the high-energy particle oscillation phase had increased to 33.35 seconds. Seeing this, Chi Yiming's hair stood on end, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chapter 329. Looking at Chi Yiming, whose face had turned pale, Zhang Lei asked nervously, "What exactly did you discover?" "The Overlord is trying to adapt the Zerg to attacks from the high-energy particle oscillation field." "How is that possible?" "That's an attack at the DNA level." "Nothing is impossible." "I'm sure you've seen the Zerg collectively evolve on the battlefield. But that's different. Evolution simply inserts new features into unexpressed DNA locations, but high-energy particle oscillation fields attack the underlying DNA code. The underlying DNA code can be likened to the foundation of a high-rise building. Once the foundation of a building is laid, you can build on it however you like, but the foundation cannot be changed. What the Overlord is doing now is changing the foundation of this high-rise building, and doing so without destroying the original structure. Zhang Lei believed that only the Creator could accomplish this. Clearly, the Overlord is not the Creator, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to siege humanity. Chi Yiming shrugged. "We're right in front of us, so we can't help but believe it." Chi Yiming then handed Zhang Lei the battlefield data he had just compiled. Zhang Lei was stunned for a long moment after reviewing the data before she managed to speak. "Humanity is finished." After discovering the Zerg's plot, Chi Yiming quickly composed himself and calmly patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Since we discovered the Overmind's plot, we definitely find a way to deal with it." "How can there be a way?" "At the rate the Zerg is adapting to the high-energy particle oscillation field, it won't be long before these Zerg will rush into the field's range without hesitation and destroy our fleet one by one." "You're too pessimistic. Don't forget the attack principle of the high-energy particle oscillation field." "Of course, I haven't forgotten. Isn't that exactly how the Zerg Overlord exploits this?" "But have you ever considered why this field only targets the Zerg?" "Didn't I say it? The field targets organisms with a specific DNA sequence." Zhang Lei paused mid-sentence, as if she had grasped something from Chi Yiming's words. She lowered her head in thought for a moment, then raised her head again, her eyes gleaming with hope. She excitedly asked Chi Yiming, "Zerg DNA is the key. As long as we can obtain their complete DNA chain in time, the field's effects will never fail." As expected of a biologist, you're quick to react. Chi Yiming gave Zhang Lei a thumbs up and continued, "The high-energy particle oscillation field generator must have a way to detect DNA sequences. It's just that since we got it, we've only been thinking about how to use it, and have never seriously studied it." Zhang Lei calmed down at this. "With the current level of human technology, it's impossible to research anything. I didn't intend to research anything in the first place. I just wanted the engineering team to see how this generator updates the DNA information stored within it." Zhang Lei's face was now filled with rage. She looked at Chi Yiming and said angrily, "It's been so long since we had this thing, and you still haven't figured out how to update the DNA information stored within the device?" Chi Yiming scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It's not that I don't want to research it, I just don't dare to start." It turns out that when Chi Yiming first discovered the high-energy particle oscillation field generator in the Zentradi settlement, a message from a Zentradi played on a loop next to the generator. The message was simple. Chi Yiming was told not to attempt to study the generator's internal structure or even think about altering its information. When Chi Yiming learned the reason, he was truly astonished. He remembered that when Chi Yiming first traveled through the wormhole to the Zentradi settlement, the Zentradi told him that the gift from the Creator to humanity they had broken was this field generator. They were curious about how the field generator actually worked, and how DNA data was stored. In the end, they disassembled it, but no matter how they reassembled it, it wouldn't fit together. This delayed the delivery of the generator to humanity, and directly led to the downfall of the former Human Federation. At the time, Chi Yiming wondered how sad the former Human Federation's leaders would be if they knew that humanity had been forced to flee because of the Zentradi's momentary curiosity. This lesson left Chi Yiming somewhat hesitant. Even after receiving the device, he dared not allow the researchers and engineers to closely examine the position generator, let alone understand how to update the DNA stored within. Since things had reached this point, Chi Yiming could only take a relatively modest risk and allow the engineers to approach the position generator to research methods for updating the DNA information. Soon, humanity had once again proven the proverb, if you don't seek death, you won't die. The Zentradi, relying on their superior technological capabilities, had taken the liberty of disassembling the position generator and taking advantage of it. Humans, on the other hand, were far more cautious, preferring to receive no intelligence at all rather than touch the surface of the position generator. Thankfully, the Creator, as the Zenithians called them, had considered this and didn't make it difficult for humans to update the DNA information. Under the harsh conditions of being unable to touch the generator surface, the engineers found a way to update the DNA information. The discovery of this method was also quite coincidental. An engineer, after working for days and nights without sleep, suffered a mental breakdown and madly rushed towards the position generator. Of course, the security personnel dispatched by Chi Yiming were no pushovers, and quickly apprehended the frantic researcher. However, during the fight, the engineer cut his finger on the tool he was holding. The position generator was located in a small microgravity zone. Amidst the clashing, a drop of blood, only 2 microns in diameter, slowly drifted towards the position generator. As soon as this drop of blood touched the surface of the position generator, the War Planet's onboard intelligent computer notified Chi Yiming, who was stationed in the War Planet's core command area. New DNA information detected at the high-energy particle oscillation station. DNA information analysis complete. Final result, human. Should the DNA information be stored? Chi Yiming then immediately inquired with the on-site staff. After repeated experiments, he finally figured out a method for updating DNA information. However, this method was still a bit too difficult for humans. Clearly, to update the DNA galaxy, one must obtain the complete evolutionary information of the Zerg. To obtain this information, humans must capture isolated Zerg individuals on the battlefield and strive to update DNA information faster than the Zerg can alter the underlying galaxy code of their own DNA. However, when Chi Yiming actually implemented this plan on the battlefield, they sadly discovered that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The Overmind's cunning was no less than that of humans. Chapter 330. Capturing individual Zergs wasn't difficult. Chi Yiming had done it before. Not only had he captured individual Zergs, he had even captured a juvenile Leviathan. Unfortunately, that juvenile Leviathan self-destructed, wreaking havoc in the laboratory where it was held. However, Chi Yiming had reason to believe that the Zerg Overlord would absolutely prevent Chi Yiming from capturing individual Zergs and obtaining DNA information that had undergone minor changes. Sure enough, things turned out just as Chi Yiming had suspected. Capturing individual Zergs wasn't difficult. The major war zones had captured over a dozen Zergs. Unfortunately, when Chi Yiming dripped the blood of these Zergs onto the field generator didn't recognize the complete DNA information, only fragments. Furthermore, the DNA information extracted from different Zerg species varied. The Overlord not only altered the underlying logic of the Zerg's DNA, but also spliced the DNA strands of various Zergs. As a biologist, Zhang Lei carefully studied the DNA information she had obtained and ultimately discovered that there was no distinction between linear and recessive DNA. All the information contained in the DNA was perfectly expressed. As for the information that didn't need to be expressed, Zhang Lei could observe clear-cut marks along the DNA strands. Zhang Lei couldn't explain this situation. Compared to the human situation, the Zerg situation, in her opinion, was completely beyond scientific explanation. In short, the Zerg individuals sent from various war zones were completely useless. To determine which Zerg individuals in the swarm possess complete DNA information, we must understand how the Zerg hatched. This was Zhang Lei's conclusion after careful study. She believed that there must be a species of insect within the Zerg swarm responsible for storing complete DNA information. Whenever a new Zerg individual needed to hatch, the queen would extract the necessary DNA from the individual storing it. This not only ensured the queen's availability for hatching new individuals, but also effectively protected their DNA. Chi Yiming agreed with Zhang Lei's analysis, but how could he find the insect Zhang Lei described in the vast sea of Zerg? At this point, Chi Yiming felt as if they had found a solution, but upon closer reflection, it seemed they hadn't. But the war wouldn't stop just because Chi Yiming and his team encountered resistance. On the contrary, the Zerg increased the frequency and intensity of their attacks after reaching the temporary defense line established by Chi Yiming's order on the battle star. The Zerg's goal was simple: to continuously engage with the high-energy particle oscillation fields emitted by the battle star, gathering sufficient information to facilitate the Overlord's advancement and transformation of the Zerg. Chi Yiming was suddenly embarrassed. Every time he used the fields to weaken the Zerg swarm, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Fortunately, despite some difficulties encountered on Qi Yiming's side, the human fleets in other war zones of the new Federation were gradually gaining the initiative. In particular, War Zone 1, with its neuron-powered defenses, after experiencing the initial chaos of a sudden Zerg attack, the human fleet, led by its neuron-powered fleet, was now able to proactively attack the Zerg. Based on the battlefield situation map, War Zone 1 only needed 1 or 2 assaults to completely defeat the attacking Zerg. After receiving specific intelligence and considering his current situation, Qi Yiming ultimately decided to launch a preemptive counterattack against the Zerg. When Wang Shuhua learned that Qi Yiming was planning a counterattack against the Zerg, his face was filled with astonishment. His exact words to Qi Yiming were, "Counterattack? We're clearly on the defensive right now, okay? How can we possibly launch a counterattack?" Qi Yiming explained the changes in the Zerg swarm to Wang Shuhua without hiding anything from him. The current situation is awkward. To completely defeat the Zerg, we must utilize the high-energy particle oscillation state of the battle star. However, continued use will allow the Zerg to rapidly gather intelligence and adapt. This situation is unavoidable until we find the Zerg individuals Zhang Lei described. But with our current strength, defending our current territory is difficult. I won't be deploying too many troops. Qi Yiming, looking at Wang Shuhua on the communicator, organized his words, and continued, "I only be taking the Special Forces fleet. This special fleet, composed of neuron warships, combined with the Battlestar, is fully capable of penetrating the Zerg's defenses. As long as we're fast enough and reach the Overmind's lair before the Zerg fully adapt to the high-energy particle oscillation state, I'm confident we can defeat them. Overmind, thus completely eradicating the Zerg threat for humanity." He Zhenju, who had been communicating, was confused by Qi Yiming's words. "You're getting more and more outrageous. We were just discussing a counterattack on the Zerg, and now we're talking about a raid on the Overmind's lair? According to the original plan, we should have waited until the Stargate route was fully established before launching a large-scale attack. But now the Overmind is searching for a way to suppress the Battlestar, and it's clearly found it. Isn't it just about searching for individual Zerg cells within the Zerg swarm that contain complete DNA star systems?" Yi Lu's voice echoed through the communicator again. "Just send the fleet directly towards the Zerg's Leviathan battleship. I believe if we can capture a single queen, we can find the Zerg species Zhang Lei mentioned." Qi Yiming shook his head, denying Yi Lu's statement. "You're oversimplifying this. The Overmind is no less intelligent than the best military strategists in the human world. It can certainly come up with any strategy we can. Perhaps it exploit our desire to find that special Zerg and lay a tight net for the human fleet. The Zerg can be defeated countless times, but humanity only has one chance. If we suffer heavy casualties, we won't be able to replace them quickly enough, and humanity will be doomed. But putting aside how you raid the Overmind's lair, if this fails, humanity will still be destroyed." Qiao Shan, who had been listening for a long time on the communication channel, couldn't help but say, "I can't say what will happen next, but I can guarantee that given the Zerg's current adaptation to the super-energy particle oscillation stance, I'm fully confident that I can bring the assault fleet back intact even if the raid fails." Qi Yiming tried hard to convince everyone to agree with his battle plan. Unfortunately, almost everyone disagreed. Qi Yiming took a deep breath, calmed himself, and continued, "My confidence stems primarily from the position bolstered by the War Star. However, given the current situation, this position will eventually fail. Therefore, the sooner we execute the assault plan, the higher my chances of success will be." The communication channel suddenly fell silent. Everyone understood Qi Yiming's intentions, and they also knew he was right. In reality, ever since the Overmind began altering the underlying DNA logic to counter the War Star, humanity had been forced into a corner. Chapter 331. As Qi Yiming had said, the Overlord had indeed carefully secured the Zerg chamber containing the complete DNA galaxy. This Zerg was right beside the Overlord. Furthermore, it wasn't the individual Zerg that Qi Yiming and his team had hypothesized. It was more like a super-intelligent biological brain. Each Queen Zerg used a special method to communicate with this biological brain when hatching new Zerg individuals. The brain, in turn, transmitted the corresponding DNA information to each Queen Zerg upon request. Based on this information, the Queen Zerg re-edited its DNA to hatch new Zerg individuals. So, for humans, finding the special Zerg Zhang Lei had speculated about on the battlefield was simply impossible, because such a Zerg didn't exist. If humans wasted countless hours searching for a non-existent Zerg, allowing the Overlord to complete its modifications to the underlying logic of Zerg DNA, then Qi Yiming's activation of the War Star would become irrelevant, and humanity would lose its last chance to defeat the Overlord. Faced with Qi Yiming's insistence, everyone was at a loss as to what to do. At this moment, Fong Min, commanding another of humanity's most advanced forces, spoke up. Everyone, listen to me. Death isn't a terrible thing for us commanders of these modified neuron warships. The worst that can happen is our consciousness being transported back, and we start anew in a new body. Fong Min's attitude was clear. He didn't mind the Special Forces fleet following Qi Yiming into this risky adventure. Fong Min gathered his thoughts and continued. As Mr. Qi said, the Overlord is trying to familiarize its troops with the field of high-energy particle oscillation. If we don't have a better way to prevent this from happening, humanity has effectively already lost this protracted war. Everyone fell silent after hearing Fong Min's words. In reality, the Zerg didn't need to be completely immune to the damage wrought by the oscillating field. They only needed partial immunity to gain an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. In other words, the high-energy particle oscillating fields were off much sooner than everyone had anticipated. Perhaps it wouldn't take more than a few major battles for the Overlord to achieve its goal. By then, even if humanity possessed a war planet, it would still be crushed in the subsequent wars. Looking at the silent crowd, Fong Min posed another question. Who has the confidence to find that unique Zerg individual before the Overlord achieves its goal? Everyone lowered their heads at Fong Min's question. But Qi Yiming was reminded by Fong Min's mention of the special fleet. He had indeed forgotten about Fong Min and her group of fearless warship commanders. With Fong Min's reminder, Qi Yiming was completely determined to raid the Overlord's lair. He cleared his throat and took over Fong Min's conversation, saying, I know everyone is worried about the safety of the assault fleet. If it fails, the Special Forces fleet will only lose a few neuron warships, and the battle planet can warp away from the battlefield at any time. So if this assault succeeds, we will achieve our goal in one fell swoop. If it fails, humanity won't suffer serious consequences. Seeing He Zhenju about to say something, Qi Yiming immediately added, the Zerg swarm has besieged the battle planet twice in the past few days. According to calculations, the time it takes for our warships to eliminate a Zerg individual has increased to 35.32 seconds. I'm sure the frontline combat fleets in other battle zones will also clearly feel the changes in the Zerg swarm. Yilu nodded over the intercom. Indeed, a frontline commander reported to me today that the Zerg's resistance to various fleet weapons has increased slightly. My sector doesn't receive support from the Battlestar, and in the most recent engagement with the Zerg, our shipborne weapons did indeed inflict some damage to individual Zerg. He Zhenju and Wang Shuhua also nodded, indicating that this situation also existed in their respective sectors. Qi Yiming struck while the iron was hot. In that case, raiding the Overmind's nest has become an urgent matter for us. Of course, searching for the unique Zerg individuals is not impossible to do simultaneously. Qi Yiming unloaded his thoughts. At the outset, he would lead a special fleet, utilizing the Battlestar's warp capabilities, to precisely warp directly into the Overmind's nest, the former capital system of the Human Federation. Of course, the period of interspersed movement through the Battlestar would be the period of greatest pressure on the human fleet. The Overmind would undoubtedly intensify its attacks on humanity from all directions in order to recover the suddenly missing Battlestar. During the time the war planet was missing, Wang Shuhua and his men could defend themselves against the Zerg's attacks while attempting to locate the special insects Zhang Lei had described among the attacking forces. However, Qi Yiming held out little hope. When Qi Yiming led the fleet to the raid site, the final battle between humans and the Zerg would begin. Not only would Qi Yiming be besieged by the Zerg's elite forces, but Wang Shuhua and his men would also face even more frenzied attacks, putting them under even greater pressure than Qi Yiming, who was carrying out the raid. After all, if Qi Yiming's surprise attack failed, he could simply warp away and flee. However, Wang Shuhua and his men, tasked with defending the new Federation's achievements from the Nirvana Galaxy, had no choice but to fight to the death. The impromptu high-level meeting suddenly fell silent, and Qi Yiming nervously watched the others. A few minutes later, He Zhenju was the first to approve Qi Yiming's proposal. With the first vote of approval, the others began to voice their opinions. Finally, Qi Yiming's plan received majority support. Although the plan was approved, it still required some time for preparation. To prevent the Overlord from further understanding the damage mechanism of the standpoint, and thus allowing it to target DNA information, Qi Yiming abandoned his newly established defenses and quickly retreated towards the heart of the new Federation. Fong Min, upon approval of the plan, immediately organized a special fleet to rendezvous with Qi Yiming's war planet. Supplies were replenished along the way. Fong Min's original defense area was handed over to Qiaoshan. As expected, after losing the Battlestar, the Zerg launched an even more frenzied attack on the human fleet from all directions. The defensive pressure on each battle zone increased dramatically, a situation that left Qi Yiming somewhat bewildered. He could imagine that the Zerg had retained some strength in previous attacks, but judging from the recent offensive, the Overmind had painstakingly suppressed the attack power of each battle zone to a level comparable to that of the human fleet, in order to increase the duration of the battle with the human battle star. After losing the battle star, the Overmind unleashed its hidden attack power in order to draw it out for a full-scale outbreak. Suddenly, 2 battle zones were breached by the Zerg. This further strengthened everyone's resolve to support Qi Yiming's surprise attack plan. Soon, each battle zone received orders from the new Federation military headquarters to retract its defenses. Large numbers of human colonies were abandoned, and those who had abandoned their colonies boarded these massive spacecraft and retreated through the Stargate network to the heart of the new Federation. Wang Shuhua organized all the human fleets to block the Zerg's route to attack the Nirvana Galaxy. They will build the last line of defense for mankind here. Chapter 332. Thanks to the establishment of the Stargate route, the Special Forces fleet rendezvoused with Qi Yiming's war planet in just 4 days. Qi Yiming's assault plan sounded simple, simply utilizing the war planet's warp function to suddenly appear in the Overmind system and launch an attack. But its actual execution was no easier than Wang Shuhua and his men desperately trying to stop the Zerg's attack. First, there was the issue of the route. Even if the war planet possessed warp capabilities, according to the ship's scientific officer's calculations, Qi Yiming's current location was over 112,100 light-years from the Overmind's nest. Using the war planet's warp navigation capabilities, Qi Yiming's assault fleet would need at least 3 or 4 warps to reach their destination. This was an ideal scenario. If unexpected circumstances arose along the way, the number of warps would undoubtedly increase. After reuniting with the Special Forces fleet, Qi Yiming first assigned Fang Min to command the fleet's entry into the war planet. The war planet had ample space inside for the Special Forces fleet to dock. Even large warships unable to enter the interior could dock on the planet's surface. When everything was ready, Qi Yiming took a deep breath and said, "Start the long-range precision warp program." Qi Yiming then clicked on the star map, confirming the destination for the first warp. Warp program initiated, destination confirmed. The electronic synthesized voice of the war planet's intelligent computer was no different from that of other warships, remaining completely devoid of any emotion. Inside the Explorer, the war planet's core navigation system, all the working lights were flashing frantically. At this moment, the Explorer truly demonstrated its capabilities. Assisted by the war planet's internal equipment, its detection range of stable gravitational lines in the universe exceeded 30,000 light-years, the maximum distance the war planet could reach in a single warp. Before the war planet entered the warp, Qi Yiming had a final call with Wang Shuhua and the others. A distance of 30,000 light-years meant that even with the most advanced communications equipment, real-time communication was impossible with current human technology, so many things needed to be coordinated in advance. Wang Shuhua was already overwhelmed by his workload. The Zerg had suddenly lost track of the war planet, and to force it out, they had no choice but to intensify their attacks on the human fleet. The news from various war zones was not good, so the evacuation plans of the major colonies were implemented early. Wang Tao, who had succeeded Wang Sun, urgently organized a massive engineering fleet and began constructing large fixed artillery batteries at key defense nodes in preparation for the protracted battle. Wang Shuhua, coordinating the smooth retreat of the various fleets, hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, his eyes already bloodshot. Looking at the haggard Wang Shuhua on the communicator, Qi Yiming said apologetically, "I leave everything here completely to you. You must hold on until I successfully complete the raid." Wang Shuhua nodded firmly, "Don't worry. If nothing else, I fight tooth and nail to stop the insects for the sake of my descendants." Qi Yiming smiled. Wang Shuhua had been by his side since he started his career. Putting aside Qi Yiming's revenge, the life and death struggles they had endured together over the years were enough to make the two of them trust each other with confidence. So, they didn't communicate much. Qi Yiming simply gave the approximate time for completing the raid. If the mission was successful, Wang Shuhua and the others would likely know the results immediately. After all, if the Zerg overlord were under attack, the Zerg on the front lines couldn't remain unaffected. The reason for giving Wang Shuhua the detailed timeline was to give them some hope in the event of a desperate situation, so as to prevent them from making irrational judgments. Qi Yiming then contacted Xiao Shan, who had been forced into a difficult position. When Xiao Shan and his empire were integrated into the new federation, Qi Yiming had originally wanted him to join the management team directly, but Xiao Shan himself declined. This wasn't Xiao Shan being pretentious. Firstly, Xiao Shan truly didn't understand the new federation's organizational structure, and a rash approach could easily lead to problems. Secondly, the people he had brought in were just beginning to integrate into their new environment. His high position and power at this point could easily lead to factions within the new Federation, which conflicted with his desire to integrate into the new Federation. Therefore, he didn't accept Qi Yiming's invitation, but only participated in the new Federation's daily operations as a bystander and staff member. Over a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Those who had originally followed Xiao Shan had largely assimilated into the new Federation system. Furthermore, humanity had indeed reached a critical juncture, and Qi Yiming had thrust Xiao Shan, despite his extensive combat experience, into the position of fleet commander. However, what Qi Yiming had told Xiao Shan was drastically different from what he had just instructed Wang Shuhua. He told Xiao Shan that if the raid failed, he must immediately lead humanity on its next flight, preserving humanity's legacy at all costs, because only by surviving could miracles occur. Xiao Shan wasn't surprised by Qi Yiming's instructions. On the contrary, he had already understood what Qi Yiming meant from the way he had positioned his fleet, but it was a tacit understanding between them. After hanging up the phone with Xiao Shan, Qi Yiming said goodbye to everyone else one by one. When it was He Zhenju's turn, Qi Yiming, for some reason, said to her, "When I get back, we get married." He Zhenju was completely stunned. The slightly tragic atmosphere of the farewell had been completely distorted by Qi Yiming's words. When the two of them hung up the phone, Qi Yiming himself couldn't believe he had actually said such a thing. But Fang Min, as an observer, had her own perspective on the matter. To be honest, Qi Yiming often seemed out of place with people of Fang Min's generation. Ever since He Zhenju and the others were rescued, even Qi Yiming himself hadn't noticed much. In his daily life, Qi Yiming had been consciously or unconsciously aligning himself with He Zhenju and the others. If Qi Yiming hadn't always treated everyone equally in his daily management, Fang Min might have even thought that he would gradually kick those who didn't belong to the same generation out of the management team. Living in an era so alien to one's own, encountering someone from the same era naturally draws closer than they would otherwise, and gradually, a distinct emotion develops between them, one that even they themselves are unaware of. So Qi Yiming's behavior just now could be considered a natural expression of emotion. While they themselves might be surprised, outsiders like Fang Min saw it as a perfectly natural occurrence. However, these romantic affairs are merely minor embellishments of personal life in the grand scheme of things, and cannot sway the outcome of a war. But Qi Yiming felt a new hope. Perhaps it would play a small role in the subsequent battles. The war planet, carrying over 400,000 Neuron warships and millions of accompanying combatants, vanished from its original location as the war planet's intelligent computer counted down. The fleet responsible for supplying the war planet could only observe the slowly closing artificial wormhole opened by the war planet's warp engine at the point where the war planet had just disappeared. Chapter 333. Over 30,000 light-years is an immense distance for human ships capable of warp travel, but for the war planet, capable of warp travel, it's a blink of an eye. This was the feeling Qi Yiming felt while standing in the war planet's core control area. The war planet's external surveillance equipment had only temporarily lost its ability to observe the outside world due to the sudden surge in energy levels before the warp. By the time the observation screen was restored, the war planet and its special forces fleet had already appeared in an unfamiliar star region. If the warp engine didn't require time to cool down after a warp and recharge for the next warp, Qi Yiming could easily have covered the distance of over 100,000 light-years in just a few hours, brought the fleet to the system where the Zerg Overlord resided, and launched a surprise attack. After completing his first warp, Qi Yiming deployed dozens of high-speed reconnaissance ships, extending the war planet's surveillance range to 0.5 light minutes. It wasn't that the war planet's reconnaissance system had a problem, rather, after a long, precise warp, not only did the warp engine need time to cool down, but even the probes within the war planet had overheated, reducing their detection power. This was arguably the war planet's most vulnerable time. However, before the plan began, Qi Yiming had carefully calculated the several stopovers the war planet would pass through during the warp. The assault route wasn't a straight line, but rather took a slight detour. Even so, Qi Yiming remained cautious. No one could be sure whether the Zerg would expand its range. If they were unlucky enough to be encountered at a stopover, the entire assault plan would lose its effectiveness. Perhaps it was fate that favored humanity, as Qi Yiming and his crew remained undetected by the Zerg despite their numerous dockings. However, Wang Shuhua and his crew were completely mired in a bitter battle after Qi Yiming's departure. The battle zone Yi Lu was in charge of was particularly vulnerable to the Zerg's attacks. The Zerg attacking Yi Lu's fleet was not only massive in numbers of ordinary individuals, but also comprised a significant number of elite units. This forced Yi Lu to abandon several lines of defense, trading space for time to allow his fleet time to rest and resupply. Even so, after days of fierce fighting with the Zerg, Yi Lu's fleet of nearly 8 million new warships was reduced to less than 6 million. The number of Zerg units Yi Lu faced showed no sign of diminishing, and in fact, showed signs of increasing after several days of fighting, especially among the elite units. Thankfully, the new Federation's plan for evacuating the colonies was thoroughly executed. Upon receiving the order to retreat, each colony abandoned all equipment, taking only the necessary survival supplies, and rapidly retreating to the heart of the new Federation via the newly constructed Stargate routes. Otherwise, Yi Lu's fleet would suffer even greater losses. To stabilize Yi Lu's defensive line, Wang Shuhua, the overall commander, had assigned all available reserves to her, hoping she could hold out for a few more days. The final lines of defense planned by the new Federation military were only 64% complete, and full deployment would require at least another week. The extended construction period had turned a battle of fighting and retreating into a tactic of fueling the battle. Yi Lu's mid and high-level officers had been replaced repeatedly, and the rapid loss of mid and high-level commanders had completely exceeded Yi Lu's expectations. But even at such a horrific cost, Yi Lu was unable to slow the enemy's advance, retreating rapidly towards the heart of the new Federation at an average rate of abandoning 10 pairs of Stargates per day. Wang Shuhua, in charge of the entire battle, was helpless. He could only constantly replenish Yi Lu's losses, and closely monitor the progress of the ultimate defense line. If he noticed any delays, he would contact Wang Tao, who was in charge of construction, to inquire about the situation. At this point, Wang Tao was desperate. He had already dispatched every available engineering fleet under his command, and he had even deployed the massive industrial ships to the front lines, producing equipment on site. All the large transport ships accumulated over decades of development in the new Federation were mobilized, transporting shiploads of minerals to the industrial ships via the Stargate routes. However, even so, the industrial ships would periodically run out of production materials, forcing them to reduce production efficiency. Seeing this situation, Wang Shuhua sighed. The new Federation's financial resources are still too limited. If we had a few more decades, we wouldn't have to completely keep the Zerg out of our territory, but at least we wouldn't have to sacrifice lives to buy time for the engineering fleet in the rear. Xiao Shan, in charge of another direction, was also anxious. If Yi Lu's fleet continued to attack at this rate, all its reserves would have to be deployed before the defense line was complete. We can't go on like this. Xiao Shan quickly connected with Wang Shuhua. We must change the plan and focus on completing one line of defense first. Otherwise, Yi Lu's entire fleet will have to be deployed before that line is complete. Originally, we planned to complete the 3 lines of defense within a span of no more than 2 days. But who could have imagined the Zerg attack would be so ferocious? It's completely on a different level from the swarms we encountered before, Wang Shuhua said with a worried look on his face. It's still not too late to change the plan. If Yi Lu truly reaches the point of exhaustion, it will be too late to say anything, Xiao Shan urged. Wang Shuhua thought for a moment, and then connected to Wang Tao's call. Wang Tao, abandon the construction of the first line of defense. Send all available resources to the second line of defense. Concentrate all our efforts on completing the second line as quickly as possible. Many of the defensive facilities on the first line of defense are permanent fortifications and cannot be dismantled. Leave those that can't be dismantled. If necessary, we will rely on these permanent fortifications to hold out for a while, buying time for your engineering fleet. Wang Tao also knew the situation was urgent, but he felt a certain reluctance. After all, without a line of defense, humanity's resistance would be much more difficult. However, given the situation, he didn't have time to dwell. Immediately upon receiving the order, Wang Tao began organizing the engineering fleet to attack the second line of defense, leaving only a small number of engineers on the first line to complete the nearly completed fortifications. This would at least provide the fleet with additional support while relying on the first line of defense. As the engineering fleet withdrew, Yi Lu also received the order to retreat. Although the order didn't require her to retreat immediately to the first line of defense, she was finally able to gradually reduce her contact with the Zerg forces in front of her, lowering the high casualty rate and preserving some combat power for humanity. Compared to the human defense fleet, Qi Yiming's operation was much smoother. After several warps, the War Star and its special forces fleet bypassed the Zerg-occupied area and approached the former Human Federation territory from another direction. From the star map, Qi Yiming's assault fleet only needed one more warp to suddenly appear in the star system, where the Zerg overlord resided, and launch an attack. Chapter 334. Ever since the final Overmind launched the final battle against humanity, the balance of victory has tilted towards the Zerg Overmind, and humanity no longer holds the advantage in time. Qi Yiming knew that the longer his planned assault took, the closer humanity would be to extinction. Therefore, he counted the time it took each time he completed a warp, waiting for the warp engine to cool down. After several days of sailing and 6 long-distance precision warps, the warp planet finally appeared in a star field 1.35 light-years from the former Human Federation territory occupied by the Zerg. Qi Yiming and his men would make final preparations here, and then wait for the warp engine to cool down before facing a high-intensity, sustained battle. Thankfully, the warp process didn't consume much of the fleet's energy reserves. After all, upon activation, the warp engine automatically absorbs the free ether in the space and compresses it into ether crystals. Before the final assault began, Qi Yiming connected with Fang Min and received a detailed update on the Special Forces fleet. Because each Neuron warship was docked inside or on the battle planet, aside from the energy consumption required to keep its engines running at full power at all times due to its high combat readiness, there was little other loss. Therefore, the entire Special Forces fleet was in a relatively ideal attacking position. Qi Yiming then instructed Fang Min on the primary mission for his Special Forces fleet after the assault began. After outlining the mission, Qi Yiming sounded the alarm within the battle planet, and all personnel quickly returned to their respective posts, ready to respond to the battle that could erupt at any moment. All personnel within the assault fleet stood at their respective posts, anxiously awaiting the completion of the warp engine cooldown. Soon, a warning light flashed on the control panel in front of Qi Yiming, indicating the warp engine cooldown had completed. The moment the warning light illuminated, Qi Yiming ordered the warp engine to activate. As the engine fully charged, the warp star vanished from its original position. But the next second, the warp star was flung out of the artificial wormhole like a solid iron ball hitting a wall. The sudden change in navigational conditions left Qi Yiming dizzy, and numerous crew members and marines within the warp star suffered casualties due to the sudden incident. Had the commander of the Special Fleet's warship not escaped unscathed by entering the life support pod aboard the Neuron warship, the assault fleet might have suffered its heaviest casualties since the operation began. Qi Yiming shook his aching head and struggled to steady himself. What happened? The warp planet was suddenly thrown out of the artificial wormhole created by the warp engine. How could this happen? Weren't the previous warps smooth? We might have encountered a warp blocker. Without waiting for the warp planet's AI to respond, Zhang Lei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stumbled over to Qi Yiming. Warp blocker? What's that? I only heard of warp blockers. Qi Yiming looked at Zhang Lei, bewildered. I'm just guessing. If warp travel can be blocked by a warp blocker, it doesn't make sense that warp travel couldn't be interrupted by a similar device. Then Zhang Lei pointed to the warp planet's tactical control console and said, Look, we only warped less than 2 light-years this time. Look at the territory of the former Human Federation. Qi Yiming followed Zhang Lei's finger to the tactical control console, where a series of blood-red warnings flashed across the holographic screen. Warp blocked. Battlestar hull suffers structural damage. 9.91% internal damage. Qi Yiming gasped at the warning. The assault hadn't even begun, and the Battlestar's structural layers had already suffered so much damage. But that wasn't the problem at hand. The main issue was the obstruction of warp navigation. Thankfully, the warp distance wasn't far, and the probe's equipment, which had overheated due to high power operation, quickly recovered. But when Qi Yiming ordered the probe to resume operation, he received a devastating message. At full power, the probe couldn't detect the stable gravitational lines in space along its path. Warp navigation relies on these stable gravitational lines. It wasn't that it couldn't be detected, but rather that the probe's detection waves seemed to be experiencing some kind of interference. Even if it could detect stable gravitational lines, it still couldn't accurately locate the target. This confirmed Qi Yiming's explanation of the warp blocker. It seems the Zerg Overlord has been wary of this move. Qi Yiming raised his hand and wiped the blood flowing from his nostrils. Have we been discovered? Qi Yiming shook his head. It's been nearly 2 hours since we were thrown out of the artificial wormhole, and there haven't been any Zerg swarms nearby. This means the chances of us being discovered are low. Zhang Lei glanced at the battlefield situation and nodded, saying, Indeed. To put it in a more dangerous way, we're deep within the Zerg heartland. If we were discovered, let alone 2 hours, with the Zerg speed of reaction, we should have been surrounded an hour and a half ago. Then we should still have a chance. As long as we find and destroy the warp blocker, we can continue the raid. After all, this place is less than 6 light-years from the Zerg Overlord's lair. We only need 2 more warps to reach our destination, Chi Yiming said as he opened the star map on the tactical console and pointed to a point he had specially marked. But none of us have ever seen what a warp blocker looks like. How is it deployed? What if it's deployed in the center of the barrier zone? Are we supposed to fly over there with our fleet? Chi Yiming frowned at the star map before him. After a moment's thought, he connected to Fong Min's communication. Send out all your fast reconnaissance ships and see if you can find any special areas nearby. If you find any, report them immediately. Do not act on your own. Soon, the Special Forces fleet's 3,000 high-speed reconnaissance ships used the docking area within the battle planet and quickly spread out in all directions. At this point, he didn't care if the Zerg discovered him. If he couldn't find a way to break the warp blocker, Chi Yiming wouldn't hesitate to order the fleet to fight the Zerg, let alone discover him. After all, for humanity, failure in the raid meant humanity's demise. With humanity on the brink of extinction, Chi Yiming naturally didn't care about a head-on confrontation with the Zerg. It wasn't known if the Overmind's attention was distracted by the fighting on the front lines. Chi Yiming's extensive reconnaissance of the Zerg heartland hadn't alerted the Zerg. Unfortunately, after half an hour of surveillance, over 3,000 high-speed reconnaissance vessels returned no good news. In contrast, the explorer within the warp planet, after its equipment had cooled, provided Chi Yiming with an extremely important clue. Chapter 335. The tactical control console on the warp planet displayed all the information detected by the probe within a 3 light-year radius. One object, with high-level energy fluctuations, caught Chi Yiming's attention. Chi Yiming tugged at Zhang Lei, who was standing nearby. Do you think this thing is the warp blocker you mentioned? Zhang Lei leaned over to Chi Yiming and carefully read the information sent back by the probe. The energy fluctuations are too high to be a naturally formed star. Zhang Lei scratched her head. 3 light years isn't that far. Why not tell the reconnaissance ships to go check it out, just in case it's one? Unfortunately, Chi Yiming received a response from the front just minutes after ordering the 2 high-speed reconnaissance ships to turn and fly to the target point. The 2 high-speed reconnaissance ships approached the target point from 2 different directions, but upon entering the warp channel, they encountered common warp blockers and were thrown out of the warp channel. Then both reconnaissance ships simultaneously discovered that a dense swarm of insects had completely blocked the route to the target point from all 4 directions. Fortunately, the 2 reconnaissance ships were ejected from the warp tunnel relatively far from the Zerg swarm. Furthermore, the ships were relatively small, so they were not detected by the Zerg. This gave them the opportunity to calmly transmit the information they had gathered to Chi Yiming. Upon receiving the information, Chi Yiming instantly realized they had found the right person. Even if the object with high energy fluctuations wasn't the warp blocker Zhang Lei had mentioned, it must be something truly significant. Otherwise, the Overmind wouldn't have stationed so many troops there. What's the plan? Fong Min, having also received the report from the reconnaissance ship, connected with Chi Yiming. At this point, Chi Yiming was left with few options. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go for it, whatever happens. What if we're lucky? Besides, there's nothing around here more bizarre than what the bugs are guarding. It's likely the warp blocker we're looking for. But if we launch an attack, the Overmind will definitely know of our presence. By then, he'd be prepared, and our trip might be in vain." Fong Min expressed her concerns. "Don't worry, I got this." Chi Yiming glanced at Fong Min confidently, then continued, "You lead the Special Forces fleet and leave first. The warp planet will follow closely behind you. Remember to pay attention to my orders. Tell your men to execute them immediately, no matter how absurd they are." Seeing Chi Yiming's confidence, Fong Min stopped nagging and began organizing the fleet to leave the warp planet, forming a formation 0.3 light minutes away. Over 400,000 Neuron warships, each 100,000 forming a spindle formation, began to slowly accelerate towards their target 0.3 light-years away. The War Star, following the Special Forces fleet, also began to slowly accelerate. When the Special Forces fleet voluntarily exited the jump channel and returned to normal space to avoid interference from the jump blocker, the massive attack fleet was immediately discovered by the guarding Zerg. At this point, the Special Forces fleet was only 1.5 light-years away from the target point guarded by the Zerg. As for the War Star commanded by Chi Yiming, due to its enormous size, it was still accelerating and had not yet entered the jump channel. This arrangement was precisely due to the War Star's sheer size. Whether entering or exiting a warp channel, a War Star generates massive energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations generated upon entering a warp channel are relatively harmless, but upon exiting a warp channel, they can be fatal, especially near a battlefield. The massive energy fluctuations generated upon exiting a warstar serve as a powerful warning to the enemy. No matter how advanced a warship is, a chaotic, molecular-level energy field forms around its exterior the moment it exits a warp channel. This energy field directly affects all energy-consuming and power-supplying equipment within the warship. Even the slightest external attack can trigger a massive chain reaction, instantly causing energy to leak out of the ship. The more powerful the power supply, the more severe this leakage. At the warstar's level, the energy leakage it causes could instantly deplete the warstar's combat effectiveness. So, for safety's sake, Fong Min and the Special Forces fleet had to launch an initial attack, creating a relatively safe battlefield environment for the warstar. The moment the Special Forces fleet engaged in a firefight with the Insectids, Fong Min sensed something was amiss. Over half of the Zerg guarding the swarm were elite units, far more resilient against attacks from specialized warships than ordinary individual Zerg. Even if all the Neuron warships were equipped with humanity's most advanced high-energy particle cluster cannons, they wouldn't have gained any advantage against these Zerg. However, thinking of the battle planet they were about to enter, Fong Min had no choice but to bite the bullet and order all warships into assault mode, launching wave after wave of attacks against the Zerg, regardless of the cost. Fortunately, the Neuron warships required only a single captain. Not only were their armaments significantly superior to those of ordinary human warships, their armor was more than double that of ordinary warships. Under these circumstances, despite the Zerg's numerical advantage, the commanders of the special fleet showed no fear of death. Coupled with meticulous battlefield command, the human offensive surged ever stronger, pushing the battle line forward by 0.3 light minutes under the relentless assault of the human fleet. 0.3 light minutes isn't a huge distance for the vastness of an interstellar battlefield, but it's ample space for the warstar to escape the warp. After a powerful spatial fluctuation, the warstar suddenly appeared in space 0.3 light minutes away from the battle line, trailing a long blue trail. The moment it escaped the warp, a visible layer of energy enveloped its surface. Fong Min knew that this was the greatest threat the warstar would face after escaping the warp. Fortunately, the Zerg swarm was currently quite far from the warp planet, and its high-end combat power was being held hostage by Fong Min's special forces, preventing them from launching an attack on the warp planet, which had just emerged from warp and was at its most vulnerable. At this point, Qi Yiming's plan was 90% complete. Now, he only needed to wait a few seconds for the thin energy field to dissipate before proceeding to the next step. At this moment, Fong Min was still directing the Special Forces fleet to attack the defending Zerg swarm. The entire battle had lasted only 5 minutes, and the remains of Zerg and human warships were densely scattered across the battlefield. Fong Min watched with distress as the number of warships in the Special Forces fleet dropped from 430,000 at the start to 390,000. This was the first time the Special Forces fleet had encountered such a high-intensity battle since its formation. Fortunately, at the moment of death, the consciousness of all the commanders of the sunken warships would be instantly transmitted back to the equipment placed inside the warp planet to receive these data personalities and store them, waiting for the day when their new bodies would take shape. Chapter 336. Even though his men could be resurrected, Fong Min remained furious as he gazed at the wreckage strewn across the battlefield, commanding his fleet to fire volleys at the Zerg swarm without stopping. The warp planet had already escaped the most critical 10 seconds. Dozens of super-large engines stationed on one side of the warp planet were blasting fiery serpents, propelling the massive planet forward. All weapons on the warp planet's surface, under the command of the Wise, launched a unified attack on the Zerg swarm. Dozens of black hole bombs, guided precisely by the Wise, penetrated the swarm and detonated, wiping out hundreds of millions of Zerg individuals in a flash. Fong Min, on the front lines of the battlefield, felt the pressure suddenly ease, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But then, the sight of dense, high-energy particle beams sweeping past his warships toward the Zerg swarm rekindled his blood. Shouting slogans for humanity, he once again commanded the Special Forces fleet to charge towards the Zerg. By this time, the warp planet had already deployed a high-energy particle oscillation field, rendering the once sturdy bioarmored Zerg elite forces vulnerable under its influence. A hatchling dragon, once requiring over a dozen rounds to defeat, now needed only 2 high-energy particle beams to pierce its biomass armor. Its massive body was instantly pierced, transforming into a massive corpse, floating in space by inertia. However, the warp planet, along with Fong Min's special fleet, only advanced 1.1 light-years, stopping 2.9 light-years from the target being guarded by the Zerg. While Fong Min was still wondering why the advance had stopped, Qi Yiming ordered all warships of the special fleet to return to the warp planet and dock. Why? We should just keep advancing. Why are we retreating? Fong Min immediately contacted Qi Yiming. Qi Yiming simply glanced at Fong Min and said calmly, "Follow orders." It was then that Fong Min remembered what Qi Yiming had emphasized before the battle. No matter how strange the order, it must be carried out immediately. Fong Min had no choice but to order the fleet to break contact with the Zerg swarm and quickly return to the vicinity of the war planet. Due to the intense fighting situation, and of course to facilitate the next attack, all warships of the Special Forces fleet landed on the surface of the war planet. After receiving Fong Min's feedback and learning that all surviving warships had been recovered, Qi Yiming immediately ordered the warp engines to warm up. Zhang Lei looked at Qi Yiming curiously. What's going on? Warp engines warm up before the warp blockers are even resolved? Qi Yiming simply smiled mysteriously at Zhang Lei, and then a series of commands emanated from his mouth. Reverse Unified Position Generator connected to the war planet Central Weapons Complex. Antimatter Power Reactor overloaded. Energy Pipeline connected to the Directional Space Cutting Cannon. Energy Storage Chamber begins charging. As orders were issued one after another, a cannon muzzle, less than 100 meters in diameter, opened on the side of the war planet's central axis facing the Zerg. Peering inside, a faint mass of purple-red matter could be seen within the muzzle, slowly growing from a small dot. Target locked. A few minutes later, the target lock message came from the war planet's fire control center. Target locked? Zhang Lei looked at Qi Yiming in surprise. We are now over a light year away from the target point guarded by the Zerg. Do you intend to attack it from this distance? What? No. Are you sure you can hit it? Qi Yiming said nothing. He glanced at Zhang Lei, and then turned to stare at the tactical control panel in front of him. The panel displayed the charge status of the directional cutting cannon. Although the war planet's antimatter power reactor was currently operating at full capacity, the directional space cutting cannon's charge rate was not much faster than other weapons. Fong Min, all special warships must not take off. Remain on the war planet's surface as fixed turrets, cooperating with the weapons on the war planet to resist the Zerg attack. Qi Yiming was well aware of the weapon's charge rate, so as soon as the Zerg swarm closed in, he ordered the special fleet to act as the war planet's air defense, and began to fire continuously at the approaching Zerg swarm. The war planet, with its energy resources stretched to the limit, barely managed to maintain its energy shield, but the moment it deployed, it was overwhelmed by the swarm. Followed by this, a large number of Zerg ground forces were deployed onto the war planet's surface. However, these Zerg ground forces had barely landed, barely gaining a foothold, when they were swept by close-in defense cannons rising from the Battlestar's interior. Originally, these close-in defense cannons were used against the Zerg's air forces, but with the addition of the special fleet, many of them were ineffective. However, the arrival of the Zerg's ground forces flexed their muscles, shattering large numbers of Zerg ground forces, before they could even escape their airdrop capsules. Despite their impressive effectiveness, the close-in defense cannons were no match for the Zerg's sheer numbers. Coupled with the elite forces deployed within the Zerg's army, the Zerg's hold on the Battlestar's surface gradually expanded. What should we do? Should we send ground troops to engage the Zerg in a positional battle? Fong Min, watching the battle unfold, was so anxious that blisters formed on her lips. But Qi Yiming remained fixed on the tactical control panel before him. The directional space-cutting cannon's recharge time was only 10 seconds away. Seeing Qi Yiming remain silent, Fong Min gritted her teeth and was about to bypass him and order the Marines inside the war planet to prepare for an attack. But before the order could be issued, Qi Yiming slapped the newly illuminated green button on the tactical control panel. The directional space-cutting cannon fired. The entire firing process was not the spectacular spectacle people had imagined. To everyone's eyes, it was just a purple-red line, less than 50 meters in diameter, that instantly crossed a light year and accurately hit the target point. At a distance of 1 light year, even the most advanced optical radar couldn't clearly see anything happening at such a distance. Qi Yiming could only determine that the target had been hit based on the radiation waves detected by the probe's directional detection equipment. But strangely, the purple-red beam of light did not dissipate after the attack. It floated quietly there, like a purple-red ribbon. A close observer could see that anything that passed through the ribbon was silently cut in half. It was as if the entire universe had been cut open with scissors along the direction of the ribbon. Zhang Lei, of course, also witnessed this scene. He pointed at the image on the battlefield monitor with some disbelief. What is this? Get your spacesuits ready, we're about to warp. Qi Yiming was too late to explain to Zhang Lei what had happened, as the probe had already detected the stable gravitational lines of the Overlord's galaxy. In this kind of time-sensitive raid, the less time the enemy has to prepare, the better. Qi Yiming didn't want to waste time. After confirming that everyone was wearing spacesuits in cabin number 1, he gave an order to start the War Star's jump engine again, and the next second the War Star disappeared from the spot. Chapter 337. Zhang Lei finally understood what had happened after discovering the war planet had suddenly warped. The war planet had just launched a beyond visual range attack, reaching an astonishing 1.12 light-years, effectively disabling the warp blocker in the center of the Zerg swarm. The preheated and charged warp engines immediately warped after the probe acquired stable gravitational coordinates. The war planet had now appeared at their final destination, the hive of the Zerg overlords, the former capital system of the Human Federation and humanity's true homeworld. The moment the warp was completed, Qi Yiming saw the familiar planet. But when he saw the billions of Zerg, his excitement instantly plummeted. The dense swarm of Zerg constantly reminded Qi Yiming that this was the hive of the Zerg overlords, and whether humanity could defeat the swarm would depend on the ensuing battle. Without Qi Yiming's orders, Fang Meng commanded the Special Forces fleet to leave the surface of the war planet after it completed its warp, quickly forming a semicircular defensive formation around it. Under Qi Yiming's command, the war planet immediately deployed its high-energy particle oscillation field. Then, the entire fleet, forming a tight formation, slowly flew towards the planet where the Overlord resided. The Overlord's reaction was also quick. The moment the war planet appeared in the local system, the Zerg army was rapidly mobilized. Watching the orderly movement of the Zerg army, Qi Yiming felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it. He could only launch an attack on the Zerg according to the predetermined plan. Missiles carrying miniature artificial black holes were immediately launched. Powered by their miniature warp engines, dozens of black hole missiles instantly penetrated the Zerg swarm. With a single attack, a massive breach in the orderly Zerg formation was created. Seeing the defenses so easily ripped open, Qi Yiming's mood, which had plummeted to 0, perked up again. Fang Meng seized this opportunity to command the Special Forces fleet to unleash a frenzied barrage of fire on the Zerg blocking the fleet. Millions of high-energy particle beams, requiring no precise aiming, struck the Zerg 1.2 light minutes away the next second after launch. Under the interference of the Battlestar's deployment, even elite Zerg forces appeared vulnerable to the Special Forces fleet's frenzied firepower. Millions of individual Zerg were pierced by the high-energy particle beams, leaving them like corpses floating in space. Of course, this was the Zerg's lair after all. Against the Battlestar that had suddenly appeared in the local system, the Zerg's attack power was far greater than that of the Zerg swarms Qi Yiming and his men had previously encountered. Especially the massive number of explosive mosquitoes launched by the Leviathans. The already massive Leviathan fleet launched a massive number of explosive mosquitoes, far exceeding the interception limit of the assault fleet's anti-aircraft firepower. Fortunately, each Neuron battleship only needed to sustain one person, freeing up a significant amount of space, leaving more room for improvement. Thus, a high-strength energy shield was a crucial defensive weapon for every Neuron battleship. Even when a large number of blasting swarms struck a battleship, the already weakened blasting swarms, already weakened by the oscillating field, merely sent ripples of energy through the battleship's energy shields, causing little damage to the ships themselves. Even if some unlucky battleship shields collapsed after sustaining a massive blasting swarm attack, their thick armor still managed to stop the swarm's attacks. But the Zerg swarm had more than just this one attack method. Following the explosive mosquitoes came a vast swarm of dragons. They quickly surrounded the Neuron warships, blasting plasma bombs from their tails, and launched a high-intensity, continuous attack on each warship. Seeing the sudden increase in casualties, Qi Yiming certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death. He immediately ordered the repair drones in the Battlestar support area to take off. These frigate-sized drones, equipped with a large number of nanorobots, could provide uninterrupted repair support to friendly ships. In the support area, the Guardian controlled the nanorobot production line in the Battlestar support area, churning out nanorobots non-stop. Not far from the production line, the drone assembly line was also operating at full capacity, continuously assembling new drones. These newly assembled drones would then carry a large number of nanorobots and continuously replenish the battlefield. With the support of the drones, Fang Meng's Special Forces fleet was able to successfully hold off the Zerg swarm's attacks. Of course, this didn't mean the assault fleet was limited to this capability. Don't forget that the Special Forces fleet had a large force behind them. It was at this point that Qi Yiming finally unleashed the true power of the war planet. A large number of artillery batteries emerged from the planet's surface, and from its north and south poles, two massive cannons, approximately 2.5 kilometers long and over 500 meters in caliber, protruded. These two cannons weren't energy weapons, They fired physical ammunition. The massive projectiles accelerated to 50% the speed of light within the extremely long barrels, using their immense kinetic energy to blast enemy ships. While these weapons couldn't achieve beyond visual range strikes at extreme distances, they could demonstrate greater offensive power than energy weapons in a confined battlefield. At this moment, the enemy and our allies were engaged in a battle of attack and defense around the planet where the Overmind resided. The battlefield situation was perfectly suited for these two massive cannons to unleash their powerful offensive capabilities. The instant the 4 solid shells were fired from the barrels, they were cleaved by a high-energy laser net that suddenly appeared from the muzzles, fragmenting the massive shells into countless smaller pellets that flew at 50% the speed of light towards the Zerg swarms crammed across the battlefield. The immense kinetic energy instantly pierced through the Zerg's biomass armor. 1 or 2 would have been enough, but the density of the small pellets practically enveloped the entire formation, leaving each Zerg exposed from head to toe. This attack was like a shotgun blast on an ancient battlefield, blasting a wide area. A lucky enemy would only be hit by a few pellets, while an unlucky one would be riddled with a swarm of pellets. The Zerg swarm was now facing precisely this kind of attack. Wherever the pellets passed, no one escaped, their biomass scattering across the battlefield. The dragon-like war stars that had been surrounding the Special Forces fleet were largely wiped out in a single attack. As for the Special Forces fleet's Neuron warships, they had received course correction instructions from the Ys well before the dense swarm of small projectiles arrived, minimizing the impact of the storm of projectiles from behind. Even if some warships were hit by the War Star projectiles, they were minor damage and were quickly repaired with the support of drones. Under these circumstances, the battle line slowly advanced. The assault fleet led by Qi Yiming gradually approached the former capital of the Human Federation. Qi Yiming could even imagine the Overlord's expression of horror upon seeing the War Star with his own eyes. Chapter 338. As the battlefront advanced, Qi Yiming felt the pressure on the fleet grow. This was within Qi Yiming's expectations. After all, this was the Overmind's lair, and it was obvious that it possessed a vast defense force. However, Qi Yiming was confident that as long as the assault fleet maintained its current momentum, advancing the battlefront to the target planet would be a breeze. But just as Qi Yiming ordered the fleet to open fire, a new swarm of Zerg surged forward. This attacking Zerg was distinctly different from the previous ones. Each individual Zerg shimmered with a faint purple light. Qi Yiming had initially assumed that the Zerg had evolved energy shields suitable for them. However, the moment these Zerg burst into the high-energy particle oscillation field, Qi Yiming knew things were about to get worse. These Zerg were barely affected by the field. The scorching flames that should have emanated from their bodies did not appear. Instead, the faint purple light became incredibly dazzling. Impossible. The Zerg haven't fully adapted to the oscillating field's attacks yet, so how could the Overmind so quickly spawn a swarm completely immune to the field's influence? Zhang Lei exclaimed upon seeing this. Looking back, the Zerg that had just been circling the war planet, never entering the field's range, had also deployed their purple shields. Qi Yiming finally realized, this is a trap. The Overmind has long since deciphered the attack characteristics of the high-energy particle oscillating field, and they haven't used it, waiting for us and the war planet to fall into their trap. Fong Min, however, had no energy to speak to Qi Yiming at this moment. His ship was under attack from an attack several orders of magnitude more powerful than before. Watching the energy shield, barely recharged, being instantly crushed by the oncoming Zerg swarm, Fong Min's ship would have been utterly defeated. If it weren't for the massive support of battlefield repair drones, Fong Min's ship wouldn't have survived even a single round of attacks. And that wasn't the worst of it. Just as the human assault fleet was being severely attacked by the Zerg swarm, a massive creature quietly emerged from the far side of the planet where the Overmind resided. It was almost as large as the Battlestar, and the oppressive force of its massive bulk made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Is that the Leviathan? Zhang Lei stammered, pointing at the Leviathan that suddenly appeared in view. That must be the Overmind's own Leviathan battleship, Qi Yiming said to Zhang Lei in a slightly trembling voice. Retreat. While our fleet hasn't suffered too much damage, and the Battlestar still has some fighting power, take the fleet and retreat. This assault has failed. For a long moment, Qi Yiming remained silent. He was also stunned by the sudden situation. The humans, who had had a slight advantage just a moment ago, were cornered in an instant. It was a rare sight to avoid a nervous breakdown. Zhang Lei pulled Qi Yiming, who was in a daze, and said, "It's time to make a decision. We can't win this battle. Let's retreat immediately." Qi Yiming, coming to his senses, gave a wry smile. Retreat? Where to? If we can't win this battle, humanity will be completely finished. At least we can still wander the universe with the rest of humanity, a true nomadic civilization. Impossible. The Overlord won't give us a chance to escape. He instructed the probe to detect the coordinates of stable gravitational lines in the universe. As Chi Yiming had expected, the Overlord had quietly deployed the warp blockers long before anyone knew what was going on. After Zhang Lei saw the feedback from the probe, she sat dejectedly on the floor of the warp planet's core control area. Her eyes had lost all desire to live, like a fish pulled out of water, quietly awaiting death. The dominant Leviathan's massive body, propelled by its own power source, rapidly approached the battlefield, its speed seemingly oblivious to the effects of its immense size. The advantage of its enormous size was that the Leviathan's ever-present tentacles could strike the warp planet from tens of millions of kilometers away. The tips of its massive tentacles swiftly struck the warp planet's surface, leaving vast craters, as if the planet had just been struck by a meteor shower, sending violent energy fluctuations across the surface. Even Chi Yiming, who was in the warp planet's core control area, could clearly feel the violent vibrations transmitted from the surface through its internal mechanisms. At almost the same time as the giant Leviathan appeared on the battlefield, Wang Shuhua and his companions, far away in the Nirvana galaxy, also discovered the changes in the Zerg swarm. After deploying over 1 million warships, the second line of defense, finally secured, was instantly breached by the mutated Zerg swarm. Wang Shuhua and his men were completely helpless against the swarm, shielded by a purple shield. Countless human captains commanded their warships, chanting the slogan "Glory to humanity, illuminate the stars," and with their engines overclocked, they charged towards the nearest Zerg individuals, attempting to ram them with their warships. Some captains succeeded, exchanging tens of thousands or even thousands of humans for a single Zerg. But many more captains and their comrades fell along the assault's path. The moment Xiaoshan saw the sudden change on the battlefield, he immediately confirmed that Chi Yiming's operation had failed. Otherwise, the Zerg wouldn't have undergone such a dramatic transformation. From this moment on, humanity's survival began a countdown. Desperate, Chi Yiming, his eyes bloodshot, stared intently at the massive Leviathan approaching the war planet. Even if I perish, I will ensure that the Overlord will forever remember humanity, this formidable enemy. I will deeply engrave the memory of humanity's fear into the Overlord's memory, so that for the long years to come, the mere thought of humanity will cause it to tremble and break out in a cold sweat. As Chi Yiming retracted the high-energy particle oscillation field after it lost its effect, he activated its fan-shaped attack mode. A few minutes later, four massive fans swept across the battlefield. The purple protective shields covering all Zerg caught in their path instantly shattered. Fong Min's Special Forces fleet seized the opportunity and launched a small, desperate counterattack, but this counterattack was quickly suppressed by the incoming Zerg, also wearing purple shields. Fong Min knew this might be humanity's last glorious moment in the fight against the Zerg. It was a pity that this glorious moment was fleeting. Chi Yiming, standing in the core control area of the war planet after the fan-shaped attack ended, pressed the button to communicate to the entire fleet. Fellow citizens, today may be humanity's most despairing day. Yes, we have failed. But we must let civilizations throughout the universe remember us, this great civilization that never bowed to fate in the face of a catastrophic enemy. We have strived, we have fought. Today, let us, these insignificant individuals, ignite the mighty flame of this great civilization, illuminating all the stars. Chapter 339. Chi Yiming wasn't sure how many people would be moved by his clumsy speech, but it ignited his own fighting spirit. If I can't kill you alive, can't I just take you with me and vanish from this universe? Chi Yiming knew not everyone could face life and death with equanimity, so the moment he finished his speech, he stripped the privileges of those at the critical control nodes within the war planet. I'm sorry. Chi Yiming silently apologized to his comrades, who had been forced to die with him. But he knew this might be the last chance this universe offered humanity. Even if they could only linger on after the war, it was better than disappearing from this universe. In fact, from the moment Chi Yiming successfully took control of the war planet, he understood that all of its weapons and equipment, including the high-energy particle oscillating field, the directional space-tearing cannon, and the two massive cannons that had just shone brightly on the battlefield, were not the most powerful equipment. The war planet's greatest offensive power was itself. Using its massive size and speed, which in normal space could approach the speed of light, to collide with the enemy was the War Star's most powerful attack method. However, in the current situation, using the War Star to collide with a giant Leviathan, nearly the same size as itself, was practically equivalent to mutual destruction. Chi Yiming did not fear death. He was destined to die on the desolate planet where he awakened. Now he had the opportunity to perish alongside the Zerg Overlord. Thinking of his comrades and loved ones who had perished at the hands of the Zerg, the thrill of revenge made his men move even faster. Chi Yiming raised his hand and smashed a glass cover next to the captain's chair in the core control area. Inside the glass cover was a solid red button. He looked up and around, then smiled as everyone stared blankly at him, then pressed the red button. Anti-unification thrusters activated. The emotionless voice of the War Star's intelligent computer echoed throughout the entire space within the War Star. The massive cannons at the War Star's north and south poles slowly turned their muzzles, pointing towards the rear of the War Star. The super flagship Federation light, previously stationed along the central axis, slowly extended half its length under the thrust generated by the War Star's interior. At the other end, the Death Light also flew out along the central axis, firmly fixed to the War Star's central axis by countless tractor beams. A large amount of energy was drawn into the War Star along the Death Light's ring-shaped hull, forming a black energy beam that even penetrated the central axis and entered the War Star's interior. Inside the battle planet, the lightning had been transported early, according to predetermined procedures, to a node on the central axis. A black energy beam entered the ship through what had once been its engine nozzles. After undergoing a series of energy processing within the ship, it burst forth from the diversion vents formed by several main guns at the bow, converging at a single point and forming a black energy sphere. Propelled by the energy stream ejected from the lightning, the black energy sphere continued along the battle planet's central axis toward the nearby light of the Federation. At this moment, as the black energy sphere passed, the massive platform atop the light of the Federation suddenly peeled off a thin membrane, like the pages of a book, enveloping the energy sphere as it passed. At the same time, the battle planet's massive cannon, already pivoting at its north and south poles, adjusted its muzzle angle. In the instant of completion, a thin, purple-red line, no more than 3 millimeters in diameter, shot from its muzzle. Two thin lines shot at the hull of the Federation light, which had just emerged from the battle planet. Bound by high-energy particles, the two lines formed a circular ring on the ship's hull, equal in diameter to the black energy ball. The moment the ring was complete, the thin film-encased energy ball embedded itself within it. Following the energy ball, along the battle planet's central axis, a cone-shaped object with a base diameter equal to the ring flew forward. The tip of the cone connected to the black energy beam that had just formed the energy ball. This beam, along the cone's tip, continuously fed the energy ball collected by the Death Light to the energy ball on the ring. At this point, a massive vector nozzle, containing the energy ball, was formed at the tail of the battle planet, bounded by the anti-unified position ring. Assembly of the anti-unified position thruster is complete. The cold electronic synthesized voice of the battle planet's intelligent computer sounded again. Chi Yiming glanced up at the battlefield monitor, at the massive Leviathan the Overlord was riding, took a deep breath, and said, "Adjust the war planet's direction. Target the massive Leviathan." The newly formed vector nozzle slightly ejected black energy particles backward, and the war planet's massive form began to rapidly turn, accurately aiming at the massive Leviathan tens of millions of kilometers away. At the same time, at Chi Yiming's command to start the engines, all of the war planet's interior was rapidly filled with a green, slightly viscous liquid. The moment the war planet completed its transformation, everyone was enveloped in this green, viscous liquid. Many crew members were stunned by this sudden change, but only Chi Yiming understood that this liquid could protect the humans it enveloped from the impact of the massive acceleration. The moment the War Star completed its course adjustment, Chi Yiming shouted, "Engines at full power. Everyone, prepare for impact." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on the War Star was pinned against the wall by the sudden acceleration before they could react. Even with the protection of the green, viscous liquid, some of the weaker crew members couldn't withstand the impact and instantly fainted. Blood spurted from their nostrils, eyes, mouths, and ears. Under this powerful thrust, the War Star began to accelerate. 3% of the speed of light. 10% of the speed of light. 25% of the speed of light. Just 2 minutes into the acceleration, the War Star had already reached 30% of the speed of light. Its massive, round body even deformed under the acceleration, becoming elliptical. However, the War Star's acceleration increased instead of decreasing. 3 minutes later, the War Star was hurtling towards the massive Leviathan warship tens of millions of kilometers away at 99.99% of the speed of light. By this time, the Overlord had also noticed the War Star's anomaly. Although he immediately directed his Leviathan to adjust its course, attempting to avoid the onrushing War Star, its massive size proved to be its greatest weakness. The War Star had already become a shadow, moving at near light speed. However, wherever this shadow passed, insects, Neuron warships, and other matter drifting through space were instantly disintegrated into their most basic forms upon impact, dispersing into the universe the next moment. Chapter 340 Extra. In the Human Federation, in a remote galaxy 33 star gates from the capital planet, a dark green planet quietly orbited its star day after day. 3-year-old Chi Yiming was currently crouching in his mother's office at the Biological Weapons Laboratory, part of the Federal Academy of Sciences, playing with a sullen husky lying in a cage. He was also waiting for his parents to get off work so they could take him to the playground. The husky had just learned to walk, and perhaps due to the carelessness of the person in charge of the experimental specimen, it hadn't eaten in over a day. In Chi Yiming's hand, he held a cookie that a stranger had given him at the kindergarten gate after school. Chi Yiming was an obedient child. Although he accepted the cookie, he always remembered his mother's words, "Never eat anything given to you by strangers." As he accepted the cookie, little Chi Yiming thought to himself, "Mom said I can't eat it, and I can't accept it." Squatting in front of the dog cage, Chi Yiming finally found the cookie and carefully stuffed it into the cage. The husky was truly starving and swallowed the cookie in one gulp. After swallowing the cookie, the husky stood motionless, as if under a spell, staring intently at the little Chi Yiming before him. Suddenly, the office door opened, and a smartly dressed woman waved at Chi Yiming. "Mingming, let's go. Mom and Dad are off work. Let's go to the playground." Chi Yiming quickly walked to the office door, and as he closed it, he glanced back at the husky. The husky in the cage remained frozen, its eyes fixed on Chi Yiming's innocent face. 2 weeks later, an accident occurred in the biological laboratory where Chi Yiming's parents worked. A violent explosion sent the entire lab skyward, instantly killing all personnel. During the subsequent search and rescue operation, only one lucky husky was found in the rubble. Unbeknownst to everyone, it was this husky, unharmed by the explosion, that had caused the explosion. Ever since swallowing the cookie Chi Yiming had given it, its chaotic mind had been plagued by many puzzling questions. It wasn't until Chi Yiming's father injected it with a colony of genetically modified microorganisms on the lab bench that the husky finally developed intelligence comparable to that of a human. Who am I? Where am I? These were the first questions the husky posed after gaining self-awareness. As the experiment progressed, to the delight of all involved, a breakthrough was achieved, having been stuck on the death of the genetically modified specimen. After undergoing a series of agonizing biological transformations, the husky tenaciously survived. All the researchers thought they had found the right path for their experiment, but Era knew that if it weren't for the inexplicably appearing molecular chip within his body, saving his DNA every time it threatened to collapse, he would have been dead. The experiment quickly completed the first phase, and Era was returned to the specimen care unit. One day, Era, well-fed and well-fed, was sleeping in the open space in the backyard when he suddenly felt a stomachache and the urge to poop. He quickly ran to the corner of the yard and squatted over the small pit he had made with his front paws. Having taken care of his menstrual problems, Era turned to fill the pit, but the sight of his poop instantly disorganized him. 2 round, smooth balls of paw lay peacefully in the pit. What's going on? Why did I lay eggs? Era stared at the balls of flesh in the small pit, then looked down at his crotch. I'm a male. But can anyone explain why mammals lay eggs? Then Era felt a wave of exhaustion and collapsed in the courtyard. The lab researchers discovered the 2 eggs Era had laid. While analyzing them, they discovered they were starving for energy. So, the nosy researchers used microwave energy transmission equipment to continuously supply energy to the eggs, watching them grow. As the eggs grew, Era discovered they seemed to be able to communicate with the unknown creatures within them. Then, the word dominant appeared in Era's mind. If things had continued peacefully, the experimental samples would have ultimately been destroyed. But how could Era, possessing self-awareness, willingly allow himself to be sliced and sliced for experimentation? So, Era remotely directed 2 creatures, self-proclaimed springtails, that had absorbed enough energy to break out of their cocoons and start a fight in the laboratory. Then, a massive explosion ensued, sending everyone in the lab to their doom. Only Era survived. In fact, if Era had been able to experience human kindness in his later life, the insect swarm wouldn't have occurred. Instead, Era suffered the fate of a stray dog. After being rescued from the ruins of the laboratory, Era was first adopted by a beautiful young woman. Although Era possessed human intelligence, at its core, it was still a lunatic capable of any foolish act. The following is an excerpt from the diary entries kept by Era, a miniature intelligent brain comprised of molecular-level biochips. Diary 1. Today, the mistress brought home a male of her own species, and something unspeakable happened between them. The mistress's underwear was scattered everywhere, and I saw a red pair with two bowl-shaped bras. I put them on my head, just enough to cover my eyes. I thought it was pretty cool, and I had to show that little bitch next door that I had a very handsome day. So, I climbed out the window wearing the red bra and spent the day out there. But when I returned home, I was met with an icy glare from the mistress, who kicked me out. I accepted everything calmly, but I lingered at the door for a long time, unwilling to leave. It wasn't because I couldn't bear to leave the mistress, but because I couldn't bear to leave the villa worth 300 credits. Diary 2. Summarizing the lesson from last time, I was wrong to leave wearing that bra. I deserved to be kicked out. It's a shame for my villa. Today, a kind soul took me in and gave me plenty to eat. This is the most filling meal I had in all my days of wandering. A secret I can't let anyone else know. I laid 2 more eggs today. I buried them under a tree. I wonder if they hatch into creatures like the ones I hatched in the lab. And even though I can command them, why do they call me their master? Diary 3. The kind soul who took me in is a pervert. He whips me every day and forces me to do things I don't want to do, like jumping through hoops of fire or walking on a tightrope. But I tolerate this because he always gives me handfuls of delicious food after I complete a task. Diary 4. Today, my master and I participated in the smartest dog contest. Yesterday, I ate too much and laid 2 more eggs. My legs and feet are a little weak today, so I lost. On the way back, my master seemed down. As we passed a stream, he threw me out of his anti-gravity car. I was abandoned again. Are all humans so cold-blooded towards us non-human creatures? Abandoning us at will, killing us at will? I don't want to live with any human again, even if it means starving to death. Diary 5. Today, I met an old man who gave me a sausage. It was delicious. Diary 6. For the past 2 weeks, that old man has been coming to my temporary shelter every day to give me a sausage. It seems there are still good people among humans. Diary 7. Today, I met a butcher who was catching stray dogs. I had just laid 2 eggs yesterday, and my legs and feet were so sore that I couldn't run. Luckily, the old man saved me, and I should be very grateful to him. Diary 8. The old man died. He died accidentally while fighting with the butchers catching stray dogs. But I don't see it that way. He was killed by those disgusting butchers, and I want revenge. There are too many diary entries, so I won't quote them all here. What happened next is truly the beginning of a nightmare for everyone on this planet. In the days that followed, Era used his intelligence to become the city's dog king, subduing almost all the stray dogs. Under unified command, the stray dogs posed no threat to ordinary passers-by, but if they saw the butcher, who had once captured them in a crowd, they would rush forward and bite the butcher, severely injuring him in front of the horrified eyes of humans. This incident finally caught the attention of the local government. To eliminate the danger posed by stray dogs, humans deployed heavy weapons, including stun guns and low-power electromagnetic weapons. Their clear goal was to completely expel all stray dogs from the city. Era finally felt the full force of humanity's malice. He watched his companions being beaten to death one by one, while he could only hide with his tail between his legs. Until one day, while wandering around the spot where he had buried his eggs, he heard the same voice he had heard in the laboratory again, Master. Era knew the method used by the laboratory to catalyze the meatballs, but he couldn't do it. So he dug out the 2 meatballs he had buried first, then carried them to the energy transfer center that supplied the entire city. Because of the high-energy radiation here, humans were rarely seen, and the equipment inside was controlled by an intelligent computer. When Era placed the 2 meatballs within the radiation range, they began to wriggle rapidly. Although their growth was slow, he could see them growing significantly larger each day. So Era moved all the meatballs he had previously spawned here, a total of over 20. Half a month later, the first 2 meatballs finally hatched. 2 sawtooth creatures, each over a meter tall, appeared before Era, prostrating themselves on the ground, awaiting his orders. Unable to contain his excitement, Era immediately ordered the 2 sawtooth creatures to charge out and kill the humans who had previously used force to subdue them. Sadly, before the hunt was even halfway through, the 2 sawtooth creatures were annihilated by a heavily armored force dispatched by the humans. I need more companions. With a goal in mind, Era entered a frantic foraging frenzy, willing to eat anything he could stomach. However, his egg-laying rate remained slow. Until he stumbled into a high-energy radiation field, he suddenly realized his body was frantically absorbing the free energy from the outside world. The abdominal pain that had previously only occurred after eating a lot of food returned within 2 hours of being within the radiation field. So Era began laying eggs recklessly, and then hatching them. Over the course of 6 months, in corners untouched by humans, a vast army of sawtooths slowly formed. After exterminating the first two sawtooths Era had sent out, humans, through careful research, discovered a clue and quickly organized a comprehensive investigation of the area. Finally forced out, Era, harboring the utmost malice towards humans, launched his army in his first truly premeditated ambush. Alas, Era failed. The army he had hatched over 6 months fell prey to the human slaughter. Era fled, escaping deep into the forest. Era, surviving by catching insects in the forest, was astonished to discover that it could absorb these insects' DNA and incorporate it into its own eggs. Thus, a terrifying race was born. Era spent 2 years searching for every DNA fragment he could find, then eliminating those that appeared weak, and designed the Zerg's first true unit, the Springtail. During this time, humans recklessly annihilated every mammal on the planet. Era witnessed all this, and by then, he was completely disappointed with humans and wanted to completely wipe out the human species from the planet, just as they had annihilated all mammals. The mutated Springtail, imbued with a superposition of various DNAs, attacked without warning. During the battle, Era's growth was so rapid that even he was frightened. Era created mutated animals like springtails, cockroaches, hydralisks, and flying dragons. Only after completely conquering the planet did he realize that humanity wasn't confined to this planet, but existed far beyond it in the vast expanses of space. Under Era's leadership, the Zerg, which weren't immediately eliminated, gradually pushed humanity into the abyss. Chapter 341. A distance of tens of millions of kilometers, even at near-light speed, still takes time to travel. But for the massive Leviathan and the War Star, this distance wasn't enough for them to maneuver around each other. The Overlord, standing inside the Leviathan, felt a renewed sense of fear. At this moment, Chi Yiming stared with a determined look at the Super Leviathan as it drew ever closer to the War Star. Although the War Star zipped across the battlefield at near-light speed, pulverizing all matter in its path, Chi Yiming knew that this was due to the small size of the objects it struck, whether individual Zerg units or accidentally damaged human warships. But the next target was the Leviathan, a warship nearly the same size as the War Star. A collision between the two would inevitably result in mutual destruction. So, when the War Star's speed exceeded a certain threshold, and the collision between the two giant warships could no longer be reversed, Chi Yiming felt a sudden sense of relief. But how could the Overlord willingly perish alongside Chi Yiming? Before the war planet collided, the Overlord had placed all available forces between the Leviathan and the war planet. If one bug couldn't stop you, how about 1 billion, 100 billion, 1 trillion? In the midst of a fierce battle, Fong Min suddenly felt the bug surrounding his ship retreat. When he regained consciousness and surveyed the battlefield, he saw that the war planet was less than 10,000 kilometers away from the massive Leviathan warship. The next second, the two behemoths collided before Fong Min's horrified eyes. The collision of two such massive objects did not produce the spectacular spectacle one might imagine. The war planet, due to its rigid structure, fell like a round stone slowly into water after colliding with the giant Leviathan. The Leviathan's bioarmor instantly softened upon contact with the war planet, slowly enveloping it. But then, like a magician's conjuring trick, the biomass enveloping the war planet vanished. 30 seconds after the impact, a dazzling burst of light finally erupted from the center of the collision. Various rays of light radiated wildly in all directions as the collision unfolded. The energy released by the collision blew the atmosphere of the planet closest to the collision point sideways. A large amount of matter escaped the planet's gravity, transforming it into a tail hundreds of millions of kilometers long. A perfectly healthy planet had been transformed into a comet. The energy released by the collision pushed the planet itself further away from its original orbit. Regardless of their strength, the planet's surface buildings were instantly reduced to rubble. The insects on the surface were even more devastated. Except for those hiding underground, every surface creature was wiped out by the first wave of energy. The massive planet was ravaged. Those clashing frantically near the collision point were swept by a powerful wave of radiation and instantly vaporized before they could even comprehend what was happening. Fong Min was no exception. He only witnessed the collision before being vaporized by the various rays scattered by it. Although his consciousness was instantly digitized, the explosive growth of the radiation during the transmission process blew away the powerful digitized consciousness, effectively killing him. The energy explosion caused by the collision lasted for over half a month before slowly dissipating. The former human capital galaxy had been completely shattered, and the surface of the human home planet was now swirling with magma, as if returning to the chaotic beginnings of time. The remaining planets were also affected to varying degrees, and the entire galaxy became a forbidden zone for life. It might take hundreds of millions of years for the system to return to its pre-collision state, but whether it could still nurture a civilization like our own remained uncertain. At the moment of the collision, Wang Shuhua, who had already commanded the fleet to retreat to the last line of defense, watched in despair as the Zerg charged towards the human fleet. Qiao Shan, following Qi Yiming's orders, had already organized the fleet and was ready to embark on another escape. Just as Wang Shuhua and He Zhenju had resolved to fight to the death, the Zerg swarm suddenly retreated like a tide. Before anyone could grasp what was happening, the radar officer in charge of monitoring the Zerg's movements danced with excitement. Bugs? Bugs? What's wrong with the bugs? They're fighting among themselves. Wang Shuhua's first reaction was that Qi Yiming had succeeded. The Zerg overlord had been annihilated. The expected cheers didn't materialize. Instead, someone sobbed. This battle had reached such a point that the term bloody victory wouldn't even begin to describe it. Just look at the remaining human fleet. Before the war, humanity had nearly 30 million warships, but after countless arduous battles, fewer than 300,000 survived. And these remaining 300,000 warships were transported from the rear during the war to replace those damaged. In other words, after decades of development, humanity's hard-earned wealth had been completely destroyed. How could the warriors who had managed to survive cheer in such a situation? The war wasn't over yet. After venting their emotions, they, under Wang Shuhua's command, quickly rushed towards the ensuing Zerg swarm. Eliminating a remnant enemy like the Zerg would take more than 100 to 80 years. After arranging the pursuit mission, Wang Shuhua and his men commanded their warships to quickly reach the agreed rendezvous point with Qi Yiming, awaiting the triumphant return of Qi Yiming and the Special Forces fleet. Alas, the outcome was destined to disappoint them. None of the fleets responsible for the raid, including the War Star, returned. After humanity's final war against the Zerg, the scattered Zerg swarms of space still occasionally caused trouble for humanity for the first millennium. However, with the deployment of high-energy particle oscillation field generators and the widespread use of anti-unified field cutting cannons, the Zerg swarms no longer posed a threat to humanity. In the second millennium, humanity mastered complete space warp technology, spreading the flame of human civilization into the vast expanse of space. In the third millennium, the human fleet finally set foot on the galaxy that truly nurtured human civilization. The unfolding events of that epic battle were slowly revealed to the world. A specialized warship traversed the wreckage left behind by the collision between the War Star and the Leviathan. Even after nearly 3,000 years of advancement in human technology, it was still impossible to replicate the modular warship Qi Yiming mastered back then. This specialized warship hoped to uncover some useful information within this Sea of Kai, thereby aiding the new Federation Academy of Sciences in its development. But as their warship traversed the wreckage, invisible to the naked eye, 2 molecular-level biochips attached themselves to the ship's hull, accompanying it back to human territory. 300 years later. On the surface of the Nirvana Galaxy's blue star, on a bustling street, a young man stood on the street, gazing intently at the scene before him. A husky crouched quietly beside him. The husky's eyes were filled with complex expressions, and as it gazed at the passing humans, a terrifying murderous intent lingered. Sensing murderous intent, the man raised his hand and gently stroked the husky's head, saying, "It's all in the past. Certain civilizations used you to kill humanity. But I, with the help of another force, killed you in return. Now we're all free. It's time to go find trouble with those people."